Welcome, everybody, to the season premiere of the North American Strikers League Season 6. My name is K-Bot. We're doing a little pre-show this time. Whoa, regular season day where there's an actual pre-show. That's where you know we're really stepping up the cinematic quality here. I'll start with Liari joining us on the panel. I'll say this morning, since it's still morning on the West Coast. How are you?
I'm great. I'm excited for my game against Bozo Punch and to see all the other amazing teams in the league.
Definitely going to be a lot of fun this season as the excitement is high. Moffin, return to form, has made it back into the league. How is your squad preparing for the day today?
A week and a half of scrimming. I am so jolly. Not feeling half asleep or anything.
Definitely don't sound like it one bit. Average Alex, how are you doing?
I was doing better until you said that. I'm gonna be honest with
you.
Hey, but otherwise, I'm feeling pretty good, and I gotta be. I got that match coming up. So
you do have that match coming up, and it'll be coming up pretty quickly. As you see, PPL is on up first right away to start our day. But first, let's do our opening credits and run through the 10 teams competing in the league this season, starting off with our returning champions Showtime. No real changes on this roster, Liari. Obviously, the defending champions. At this point, when you're the defending champions and your name is not Demon's Raw or Sad Boys, we're kind of in unprecedented times here. How do you think this squad's going to take that mantle heading into the season?
Honestly, I think they're shaping up to be really good. I've been talking to Shionzu. I've heard a lot of good things about their scrims. They've been trying out a lot of cool and unique comps that I hope we get to see today. Um, and I think like at least from I've heard good things from them in terms of like while this patch was meant to be a shakeup, they feel like their playstyle still works and that they can adjust to this meta really strongly. And yeah.
Well, we'll see, of course, whether or not they can do that in their debut match today versus Return to Form. Next up on our list, of course, here is the Bozo Bunch, which has had a complete roster makeover. Dropletto being the only returning starter. Merchant and Streak are now coming in for this team. Moffin, Streak especially is one of the most storied players maybe in early Omega Strikers, returning to the league here almost as a return to form. Do you think he'll be up to snuff this season?
Yes, I do think so. Because I've played with him in Sheb with Leo. Looking pretty strong still on the fields.
Okay, pretty strong. That's it. There's just
Yep.
Streak is good. Chat.
Streak good.
Write that one down. Streak
Wow.
good. All right, next up here, Demons Raw. Fudgy Waffles is coming in for Kainoob, and this allows Gumi to do what he actually has wanted to do the whole time, which is go into the midfield slot. Average Alex, this team actually has become now more West Coast pilled than it was previously. Do you think they'll actually be able to wake up on time for their matches?
I don't know about that. It's pretty early for an Omega Strikers player, and 3 of them all at once. Like I don't know. That's gonna be pretty rough. But they're a solid team for sure. Fudgy's a pretty good goalie, and I'm interested to see what Gumi does. He's no Kainoob though. I'll say it. Kainoob's the GOAT, in my opinion.
I mean, wouldn't be MVP voted or perennial league MVP if he wasn't the GOAT, as it turns out. Next up on our list, of course, EKC is returning to the league. No real changes here for this roster, Liari, but I imagine they're still going to be kind of trying to regain some of that footing that they found when one season where they actually placed second overall. Do you think this will be that repeat season for them?
I think everyone has really high expectations for this team. At the previous LAN, they for the crown, they finally beat Sad Boys, who have been like a demon team that they couldn't beat for so long. Demon's Raw obviously looks really different this season, and that was the other EKC like historically difficult team for them to play against. Unfortunately, they have subs today, but their subs are also really strong, and I'm excited for their game against Dubu. I personally think EKC will end top 3 in the league, and I'm really excited to see their games.
Be interesting to watch, especially when the full roster is able to come together. It actually just occurred to me that we skipped over a team, as you mentioned them, Liari. Hungry Like Nephew is returning to the league, taking the place of the Sad Boys in brand. RIP to boys. As a brand in Omega Strikers, I suppose. But Moffin, this team is probably going to come back and do the same thing that we know they're going to do all the time, which is probably not take. Actually, with a rebrand away from Sad Boys, do you think they're going to take the league a little less seriously, perhaps, than they have in the past?
No, I don't think so. I think they're still going to take it serious and still make playoffs, like usual.
Squeak into playoffs and just maintain that line the best they can.
Yep.
We'll see, of course, whether or not they can do that. Next up here, the Sundubu Strikers are back, coming off of their LAN victory, a huge high for this particular iteration in this particular roster. Of course, taking the place this season of the Cosmic Calamities, 3Z Breezy's team last season in the league, rejoined with Grimella and now shapeshifting in the box. Average Alex, again, another pair of, or another set of Westies here. How do we think they're going to continue riding the high from LAN not too long ago?
I have high expectations. I really do. I think Grimella is one of the smartest players in the game, and I think this team adapts really fast, especially around his guidance. And I think they're going to adapt great to the league, and I expect them to be in playoffs. I really do. So.
All right. We'll see, of course, whether or not they can make it. I'm actually really looking forward to the match at the end of the day between the Soon-to-Be Strikers and EKC. Next up, though, Wee's Little Bees are in the league. This is the roster that takes the place of Modern Magic, where Carmine maintains the roster. Wee is in for Pensando, though, and you see a little bit of role swapping around. Liari, tell me a little bit more about what we can expect from this team.
So I think this is a really interesting team. Obviously, like Carmine and Zach Smack have role swapped to midfield and goalie, and Wee is coming in. I think a lot of people view this team as kind of the Carmine show. Wee is good at finding KOs, and he's definitely gotten a lot better at scoring. But fundamentally, I think how a lot of teams approach this team when they play against them is like, hey, we just need to make sure Carmine can't get rolling, and then beat them. And I think they're in a really interesting spot today playing against Demon's Raw. I actually think they'll beat Demon's Raw. And I just feel like Carmine is a really good player, and Zach Smack and we are putting a lot of effort in and really want to be in the league. And they're going to end up being a really interesting team to watch and track throughout the season.
Bold predictions to say that the team with a rookie is going to beat Demons Raw, but nonetheless, roster changes, anything can happen. It's day one after all. Now, though, we return to our teams that are represented on this panel, and I'll start with return to form Muffin. Hungry Boy is now in the midfield slot for you all. How has that roster adaptation been for your team?
We're updating some play styles, but it's been feeling pretty well so far, if I were to say.
Any particular evidence you want to give, or like
hoping today's game goes pretty well. Looking to show off Hungry on our team.
All right. Next up here, we'll go actually to PPL, which, whoops, things randomly changed. Well, that's fun. Whatever. Alex, this team is back. It was the North American Strikers League Season 1 West when the last time we saw PPL in the league. We had high expectations for this team. Obviously, roster kind of died out. Now we're back in the rebrand overall. How are things feeling as we launch into the season?
Feeling pretty good. Probably the best we ever have. We actually made it to nasl this time. I wasn't in Canada for a qualifier. That happened once. Shout outs to John Fortnite for filling for me. Big shoes to fill. I do say so myself. But, yeah. No, we're very confident. I think we're gonna do pretty well this time. Hoping for no 0-9. Knowers no. So
no
we'll
0-9.
All up from here.
All up. Only one way to go. That's
So
what
true.
we'll look forward to the most. Lastly, of course, it's the Bun Bonanza, now with a fantastic logo, Liari, other than the old one, which was constantly degraded. How are things feeling for your team this season? And more importantly, who's playing in what role now? Because I don't think any of us know or can predict.
Well, okay, so we top 6 Sheb, or top 5 Sheb. I don't know. Anyway, we did well in Sheb, playing on our old roles, and we are playing in those roles for this season. Turns out I'm an awful brawler, and I should never play the role again. But I'm a pretty good midfielder. So we're feeling pretty confident and looking good coming into the season. We're really excited. We feel like we've learned how to play KO comps a lot better. And we want to show that.
All right. Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing all 10 of our teams here today. Quick couple of housekeeping items before we launch into the actual league this season. A few small rulebook changes for this league. As at this point, last season, of course, was the first time where there was no major rule changes. This season, much the same, although there are some minor ones. The one maybe more important thing is that as you go up in the regular season standings, you'll be able to decide your map or side priority when you play against teams that are lower in the standings over the course of the regular season, not necessarily just determined based off of coin flip. And also, Spark of Leadership starts are banned. We will not be seeing that. We will get actual exciting Awakening starts, everybody, and it won't just be a bunch of random stats thrown onto the page. All right, now I want to combine two of our topics here. Let's take a look at the map pool coming in. But in addition, I want to remind everybody that there was a patch in case you have been living under a rock and haven't been paying attention to Omega Strikers like me. Liari, how do you think the map pool is going to interact with the patch coming in today?
This is a really interesting map pool. I think it's hard for me to like we have orb rep, so obviously that really impacts Often City. We also had orb rep last patch. I think overall these are a lot of maps where like they require specific strategies, and they're some of the more unique maps in the game. Some people call them Mickey, but I like to call them Mario Party because I think they still show skill and there's still like a lot of stuff you have to do to win on them. They're not just like RNG Mickey fests. And I think this new patch, there's different characters that are more viable now, so I think we'll see a lot of diversity in how teams are approaching picks and a lot of era. And yeah, it should be a pretty exciting and like different feeling day in terms of meta compared to previous tournaments and patches.
Yeah, a lot of era feels like rising in priority. Alex, how high in priority will this striker pick get over the course of the day today?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it's pick or ban, but for our team, it's probably pick or ban. I don't know how other people feel about the character, but that beam is just it's gross. It's really gross.
All right.
So.
Of course, the updated beam with the lower cast buffer allows for a lot more creativity in plays and things that you could actually react to right off rip. All right, we're getting called away, so let's get into predictions and try to do this as quickly as possible while still explaining yourselves. Starting with the second match of the day today, it's Showtime versus Return to Form up first. Muffin, make the case for your team as you go up against our defending champions.
Voting for RTF, of course. You know, through our week and a half of scrims, evolving our gameplay, especially with some matches on the patch, I think it feels somewhat fine. It feels pretty fine. I think we can go into it feeling strong for today.
Okay, resounding confidence from the side of Return to Form. Liari, do we need a little bit more of a reality check here? What do you think?
Okay, so Showtime is really good. I think they're gonna win today. I don't think it'll be close. Unfortunately, Return to Form is gonna need to wait a week to show what they have. I think we're gonna see Joker on a Brawler Estelle quite possibly, and it'll be really fun to watch.
Brawler Estelle. Okay, interesting. Be on the lookout for that. Alex, what do you think here for our second match of the day?
I'm gonna blow people's minds. I'm gonna pick Showtime. I think they're probably looking like the strongest team. I mean, they won nasl last time, but they also just haven't went through any roster changes, and I think that there's a lot to be said for that. So.
A lot to be said for the consistency of what it takes to win an actual league. I've got Showtime here as well. Third match of the day, it's Bozo Bunch versus the Bun Bun Bonanza, our two B teams in the league. Liari, is it going to be a Bonanza today or what?
Easily. I think they literally subbed in a new goalie at the last second right before roster lock. This team, I think that is a very big lack of confidence in themselves. And I'm excited to beat Streak and just show him what it is to be a top midfielder.
I actually just realized this is our fourth match of the day and I skipped one. We'll keep going on this one and get back to the one previously in a moment. Can't you tell I've done this one or two times before? Alex, what do you have to say for this match?
This is a tough one. I think I'm going to give it to Bun based on the fact that they're very used to playing with each other. You know, not any really big roster changes other than they're not bored anymore. They want to actually play their roles. So I have a lot of faith in them. I think they can do it. So not much to say there.
Muffin, to you.
I think I would give it to Bozo because Merchant is a really strong goalie. I think Freak in the midfield is still really strong, like Gret. He has a lot of presence there. And Drop, Beast Brawler. Hoping to see him strike the core into the goal.
Woo! I think this one's going to be an incredibly interesting one. I don't know which way is going to go, and so when I don't know which way is going to go, I'm going to say that the underbun buff takes effect. I will pick Bozo, and we'll just see what happens. 2-2 tie on the desk for that one. Now, going backwards, our third match of the day. These are just not labeled. Hello? Okay, it just wasn't in there. Nice. It's Raw Weeb. Demons Raw returning back on here. Muffin, to you first. Who do you have for the newcomers versus the League Giants?
I think I'm going to be voting Raw. I think their roster is still pretty strong, especially with these little bees having, like, pretty sure like 2 role swaps, I guess technically, and just Fudgy on the team is pretty strong still. So I think it'll be Raw.
Alex, to you.
Gonna have to go with Ra as well. Snake's my land team goat. Knowers know way back in the day, so I can't vote against him. And Wee's Little Bees, they're just pretty new team, so I'm skeptical right now. That's it. Just a little skeptical.
Hard to vote against Snake in S tiers in general, as it is, let alone with your land team friendship. Liari, to you here. Who you got?
I already said this earlier. I think Wee's Little Bees is going to win. I think Demons Raw, they lost Kainoob. They have Fudgy Waffles coming in. I played against Kainoob. I played against Fudgy Waffles. Fudgy Waffles is not Kainoob. It's going to take that team some time to get together and get some synergy. And I think Wee's Little Bees already has it. They know how they play the game. They know what they want to do. And they're going to win.
Liari, I think you're forgetting that critically, Fudgy does not have to be Kainoob. Fudgy has to be a less bored Goomy, and Goomy has to go be Kainoob. I will take Demons Raw here, even still. All of that said. All right. Last match of the day today will be EKC versus the Soondubu Strikers. I will be on the call for this one later this evening. Alex, who you got between these two?
This one's probably the toughest one, I think. This one could probably go either way. I'm gonna go for Soondubu. We scrim them a lot. Again, I said I have a high opinion of Gramella's ability to adapt. I think they're gonna do really well in this match.
Liari?
I think so. I filled a scrim against EKC last night where I played goalie, and I beat the EKC sub roster with my goalie. I am a horrible goalie. Soondubu is a pretty good team, so I think Soondubu is going to take it.
All right, Muffin, who you got?
I think I'll be voting EKC for this one because at the LAN, I watched NXZD beat my brawler. All good. And then the entire team was on him. So, yep.
All right. Hoping that NXT can perform some miracles. I will take what Liari says, and I will pick the Soondubu Strikers here overall. Eventually, I'll give Soren flowers, but today is not that day. First up on the match, though, is PPL versus Hungry Like Nephew. Average Alex, you feeling pumped for this one?
Oh, I'm hungry. I'm hungry for some nephews right now. I'm gonna eat these guys up. We're gonna win. My team's the greatest. I'm the greatest, but more importantly, my teammates.
No, you're average.
Oh, wait, I forgot. Sorry, my bad. Off brand. I'm false advertising. I'm sorry.
Muffin to
I gotta
you.
go.
Voting PPL. I see Moom on the field. There's Fiery running the core and Average Alex, I guess.
All right.
Yeah, so PPL, they lost their 2-star coaches, Vaughn and Liari, since we're both in the nasl league and can't be a coach for them. However, I think Hungry Like Nephew is They're still finding their form, and I think if it goes game 3, they could definitely end up winning because I think they're just a really good team at adapting, and Caleb is really good at just like learning throughout the games. However, I think PPL looked really strong in landing. They kind of dominated, and I feel like they'll continue that like form and just beat Hungry Like Nephew.
Okay. I will just put in Hungry Like Nephew and call it a day. It will not be a PPL sweep today. I'm sorry, Alex. Something tells me that I should not vote against the Sad Boys, even though it is week 1 in the beginning of the league all together. Don't go anywhere, folks. After this very quick break, it'll be Hungry Like Nephew versus PPL. Don't go anywhere. The North American Strikers League Season 6 starts right after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, this time to the North American Strikers League Season 6. My name is Tech. I'm joined today by Brickbat. And Brickbat, are you hungry for some nephews?
I'm hungry for some nephews. We've got an amazing game here today. Series 1, the new and improved Sad Boys, Hungry Like Nephew, going to be joined up by the Grinders. These guys have been in the NASA mines for like 18 years. Finally, they can emerge on the 19th year like Groundhog Day or something. And their first match is Sad Boys, right? Hungry Like Nephew. That's awesome. Welcome to the North American Strikers League. But going into it though, I think this is a really interesting matchup, right? Obviously, this is still Sad Boys, right? They might roll swap at some point, but they're good, obviously, right? They're a very storied team. They're one of the most winningest teams in North American Strikers League history. But PPL are hungry. I don't think, ironically, right? I think the hungrier team here might be PPL in this situation. So I'm excited what's gonna happen. We've got a match termination, all good, but I think we've got a lot of starving individuals here on the field.
That's right. Prize Fighter, Timeless Creator start, of course, going to be a very potentially painful start for one of these teams. And, as we mentioned, Hungry Like Nephew, a team that definitely has some kill power. We've seen throughout the seasons, lots and lots of KOs, whether that be from Vaughn or the Al Dente showcase from a few seasons ago. You never know what you're going to get out of this team. But, as you mentioned, in those NASA mines, PP Legends just grinding it out. Like, they know they've been putting in the hours, they've been putting in the time, and they made it to nasl. So, none of these teams in Season 6 are any teams to scoff at, Brickbat.
Absolutely. I think this might be, and we say this every season, but this really, every single season, it gets more competitive. The gap between the top and the bottom gets smaller and smaller, and it really feels like any team could take on any team. So, hopefully, PPL are going to be here. They're going to show up and show some energy here for the first series of the North American Strikers League Season 6. We're off on the pitch and looking at the Awakenings. We've got 4 prize fighters, which means we might have a bit of an explosive game on our hands.
That's right. We're going to have PPL on the left side. Of course, Hungry Like Nephew on the right. And what do you think about these team comps, Brickbat? I mean, just looking at this traditionally, I would definitely say PPL has more of like a core control comp compared to Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, absolutely agreed on that. Estelle, Rasmus, right? A tried and true, sort of the classic, kind of the modern day X era composition, right? Something that you get to use a lot of hit stunts to get it through. But right now, it seems like the core control is going the way of Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, well, Juno Magnetized Souls definitely a problem in this midfield, and there's a huge KO immediately taken off the pitch here, and we see the pass up top, looking for the stuff with that Juliet. Not quite able to find that. Trying to lock it down, but that core flip comes out, and that is a huge KO immediately.
Yeah, already 3 prize fighter stacks here. Vaughn looking good, an amazing first point on his goalie re-debut here in the North American Strikers League. And speaking of Vice in general, recently got a very big buff in the goalie position. Now has that secondary up much more often for any sort of eject button plays, and Vaughn's already doing that, right? Has those 2 KOs, got a goal in the net, got a goal as well as a KO in the net, but right now he's going to be on the defensive.
Yeah, looking here, both barriers fall already for the side, looking for that stun on the Rasmus, not able to get it here. You see the clear out, just stuck in the top side, and you really have to be careful with this Juliet. It's so easy for you to get KO'd off that top side. The flip there blocked away. Once again, returning, keeping that core flip, almost finds the KO. The Finny ult coming out and will secure that goal. PPL evening out this game 1-1.
Yeah, this Finny midfield also kind of a pick that I think has been growing a bit in popularity over the previous patch. Very good on the offense, as you saw there. That grand finale, I believe is what it's called. Can provide so much value in the offense, especially against a Vice who doesn't really have a million redirects at their disposal in order to get the core out of those situations. So if it actually does get to the point where Fiery and Average Alex are able to pressure Vaughn, I think the goal is going to open up very quickly.
Yes, and of course, as you mentioned, Vaughn, that's another thing this season. We do have a role swap coming out from You Already Lose and Vaughn. So we will see Vaughn in the net on this Vice. And do you think this will stick the whole season? I mean, I know the meta perhaps has changed a little bit and might make this maybe the perfect comp for this team and sort of roster swap almost.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, we still might see. I know that, Dubu infamously escaped a lot of the melee goalie nerfs. Mako, I think, is still in an all right position as well. But really, the start of momentum boots goalies or strike shot or range straight shot goalies specifically, I think might also really shift up what composition teams are picking, right? We're already seeing a lot of damage come out in this game here, and if that sort of thing continues, I think we're going to get a lot more explosive games, a lot more high KO, high intensity games, and that's going to be super fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. And here we see potentially the scariest map for goalies, I would say. Off the speakers, this core moves so quickly, just like that, as you already lose, able to find the top corner of the net off the speakers, and Maloom not in a great position on that Estelle goalie. Once those barriers are down, Estelle is such a difficult striker to play and keep things alive. And already, Hungry Like Nephew on set point during set number 1, but this has been a close game with these KOs. Bells does get that center buff, looking to win the strike war, and has the flip here just as that buff wears off, and Vaughn dealing a lot of damage with that ultimate there. Bells now trying to dribble, has to get it past Average Alex's abilities. He's been doing a great job holding down this midfield, but it's so difficult against the Juno.
It is, and this is, right, 6 prize fighter stacks versus 0. Fiery taking a lot of abuse right now here. Able to potentially get 1 goalie barrier, but no, the pressure is so high on Fiery right now, it's really hard for him to get any momentum going.
Yeah, and of course, with no starting awakenings that do all that much, no size to start, it's going to be difficult for Fiery to find their footing here. Trying to stuff it past Vaughn with a good time strike where there's the pendulum swing coming out. Will take the one, the flip immediately to try to get past, and sure enough, able to clear it out of that corner, keeping that second barrier. A great defense from Hug here. Just trying to get it past.
Yeah, corner offense, though, a little bit scary whenever you have a 3 prize fighter Julia. Any dash punch, especially at this range, can be lethal. But hopefully Fiery will be able to get to play. He has notably as well going pummelers here, wants to play aggressive, potentially get some hook kills while that corner offense is happening. But an open net finally here for Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, finding that corner, and now 1 pendulum swing between tying up this set, and a beautiful punch there from Bells, and the dash into the top of the net as the gates open up. Bells closing out the first set in a beautiful shot.
That came out of nowhere, and Vice getting the MVP here. There's potentially a lot to look at. I'm looking at this heavy impacts, right? Even though it was recently nerfed, cooldown still incredibly strong, I think, across the board. Spark of strength as well for the scaling nugget. Opt into the heavy impacts, and that means that this damage coming out from Hungry Like Nephew is going to possibly go to the next level, right? Not only do you have just the sheer amount of power that comes from Prize Fighter, you're also going to get the cooldown to prevent the stagger regeneration. On top of that, right, the specialized training from Julie just to make the kill confirms even that more deadly. Really feels like Hungry Like Nephew are starting to ramp up their win condition, and PPL are going to have to fight for their lives in this upcoming set.
Absolutely. You know, that Hungry Like Nephew team, not what you want to see have power. I mean, we've seen all throughout the season, Sad Boys will just deal damage and kill you. And that's basically what's going to happen here again. Unless PPL is able to just stuff this core through, which is going to be difficult because Uridilu is doing a great job on the Juno locking down this midfield. And we see a KO immediately, 30 seconds into this match. And now Average Alex and Maloom have to hold this down for 5 more seconds. We'll have to see Vaughn getting aggressive at the midfield. Not able to find the stun onto Maloom, though, or at least cause that barrier to fall. PPL has both of these barriers. The corner defense is looking strong. Vaughn with a nice clear, forced to burn the ult out. And just look at how many utilities are coming out in the midfield. So much damage that you do not want to stand on.
Yeah, and we saw earlier, right, 1 prize fighter stack going the way of Bells in a way that felt calculated. I mean, look at Fiery, no evade, every cooldown under the sun going his way. Has to just spend most of his game plan just running away from things. And when you do that, you're not able to get the positioning that you want as Rasmus to get past this Vice. So despite playing a more offensive playstyle, Vaughn hasn't really felt pressure too much, to be honest.
No, definitely not. And Vaughn in a comfortable spot there. Opting to kill, will lose the barrier for it and might be punished if Bells and Uridilu aren't able to take this barrier. But here comes the offense. Average Alex on low HP now, next in line. And the core just missing the barrier will finally find its mark. Bells has the flip, finds the bottom corner. The strike shot is not quick enough. And Hungry Like Nephew scores another goal with 2 prize fighter stacks, both on Vaughn and Bells.
Right, 5 prize fighter stacks to look at from both, right? Obviously the damage ramping up, and I'm just not too sure what PPL can do at this point, right? Low on stagger, low on evade, and unless they get some very quick points, potentially with some help from Loom, again, we're going to see this situation where Fiery's just going to be targeted and knocked out of the play, and that's the playmaker for PPL. That's kind of the guy that is expected to do some of the heavy lifting here on scoring, and if that guy's never able to score, then what's your game plan?
That's right. I mean, having a core control comp, this is the issue with it. If you kill everyone that can control the core, what can you do? And this is what we're seeing. We see Bells there almost getting caught out with a little bit of knockback, but still, Fiery 2 levels below the rest of the lobby just because of how much damage is being dumped onto them.
It notably is something that PPL has historically, struggled with. If Fiery gets focused, right, he is a player that, can die, and, well, I mean, we're seeing it right there, right? Fiery going to be taken out, and just a power play for Hungry Like Nephew.
You see it coming out. There's so many Juno blobs on the pitch right now. That Timeless Creator is not helping out. And Juno just hiding in that, waiting for it, and Bells finds the dash punch yet again, this time with the stun to make sure Maloom cannot do anything about it. And this set already going 2-0. Not the position you want to be in if you're PPL.
Yeah, again, right, fully stacked prize fighter. You already lose also a Spark of Strength, so not non-zero damage coming out from the Juno here, and if that keeps up, just again, no evade here on average. Alex, I'm not quite sure what you could do here if you're PPL.
You need more energy, and I don't know how you're going to get it because you are constantly pressing evade. I mean, Fiery looking to stuff Vaughn, right? That's what you have to do if you're playing this Rasmus. You have to try to win against the goalie, and we see a KO now. Fiery gaining a little bit of XP there, and that's the stuff you need. This is what he's been looking for this entire time, but there's just too many things on the pitch and too little stagger on this striker to do it.
Yeah, I think something that's really indicative, right, despite that KO, Fiery was so scared to walk into the Obscura goo that he just kind of gave up on the offensive play before anything could happen. Average Alex, an amazing finish here on the Fini to get the point.
Yeah, nice self pass there, and definitely something to note, as you mentioned. It's scary to play against teams like this. When you're dying over and over, you're being conditioned to evade. And even off rip here, we see Vaughn immediately dumping that Vice secondary directly on to Fiery. And that's what you have to look out for. So when you do have the opportunity to be aggressive, you still don't want to overcommit because of the insane damage output that comes out from this team.
Absolutely agreed, right? And right now I'm looking at this Vaughn with this core flip. It's going to make him harder to get through, but additionally, that's another source of damage on these offensive plays. Yeah, Vaughn really looking for situations where he could go for it, get in Loom's face, take out probably that last prize fighter stack for the goalie, but before then, it's that a Hungry Like Nephew might just score.
Yeah, a huge strike war win from Bells. The pressure is mounting for PPL. Average Alex potentially next in line to get staggered, and beautiful strike war wins from Vaughn. Able to keep this core in their possession. Here comes the Fini ult. Vaughn with the self pass evades that pendulum swing, and Bells looking for the strike war, just trying to dash punch it through. But PPL is controlling the midfield right now. They're doing a great job. All it takes is one Juno blob as we hit overtime for that core to go in. And there's a huge KO. Hungry Like Nephew, 1 point away from getting to this final set. There's the ult coming out. Bell's not able to get the self pass off the speakers, but the opportunity is still there. An insane sword angle and the flip from Loom to clear this core out. Can they keep the defense going for much longer? No, they cannot. You already lose with the blobs, able to secure this 3rd point in the set. But what a defense coming out from PPL.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And to be clear, right, all PPL, all of their players are playing phenomenally. The problem is that they're just not getting the opportunity to play very often, right? Average Alex and Fiery, especially Fiery, constantly under fire. This is going to be worse too, right? Double cooldown for this Vice, and it's so easy to proc heavy impacts and hot shot on the Vice because of that chain lightning that Vaughn is going to have like a 6-second primary, right? I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, but this man is going to be able to stop regeneration of stagger by himself now. And even though the fight or flight does go the way of Loom, which, not as strong as you want on the goalie, and Fiery does get some mobility, which is a way that you could outmaneuver some of this KO, it just feels like this is checkmate right now for Hungry Like Nephew.
Oh, that's right. Whatever PPL thinks that primary cooldown is, it's probably a second less. That is just not what you want to see. Especially Juno starting to spark up with that spark of strength, spark of focus. That's going to be a lot of power. That's 139 power already coming out here. Of course, this Juliet having a lot more. And there's the team play right there coming out. The entirety of Hungry Like Nephew getting in on that. Hungry to score this first goal in set number 3, and it could be a perfect 3-0 sweep in this game number 1. Of course, this is Hungry Like Nephew's map pick, and the next map is going to be Inky's Splash Zone, believe it or not. But I don't want to count this team out because you never know in
Yeah,
nasl.
absolutely right. If there is a team that is hungry, it is PPL, right? And even though Vaughn here going to be staggered and potentially yoinked away by Fiery, but on the flip side, Bell's just hundreds to zeros his opponent. Brutal. Oh, Vaughn gets a return kill as well. This is brutal for PPL.
Yeah, this is a GG go next. I mean, you have the flip to stall it, and you do have the team coming back, but okay, there we go. We find the KO already onto Bells. This is a good scoring opportunity potentially there. We see the Sad Boys emote coming out from Average Alex. We love to see it, and just trying to get this through. The Vice ult not making things easy for PPL. Even with the power play, there are no free goals in nasl, as they say.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And almost another KO, this time on Loom. This is looking so deadly. An amazing piercing shot, though, from Loom to keep the play going. As we do go back, Hungry Like Nephew on the defense, but this hot shot from Juno, or this power from Juno, I mean, it looks like hot shot, but it isn't. It's just too much to bear. And that's just, it's just the steamrolling coming out from Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job at controlling this midfield here. And I mean, we just look at the level difference, right? It's so difficult. You're level 7 versus a full level 10 team, essentially, just constantly receiving damage in the midfield. And the second you push up all the way, Vaughn just teleports past the midfield, and now your Estelle goalie is in a 1v3.
Yeah, already a flip comes out. This could be game right there. Whoa! I don't know what was happening there, but it looks like they got the goal. And that's game number 1. The first season of the North American Strikers League goes the way of Hungry Like Nephew.
Yeah, a great performance from this team. That is just so much damage coming out on Clarion, and there was just no opportunities to control the core, Brickbat.
There really weren't. There really weren't. Vaughn, I think, a one-man army, right? All on his own. 31,000 damage just to his name, right? 5 KOs on the character that does not get a lot of KO confirms, right? Usually you're going to be relying on specialized training Juliet, who got 5 KOs of her own, right? Nothing to scoff at as well, but insane performance, I think. I think Vaughn, very clearly the MVP out of that game. Had same goal participation as his forwards, more redirects, 100 over his, his brawler, and Vice is looking good, right? I think this is a big winning patch for eject and momentum boots goalies. I personally favor the momentum boots goalies, right? But obviously, Vaughn is here today to show us that eject button is just as powerful, just as deadly, and especially in the hands of a very aggressive forward playing someone, with a little bit of midfielding experience, right? Can be extremely potent here in the North American Strikers League.
Yeah, 100%. And when you have teammates of this caliber, I mean, we know what Sad Boys can do. Having one extra person on the forward to just pass that rock, I mean, it's unstoppable, right? That's really the advantage. Just get rid of their players and have more on your side to deal all this pressure. I mean, that's what's happening at this top level. If you cannot get it past the midfield, you cannot break these barriers, you cannot score. And that's why Hungry Like Nephew is such a scary team to play against.
Absolutely agree. It's like you said, it's just simple math, right? 3 is greater than 2. And hey, if you get in those situations, might as well just win, right? So I think great showing here. I think that as well, right? I think this speaks as well to a bit of a shift in meta, right? KO, which has steadily been gaining momentum even in the previous patch. Now, I think here in full swing, especially, right? I think if eject goalies are going to be big, you can't help but think about the IME, right? A staple pick in top levels of Mega Strikers. And even though she's kind of been hit by nerfs, and a lot of people think that she's weak right now, I think her, the IME, right, the Vice, even things like potentially the Luna can come out in any of these situations, right? And that might be a preview of next series, right? With, I believe, never mind, not next season, a few series down the line, right? Merchant on Bozo Bunch, right? But yeah, going back to it, right? This, I think a big part of this patch was just kind of nuking from orbit, the prevalence of melee goalies, the dominance of holding it down goalies, and right, even though PPL really never liked melee goalies, they're playing range goalies. Hungry Lake Nephew is going to be playing range goalies. I expect a lot of teams going to be playing range goalies. This is a new Omega Strikers for a lot of people, and I'm excited. We got a very, very strong first game from Hungry Lake Nephew. I'm excited to see what game 2 brings.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be on Inky's Splash Zone, which we do know, which is PPL's pick. So I'm sure they've been practicing. They've been in the trenches with this one. We all know, and some people love Inky's. I think it's definitely an interesting map, I will say, as a goalie player. And we've had a lot of fun casting it in the past, but it does sort of lead to different strategies, right? Because for last game example, we saw a bunch of KOs coming out. Now, what if you don't have time to KO people because there's a giant water beam coming at you? Like,
yeah,
I feel like that totally switches up the character pool that you're able to play and makes characters who might not be viable on maps where you actually have to run around and take up the full space completely viable.
Yeah, absolutely agreed, right? Fiery, a huge fan of that Rasmus, right? Played a previous game, has probably his kind of default pick in a lot of situations. I've had the pleasure of playing with it a ton, and in those situations, Fiery can kind of do it all if he gets the momentum going in his favor. He could score, he could play, he could rotate back to play midfielder. Heck, he could even play a little bit of goalie if you need him to, right? And if he gets his hands on that Rasmus, joined by something aggressive from Loom, which Loom basically always picks, like you mentioned, these points could be over in just a flash. That being said, Inky's Hungry Lake Nephew are no strangers to Inky's. They're one of the forefront teams, I think, alongside PPL, that really brought Inky's strategy, I guess, to the forefront of Mega Strikers, right? For those of you who've been around, right, for a year plus, right, the conception of Inky Splash Zones was very negative as an uncompetitive, very quick, very, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse map, but that has changed in recent years, and that's honestly changed for a lot of maps in general, which is why I think this season is very exciting to look at, especially for these map pick bans. But Inky's especially is something that I think both of these teams are very experienced going into, and we'll see what they can pull off. I expect some lightning fast rounds, like you mentioned.
That's right. I will be running it down as Vice in ranked, so stay off the keys, guys. You know I'm coming after watching that game number 1. But we do see starting Awakenings here, Twin Drive and Timeless Creator making an appearance once again. We do see the Era and Kai band coming out. I feel like, what do you think, Brickbat? I mean, none of these, I guess both of these characters are pretty strong with Twin Drive. Is that something you expect to see?
I'm really curious because you know what happened? This, I believe, was the exact opposite, right? PPL banned Kai, Hungry Like Nephew banned Era, and on the flip side now, Hungry Like Nephew are banning Kai and PPL are banning Era, and Era, I think, absolute talk of the town, right? This 0.2 second cast time on an ability that has the range that Era does is very good. Like, just let's put it out there, right? Arguably, she is the best midfielder in the game now because of that change, right? Even just that small cast time change gives her so many options to play aggressively in ways that she just hasn't before, which a lot of teams are really, really adapting to. And it makes a lot of the rest of her kit even more better or stronger, right? If you have to think about when that beam's going to come out, that allows the NATO to sneak up on you, right? That makes you more privy to be hit by debuffs. That makes the enemy brawler more likely to be hit by buffs, right? It's just an easier thing to use now. And because of that, Era has zoomed all the way back to the top. I fully expect her to have a 90+% presence today. And obviously we're seeing that, right? Banned out in both games by Red Team. Do not want to give that Era away first pick.
Yeah, we will. I'll be excited to see the percentages later on once the stat. I don't know if the stats people are still collecting that, but if we get to see the ban rates for strikers, it's insane to see how Era all of a sudden, after one small patch, is now a huge contender in nasl, and we'll have to see how this meta is pioneered moving forward. Game number 2, Inky's Splash Zone. We are getting into it. We're going to see Hungry Like Nephew on the left side here, up 1-0 in this series, looking to close it out with a clean 2-0. Will they be able to do it, Brickbat?
Something that I want to bring attention to, Luna here from Vaughn. He loves this pick, especially on Twin Drive. Look how aggressive you could play, just sniping away goalie berries. But if Fiery, like you mentioned, gets his way here in the enemy goal net, he might be able to just score it before anything happens. But as for now, we're going back into the middle of it.
And that's a lot of strike resets. Was just having a conversation earlier, and Bell's trying to end that conversation. A nice quick goal there with the bread and butter Zentaro. But Juno is such a scary character to play against just because of those strike resets when you're hitting the blob. You have to be worried about that, and you can easily lose out on strike wars completely just by your teammates stepping on the blob. So something definitely notable, which I'm sure all of these characters or all these players on the pitch know, being in nasl here. We see Bells taking another barrier. It's going to be difficult for Maloom on this now goalie, and the flip blocked away. We do see the blast coming out, and you already lose with a KO just for good measure, able with that piercing shot to get the second goal. And this has been perhaps 2 minutes or 1 minute, and there's 2 goals already for the side of Hungry Like Nephew.
Right, very, very dominant first performance. Looking to continue that momentum from last game. And look at Vaughn, he's so aggressive. He didn't even take his eject button back. He's so confident in the offense of his team. He's just back again.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see if you're PPL. Vaughn is feeling himself right now and trying to keep this ball past the midfield. There again, Bell's looking for that bread and butter, trying to secure it. Pendulum swing, not able to get the core fast enough. 26 seconds left on the clock. Bells with the passive, able to hit that down. Keep this corner pressure here. You already lose. Has to try to get it past the Juno blob now. And this Ludo goalie is scary. That missile almost taking out Fiery off the bottom. You already lose with the Rose Warp. Trying to find it. The Supernova coming out. Not needed. Bells able to secure that. And a quick 3-0 coming out from Hungry Like Nephew here. And we'll have to see if the Awakenings favor them.
Taking a look at this, I'm immediately looking at that explosive entrance, right? Dash range on Zentaro, something that he loves even more so on open maps like Inky's Splash Zone. We'll see what actually gets picked up here, but I'm also looking at things like the hot shot for Estelle, right? Not only does it deny Vijuno, Estelle herself is incredibly good, right? It makes that primary all the more deadly. That just that fraction of a second of hit stun with the added core speed means that she's going to get so many more goals, so many more barriers that she otherwise wouldn't have. And on the bottom end of that draft, I'm actually looking at the specialized training on Rasmus, right? Fiery, huge fan of Pummeler's Rasmus, takes it every map he can, and he specifically does it because of how good his KO presence is in corner offense, is already getting one, and this is a power play. It feels like a first here for PPL.
Oh, definitely a first, and especially on a huge impact player like Vaughn on this Luna. But Bell's looking to get the instant goal. Fiery just has to put it through both players. And Maloom looking for this pass. The pressure coming out from the Jet. Bell's looking to secure it again, not able to find it. Here comes all of You Already Lose's abilities. And Fiery gets a chance to dribble. The pendulum swing to hit it up top. And now has the Timeless Creator. Might be able to help out in the offense. Vaughn from downtown. Not able to find it yet. But Vaughn is going to be such a threat with his eject button. Not to mention Twin Drive. That's 2 opportunities to be a problem in the net.
Yeah, agreed. You already lose now up to Bells, potentially staggered here. Could be sent off, especially if that specialized training Rasmus hits him. We'll see, though, if Bells and Fiery really are even able to meet here.
See away the mine, the stun though. Maloom can't even strike the core. And this is where things get scary. That explosive entrance means Bells has scoring potential from outside of the goalie box.
Yeah, just, it's brutal. It felt like for a second there, PPL might get a little bit of momentum, but it's just immediately taken away, right? Any second that Vaughn is here playing offense is a second where Bloom is going to have to deal with this potentially surprise 3v1 situations, which is just so hard to deal with, especially now that you're not playing range goalies. You're not playing characters that win every single interaction, right? And good old Omega Strikers could come calling.
That's right, and I don't even think Maloom had the opportunity to use the flip there for that one, taking damage from Bells as Vaughn hearing that goal, able to put it through. And this is just what's so scary about that team. We saw a second ago, the core is right in front of PPL's barrier, and all three players are looking for the opportunity to take this barrier. I mean, it's so difficult to deal with, and a nice KO will mean PPL has a bit of a power play, but look at this. The barrier finally falls now with 1 second left on Yal's cooldown. And Vaughn making sure this goal does not go in, trying to keep this game perfect so far. We'll have to see if they're able to.
Yeah. It's scary, right? Bells with his flip, right? Especially on a map like Inky's where things could get switched in any which way at any second. We'll see if PPL are going to be able to hold strong their advantage right now, but Hungry Like Nephew are no jokes here on the defense.
Yeah, Fiery will get healed up a little bit, just eating damage from the entire Hungry Like Nephew roster. Fiery there with a nice death touch. The pendulum swing not stunning for long enough. A fraction of a second more, and that goal was in there. There's Vaughn with that second barrier. Maloom has very few abilities, but we do see Bells off the pitch. Alex is back. Here comes the pressure from PPL. There's the pendulum swing. Fiery now trying to control the core. The shot up, blocked away by Vaughn. You already lose. Looking for the piercing shot just wide of the net. And Vaughn does not have that many abilities to work with. Alex up top, the flip coming through, and Vaughn, the alley-oop from Bells, secures set number 2, 3-0.
God, that was nasty. I mean, the Blick already has so many mix-ups, but the Luna from the rafters to just red core it in. I mean, what do you do? What do you do for your Bloom? You just watch and pray that you can react to the milliseconds that you have to actually catch that. An amazing, like you said, an alley-oop. Like, friggin' that one image where there's a dude dunking that people make a bunch of SpongeBob drawings of. It was that image. That image. Yeah. They just did that. And looking at draft here, I'm looking at Monumentalist on now, right? Tried and true, right? But this missile propulsion on Vaughn, right? Not only something that is just generally good on Luna, but Vaughn, I've been seeing, has been playing very well with their placements to hit the core in ways that PPL are not expecting, and he's going to have a lot more opportunities to do that now with that added range anywhere on the map.
Yeah, and the extra power coming out. Wow, that was almost a double kill there. The extra power coming out there from the missile propulsion just means we've seen Vaughn push back Fiery, like almost out of the play with the distance, just from a rocket hitting. And we're going to see that a lot more with missile prop. Even further, Vaughn now is just in the goal box. There's so many abilities coming out, and the core will drift through. I believe Bell's credited, or Vaughn actually credited with that goal. There's just so many abilities coming out, and I don't even know if you can time that properly. If you're Maloom, you kind of just have to sit there and take it.
Yeah, 100%. You just kind of have to, pick whatever, Omega Striker's god you pray to and hope they're watching. It's rough. We saw Fiery just get taken out by Rocket Raw, and I don't know what else there is to really say. It really feels like all the momentum, all the power is in the hands of Hungry Like Nephew. It's their game to win. It's their game to lose. It's their game to do whatever with. They own everything.
Yeah, they are tap dancing around the pitch right now as we see another KO. Vaughn just sitting in the goal box and burning out that entire eject button timer. There's the flip a little bit late. Here comes another one. Is stuffed. This will go down. Alex looking for that jet to come up off respawn. Able to fish it out. Fiery with the stun on You Already Lose. I'm not sure how Vaughn wasn't able to strike that. Perhaps burn the cooldown a little bit too early, but PPL getting on the board in game number 2. It is only week 1, so there's definitely going to be some VODs to study coming up here, but these teams are no joke.
I think Vaughn whiffed the strike trying to get the core out of the water jet. I think that might have been what happened. If I were able to capitalize on immediately. And has a flip here, has some stuff to work with, but he might be threatened to use it defensively here, maybe, but right now there is a lot of pressure coming out. PPL, some signs of life.
Definitely some signs of life. I think the creations and the creation size from Maloom will help in this midfield. Just keep the core past that line, and a little bit greedy trying to get that KO. Vaughn leaving the net open. Fiery credited with the goal from the grave. Will somehow bring PPL up in the set right now, 2-1.
Yeah, they're like a That's a bars and back. That is not what you like to see.
No, that is, and that's a 14-second goal. Okay. Let's walk back in here. Do not count Hungry Like Nephew out. That is a lot of damage and an immediate goal, and things are even right now. It's golden goal right now. Hungry Like Nephew needs one more to close out this series in a perfect 2-0, but Fiery with a beautiful death touch manages to take set number 3. And just like that, we're going to see PPL getting some awakenings here.
Splash zone. Yeah, it can go EK splash zone. All right, looking at draft stacks on stacks is what I'm looking at. It's gonna be big on whoever picks it up. 1-2 punch for this Juno as well. We already saw the Slimes giving a lot of trouble, but it's actually going to be Spark of Leadership gonna be taken out. I'm not a nasl player, but I have heard a lot of discourse from nasl players or former nasl players about Spark of Leadership. Some people think this awakening sucks. It's third Spark though, notably. So that means that it does give the Spark Exodia that people want. Not the Exodia, but the Spark kind of breakpoint, which is going to be very big. Obviously a huge tempo swing for the side of PPL, right? Which means that there is a potential win con here, but even then, it's debatable, but we'll see what happens. Okay, I'm getting yelled at that it's third Spark, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
We will see what happens. It seems to be working right now, but that's a lot of cooldowns. Here comes the Jet from Inky's looking to cause some pressure. Alex up to Fiery with the mix-up. Vaughn reads down, and actually the recovery drone is popped by Fiery. Able to sneak that past, and that's gone for the rest of the set. Things are looking good for PPL.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing to look at as well, right? Bells does have the stacks on stacks, which is something that could absolutely come into play as well. Zentaro very good at getting those stacks, even with the nerfed reductions. Barrier down here for the side of PPL, but Fiery looks to be playing very aggressive, just looking to make sure that Vaughn can't enter the play, basically always standing between him and the core so he can never dash in. Well,
and he dashed in, break that. He dashed in, and that's the first goal for Hungry Like Nephew in this set, and things are scary. We've seen You Already Lose doing a great job in this midfield, and that's one of the key players on this team. Of course, all three are probably on the Mount Rushmore of Omega Strikers for sure. But that being said, You Already Lose making sure that Maloom's like sentries and mines and everything are just not being utilized properly in the midfield. We see constantly the use of the Rose Warp to block out that insane speed, that red core that will come from all that power from those creations. So hard to get it past, and Vaughn just with the ego check gets that strike, where the flip coming out from Bells, the patience from all of these players. It's all about mind games if you want to take this barrier, and look at all of the abilities coming through, and still Maloom holds.
Yeah, well played here from the side of PPL to actually really mount what looked like a really good offense here from Hungry Like Nephew. That being said, they're going to lose it. That stray rocket coming out from Vaughn, the missile propulsion from anywhere, right? It's a bit dastardly.
Indeed, and Bells goes fishing. Able to take that out the second it comes through off that corner. And that's great positioning and communications from the side of Hungry Like Nephew, and they're 1 point away again from closing it. We've seen this before though. Will the sparks be enough? And that's a 3-second barrier. The piercing shot finds all three players, but not the core. And the Jet comes out. There's pressure mounting. The barrier will drop for Hungry Like Nephew, trying to get this through. Almost does with the Juno slime. And here comes the pressure. Somehow Vaughn is holding again and again, and Fiery will win the double strike war against You Already Lose and Vaughn. And again, 2-2 in this set. PPL is not out yet.
I don't even know how Fiery got that strike. Did he finesse the core with the death touch in there? I don't know how he got that strike, but that was incredible coming out from Fiery. That's exactly the offense you want to need. You're going to need here if you want to take it. And this went the way of PPL before. They could potentially take this set here too.
That's right. We will see Bloom in the net. Vaughn trying to fly in here. You already lose, looking for the stun. A great use of this mine here. And Bells is low up top. You see Fiery fishing for that Death's Touch here. Vaughn will clear it away, and it's a difficult position for Maloom. 2 flips, though, in the net for PPL. There's one used in offense. The Juno Slimes almost get it through. Vaughn has the flip, though. Great patience, but a better clear from Vaughn. Average Alex, low HP. Vaughn with the back pass. Insane teamwork coming out. Bells was not prepared, though. Trying to stuff this through. Fiery with the self pass. The Juno Blob finds its mark. Here comes the Blobs and the damage. Vaughn cannot strike it. PPL evens out the game 2-2 in sets, and we're going to set number 5.
Yeah, an Average Alex here, first in draft. I actually don't know if the Spark is there. The Spark is there! The Spark Exodio with Spark of Leadership! Cinema! And even though Vaughn is going to get this Deadeye, I'm also looking at that Adrenaline Rush and Stinger as well, right? KO could always come back in full force, right? This is Spark of Leadership Exodia, right? The optimal Spark build. And most importantly, I think this is the most important Spark for Juno to get. She is now going to be red coring, right? With those slimes off rip, I believe. And that is the potential. That is the explosive core control that PPL need to get through. Again, what is not a melee goalie, right? Vaughn is going to have to spend a lot more resources here on the defense, and he might not even get to it fast enough. Already, a goalie barrier down.
That's right, and immediately a 5-second goal coming out from PPL. I think it was the Spark of Strength, but I'm trolling a little bit. That is insane. And look at all the damage awakenings that came out. We see Vaughn getting Deadeye. We see Fiery with Prize Fighter, and Average Alex with Spark of Strength. Or, yeah, with the Spark of Strength also getting applied onto Fiery. And look at this!
God.
The net is open! The net is open!
I think this set has been 10 seconds so far. I think I'm scared to even talk. I don't want to be talking with this last goal is scored. Anything can happen here.
Anything can happen, and it's going to be quick. Vaughn already taking some stagger. Fiery in this midfield. They will be dashing in. There's the barrier, almost finding its mark through those gates. Fiery is staggered, but healed back up. Here comes the Jet to clear things away. Bells is going to be fishing, and You Already Lose finds it. Able to secure that with those Crystal Thorns, I believe. And there's a 7-second goal. We're at a total of 18 seconds now. 4 goals scored in set number 3. And this is still terrifying. There's a KO immediately. Fiery almost finds the barrier. And now you just have to get it through Vaughn. And there it is. Fiery has the opportunity to score it here and close out this game. The KO core flip from Bells, though. Here's the flick. The Jet away catches Bells. And Fiery keeping the control of this core. The missile coming through. You Already Lose looking for the combo. Well, Fiery is staggered. Alex back on the pitch. Maloom up to Alex. The shot cleared away. And the flip is so patient. Fiery just needs to win one strike war to close out this game. And here's the opportunity. The pass, the bad bounce off the corner. All players here and another KO. 3 prize fighter stacks for Fiery. Average Alex is going to be working to get the core there. And there it is. Fiery closes out game number 2 in a ridiculous comeback for PPL.
I would like to give my formal apologies to Spark of Leadership. I did not understand the capabilities. I looked at like the 20 movement speed, the 9 CDR, and I was like, okay, it's not that big a deal. It was clearly a big deal. That is my fault, and I owe Spark of Leadership. I underestimated it. Okay, 4 Spark. Okay, 4 Sparks came later, pod. Okay, whatever. Moving on though, right? I mean, okay, guys, I'm being gaslit live. All right, let me. You know what? Good job, PPL. This producer guy, right? I'm not gonna say his name. You know who he is, right? It's like, oh, spark of leadership. It's 3 sparks. It's so good. When I was like, oh, I don't think the spark of leadership was going to be that great. And then this producer guy,
I think you're hearing things. I think you're. I don't want to gaslight you, but I think you're acting crazy right now, Brickbat. I'm not gaslighting, but you're kind of crazy. So
sorry, the voices won for a second there. Looking back on it though, right? Absolutely well played. I think 4 sparks obviously going to be amazing. Did so much of that heavy lifting in the end of that game, that final set, right? I think that was a potentially sub 1 minute playtime set, right? And that courtesy of Inkies, right? That always, that could happen. But I think that also speaks to the advantage, especially now that Juno was red coring pretty much all the time. It really felt like it was just so hard for Hungry Like Nephew to keep up in that situation. Looking at it as well, right? 7 KOs that came out. I believe a large amount of them came in that last set or two as well, right? The pummelers, right? You can't forget about it. And even though it didn't have a huge presence in the early part of the game, Fiery was starting to find those KOs. He was starting to find those prize fighter stacks, and I think he absolutely contributed to that win as well.
Yeah, I think there was at least 4 KOs in that last set, or at least a 4 KO streak. I'm not sure if that resets between sets there. But yeah, Fiery, a lot of damage output, partially assisted by just heavy impact prize fighter. And then also, getting that 25% spark from average Alex. I mean, that just 4 sparks is ridiculous. He got the deed to the game. That's what I'll say. You got the deed and the key to the Inky Splashstone City. So we will have to see game number 3. I'm not quite sure what map it's on. We'll probably see that in a second, but going to be well, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what to say, Brickbat. I think anything can happen in this game number 3. I was expecting game number 2 to just be a total slam. I was not expecting PPL to reverse sweep that. But that's, what you need to see on the first game of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not too sure. It feels like Hungry Like Nephew had very dominant performances, right? Let's not forget, right? The first half of that game did happen, right? We were just, I believe I was literally saying it's just Hungry Like Nephew could do whatever they want this game and they'd still win. Obviously they couldn't, as this reality shows, right? So, a couple good drafts, right? Maybe a hidden strategy to pull out on game 3, or just even some random chance wherever the core goes, right? And PPL can take their opportunity, right? There is a reason that PPL is one of the teams here in the North American Strikers League. They had to fight for this position, and they're absolutely earning their keep here in game number 2. And if they really want to impress us, I think they're hungry for a game number 3. They want to make their mark here in the North American Strikers League. And honestly, right, the biggest question whenever, right, Lob City, Quest Esports, right, when you come in is, are you going to get that first win? Are you going to actually start your season? And doing it against Hungry Like Nephew is an amazing statement. It's a strong statement to start your tenure.
Absolutely. And, looks like we're going to be getting into the pick and ban here. We do see a Big Fish and Monumentalist start. And for map knowers, you know why Finny is banned immediately.
Yeah, it's Finny, especially with anything that increases the size of her ultimate, right? It's so impossible to deal with, right? Especially now, right? Where the only characters that can deal with it, right? The Asher, the Atlas, the Dubu, these are characters that are not seeing as much play so far in this season, and not even something that PPL really plays. So it absolutely makes sense. They're just like, we don't want to deal with it, even though we're blue pick. We don't want to deal with it. And as I say it, right, they lock in the Atlas. But yeah, disturbing pick, a disturbing start for this map. We'll see what the rest of the draft brings us.
Yeah, and I'm expecting damage, perhaps, on a map like this. I mean, of course, the Finny will get banned out immediately to sort of prevent against that, but that's just what you expect. I mean, there's only so much you can do, especially when the core is behind your net, and especially against the Juno, which I think is one of potentially the scariest picks on here. This Juno Rasmus for Hungry Like Nephew is going to be terrifying. I mean, this is not what you want to see if you're a goalie and all of a sudden you're getting strike reset because there's about a 5-foot area you can walk through with Juno slime all over the floor, and immediately just getting like triple strike resetted into your little circle speaker. Like, come on, that's not fun.
W Judo, I guess. Yeah, absolutely. It can get extremely claustrophobic in those situations, especially because there are two awakenings here that grant size to things, right? Big Fish, right? Size to the striker, Monumentalist size to the creations. And when you have that little space to work with, really anything can happen. It's going to be, a mosh pit as, this map was inspired by, of course, right? So we'll see which team comes out on top. I'm also looking at this Kazan pick, right? Another staple pick for Fiery, something that can be KO'd out, especially, right? I think if this is going to be Vaughn on the Rasmus, who's going to be hungry, looking for those KO confirms, and can really, honestly, given a bit of power, start bullying out of this Kazan from the positions that he wants to be in.
That's right. Well, map number 3, we have all the picks locked in for Hungry Like Nephew. We do have the Juno, most likely a Rasmus goalie, and then the Julie forward. And for PPL, you have that Atlas Kazan now, a whole lot of core control, and just a lot of things that will hit you, as we come to see in the North American Strikers League and in Omega Strikers. So we're going to be getting into it here. Map number 3. The contested name for how you pronounce this map. I say Demon Days. I'm hoping that's right, Brickbat.
I will make no official statement. I mean, I think Mr. Producer Man might come to my house and drag me off if I pronounce it wrong. So I will be referring to this as the map. And then we will continue it. Going into it though, I'm excited to see this. I'm really, really curious about how Fiery versus Vaughn is going to play out here. I think that might be indicative of who is going to win this game, depending on whether or not Fiery can really get past the defense of the Rasmus here, or if Vaughn is just going to bully out the Brawler.
That's right. Well, 2 Monumentalists on the side of PPL here. Only one for you already lose on the side of Hungry Like Nephew, and you see a quick barrier fall. Making clears as a goalie, incredibly difficult on this map just because it's a circle. And a circle has all of the angles. But when you're the goalie, it feels like you don't have any of the angles to clear out against a comp like this. So both these teams, corner defense, going to be incredibly important. We've seen how well Hungry Like Nephew does in their corner defense from that game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Notably, this is a Vambrace Kazan, right? Has that burst potential, right? 6 abilities to revive, but already a KO found by Bells. Has the flip here. This might be a goal soon.
Sure might. There's the flip. Looking for that top corner. Ooh. Average Alex with the ego check uses those abilities. Instead, Fiery punished for it, taken off the pitch, keeping this power play alive for another 10 seconds. There's the shot up top. Just a little bit wide here. Bells burns all those abilities. Vaughn and You Already Lose both have the flip. Neither have to use it. Bell's able to find this first goal here for Hungry Like Nephew, and it's going to be difficult if these players are being taken off the pitch. You have to stop this momentum early and make sure that you're all scaling at the same rate.
Yeah, agreed. This Atlas revive also going to be incredibly useful with the Monumentalist too. It's going to take up a very large area, so if it gets to those mosh pit situations, PPL might find themselves with a very big advantage, especially in that, that Brawler versus goalie matchup we're going to see here on the right side of the field. As of right now, though, it's actually going to be average Alex taking a chill pill here in the KO penalty box.
Yeah, and there's a lot of healing on this team, too. I mean, of course, you have the Now Mines, you have the Now ult, and you also have Maloom able to use that ult there every 40 seconds or so. And despite this, we're still going to find a lot of KOs coming out from this. Bells doesn't even have pauldrons either, has the slick kicks, and still able to find a lot of damage onto these strikers. Something to look out for during this matchup.
I'm actually super curious. Oh my gosh, that flame flurry that I think Bells was knocked into by Fiery, a bit of a betrayal there coming out from the Brawlers. All Brawlers are beautiful, but as of right now, average Alex gonna have to play goalie here for a little bit.
That's right. Maloom is back up. Still 1 tick left on this barrier on the right side, which seems like a mountain to climb. That core flip, I thought it was going to bounce down, but perfect angle coming out there from Bells, and a nice shot able to find it. Just an absolute ripper in the top. That's the difficulty of playing so many of these goalie characters. You do not have your strike shot. You don't have your secondary. And even then, it's so fast.
Yeah, obviously as well, right? The Monumentalist Juno, right, actually going to add some of that core speed as well, which makes it even harder for Atlas to defend against that speed. But amazing strike layering actually coming out from Hungry Like Nephew there. But they are going to lose their goalie barrier here. PPL potential opportunity.
That's right, and as you mentioned, I do believe that team player is actually in this patch of the game, so will help out a team like PPL if Maloom is able to get their hands on that. That's going to be a big thing. Just prediction for the future. We'll have to see if that does come out. But look at the pressure. Vaughn all the way up midfield on this Rasmus with those powerhouse pauldrons. Doesn't even need the speed, just needs the pressure and a beautiful pass. Reads you already lose. Who's expecting the down clear. Instead, Fiery gets a piece of that, and PPL is on the board. Nice teamwork there on this midfield and forward position.
Yeah. Obviously, it's probably not intentional. I think Fiery was just following, brawler instincts of getting the core in the net as fast as possible, but it's actually very crucial, I think, that Fiery get first in this upcoming draft. This is an entire team comp and build, right, with a Vicious Bam Brace that is dependent on keeping Fiery alive so he could play his core control game plan. And if he does not get that, if he doesn't get the scaling that he needs to kind of carry these offensive situations, this is a team that really won't have a game plan coming into these later sets. So Fiery's going to need to play very well, I think, here on the first set in order to kind of confirm a good spot in the upcoming draft.
That's right. 100%. We saw that last game. We saw what Fiery can do. Keep him alive, and you will score 2 goals in 10 seconds. Maybe not on this map, but definitely the name of the game. As you mentioned, Bell's here healing up a little bit, trying to stay away from that damage, and that's a big KO find. Fiery almost finds Vaughn too. Bells has to dash in and play second goalie, and we do have the power play, although Hungry Like Nephew going to keep this power play from residing any further. Maloom now trying to clear this up, and Average Alex on a little bit low HP will be forced to burn that flip, trying to find the KO, and a beautiful save from Maloom will drop that barrier though. However, an Average Alex low HP now as the second barrier will fall.
Yeah, Fiery looking to potentially get something back, but the core is just sailing around him, right? You're not going to have any mobility here with a Vicious Bam Brace either. You're going to be reliant on your abilities, and if you don't have them, the core could sail past like nothing, just as it is right now. The defense from Hungry Like Nephew is looking scary.
That's right. This core is just floating around, and a beautiful play from Fiery will take that second barrier. Vaughn and Maloom, both goalies, have the flip and have the opportunity to use it defensively. Fiery with the self pass, looking up top. You already lose. Just sitting there. A good shot by Fiery. Had the potential to score there, and the self pass, not able to get the strike timing for that second one. Looking for that hook, for that crooked leverage, trying to get the core in possession. Here comes the Juno Blobs as we hit overtime so fast. These pendulum swings are going to be essential. And this pressure coming out. There's the flip. Will it go top? Nope. Down the bottom. A great shot by Fiery. Saw Vaughn started to walk up just slightly and rips it in the bottom corner. 2-2 in set number 1, and this game is close.
Yeah, it is absolutely awesome that Fiery did that. An excellent kind of layer 2 on the thought process to get it past Vaughn there in the 50-50. PBL a potential steal. It feels like every set they're able to take is a steal, but they're stealing games, so this is just an opportunity for them. They're playing phenomenally.
That's right. They are playing amazing. Bells there. Flip to secure the barrier on set point. It is essential that you keep this alive. Vaughn now drops 1 tick. He'll keep this core in the corner. There's a lot of abilities being dumped. A lot of creations. Maloom, a little bit scary. Forced to go back now. This core will be moving quickly in about 10 seconds here. There's the flip, saved away the strike shot to help assist on the offense. Fiery dealing damage, and the core just drifts in.
Yeah, Bell's an insane outplay there. An amazing use of the Juliet primary, by the way, to win the first interaction to force the 50-50 against Average Alex, which he knew that he could be patient on, right? If he loses that, his team is just right behind him anyways. So absolutely great patience, absolutely great presence of mind, and that is the type of play to take away the set. Well played.
Yeah, and here's the hot shot denial. That is fair,
What
but
do
of
anyways?
course, every time you try to deny Juno, there's always hot shot and 1-2 punch back to back right next to each other. I have never seen those two awakenings appear on separate sets. It's always in the same. So not too punished, but obviously hot shot pretty helpful.
Yeah. By the way, guys, if you do not have an awakening to take and there's just nothing good, it is actually okay to take Orb Replicator. We saw Bells just take that right now, right? Even over something like the Stinger. Just said, hey, KO's not our game plan. We're just going to go this Orb Replicator, and it can do work, right? If you are going out of your way to deny orbs from the enemy goalie, or you are the goalie yourself, you can get a lot of value. It's 110% for both your teammates, right? So as we get into it, look to see how Bells positions for that, and we're going to see the value come out from that, I think.
Oh, absolutely. And that's just going to be some extra healing as well for You Already Lose, who's been taking a lot of damage in this midfield here. And speaking of damage, Fiery is low and in a scary spot. Whenever you see them walking towards one direction, that is where you know the dash punch and the Juno blobs are about to find their mark. There's a lot of damage. The flip comes out. Will take that second barrier. Bells with the flip of their own. A great prediction there by Bloom. Knows he's going to shoot it up, and second barrier will fall now. But still, the pressure is all on PPL. Fiery just has to get this crooked leverage and find the perfect angle. But once again, both goalies have the flip. Alex close to having it. The pass up. Bells looking for the dash punch. The stun will keep this goal alive for a little bit longer. Alex just has to try and lock this down. There's the flip. Bells trying to read something. Fiery with the topspin. Will he shoot down again? And he does. A great shot there coming out from Fiery, just knowing no one is in that corner. And despite Vaughn being large and in charge with essentially 3 size awakenings, still not able to get to that bottom side of the net.
Yeah. Notably as well, right, this Rasmus double size, it's so hard, even for a Kazan to strike Warhim. So this is good defense here. PPL absolutely, PPL playing phenomenally to even just get through that in the first place. But I think it's still an uphill battle for them. But right now, the aggression seems to be paying off.
Oh, absolutely. And part of this is just coming down to how well can you defend this net. And Bloom has so many more options with these projectiles. Has the strike shot, has the primary, and also just has your win button that you get every once in a while. Unfortunately, win button not working out this time as that second barrier falls, evening things out. We see the corner defense coming out again, trying to get Fiery the core. And the speed coming out from the midfield from You Already Lose and Bells is scary. That's a lot of surmounting pressure that Fiery's not able to get back to. Ooh. But Fiery will secure yet another goal. And, you know, Brickbat, as you mentioned earlier, that's the game plan. Get Fiery the core and let him cook.
Yeah, absolutely. And on this Kazan, he has so much mix-up potential, right? Has the stuff to get it through the Rasmus, which might not potentially have those same tools, but even when he's not able to get those opportunities, he still has mix-up options, right? He's scored 2 goals, I believe, so far this game with really good core flip predictions, and if that continues, I think Vaughn is going to have to start playing a little bit more passively, which means that Hungry Like Nephew, potentially some cracks in the armor.
Yeah, and that's not something this team likes to play. They don't want to feel like they're playing on the back foot. They've been dominant for so long. Of course, throughout Omega Strikers history. They want to play on the offense. That's a big KO from Bells. Fiery, though, has the flip. Opting not to use it. Taking a lot of damage, though. The core drifting through, and Bells is just able to find that shot in the top corner there. Or technically the bottom corner for them. I guess that's the hot spot right now for all the goalies to be looking out for, is the bottom corner of these nets. And just a great performance, you know, coming out, finds that KO, a lot of damage, and the scaling definitely has started.
Yeah, agreed. I think the 1-2 punch from the Julia the 1-2 punch from the Juno means that she's able to play the damage game a little bit, right? And even though this is a composition dedicated to kind of protecting Fiery, if you're able to punch through that, again, that's still always scary, but as of right now, it's going to be average Alex feeling a bit of punishment.
Yeah, no amount of healing can save you from that, especially if Maloom's ult is not up. A beautiful pass there. Bell's almost getting a piece of that, but Maluma had something to say about it. Fiery just not finding that strike timing here. Some beautiful passing. The flip comes through. And this is scary here for both sides. I feel like the defense is extremely equally matched right now.
Yeah, agreed. And Average Alex and Fiery, I think, when they do get that opportunity to actually get the core in front of Vaughn, they are abusing what Rasmus is weak at quite well. The pass coming through, Fiery potentially the opportunity.
Wow.
Yeah. Whenever Fiery and Average Alex get in a situation where they are advantaged, they are finding ways to get past Vaughn. It feels like Fiery might be figuring out something here. He might be cracking the code.
They might be. That's 3 goals for Fiery in this set. Evening things out, and we will see 2 sparks on the board, likely opting for that prime time. We'll get that second ability, able to throw out just against Juliet, just against Juno, able to sort of win any strike war for free with that extra primary charge. Definitely a good pickup there. And are you seeing any other notable pickups, Brickbat, during this draft?
Yeah, I'm looking at 2 of them, and I think it is the Stagger Awakenings for the forward duo. Again, there's already the Now, there's already the Atlas, there's already the Vicious Vambrace, and now you have to contend with a Reptile Remedy here on this Kazan. And even though there have been a lot of knockback KOs, right? Doing a lot of... Okay, my bad, sorry, right? There have been a lot of knockback KOs, a lot of situations where Bells and you already lose, or Bells is fine the dash punch. I think that stagger KOs is really not an option anymore for Hungry like Nephew, and I think it's going to give a lot of opportunities here to PPL.
Yeah, I mean, just look at how many ticks Fiery has on that HP bar. That's a lot. That's a lot of health. But that also means that you're going to have to output a lot of damage, and we see Fiery just using those... You just slamming down after using that umbrella and also hitting You Already Lose and Vaughn. I mean, the size awakening from the start means that range is just going to help out a lot. And there's a KO. Bells finds one and adds 1 to the prize fighter stack. Etch it in the belt. As we do see a huge KO coming out onto Fiery.
Now we're going back and forth. Average Alex playing good interference right now. Actually gets a reverse power play. Fiery's coming to catch up. Now Fiery doesn't have a pull, but has a bit more to work with. This is a potential goal here if Fiery plays it well, but You Already Lose and Bells both now on the defense. Actually gets the flip from Average Alex too. This is something good for Hungry like Nephew.
That's right, but we do see Fiery on the offense, looking to stuff it through the flip on the goal line. And Average Alex just misreading that strike timing. Will be punished for that barrier, and Bells almost finds that fish there, just trying to survive against Maloom here. The stagger coming out in a demon angle off of the pendulum swing from Vaughn means that is absolutely tragic for PPL.
Really good find from Vaughn, right? And does have that Deadeye 2 with the triple size, which means his full pendulum swing, right? His full primary is getting that Deadeye effect, which is allowed it to send the core that fast, which is just another thing on the mental stack here for Maloom.
100% stuck in this corner now, looking for the offense. There's one barrier dropped. Bells just sitting on the speaker, really causing as much pressure as they can. Maloom's now getting active in the midfield, but has to be careful about this Julie. Atlas not known for being the most agile striker in the game in terms of speed, but still making it work in this midfield.
Yeah, and one thing I'm looking at right now, Fiery does have that flip, has used it incredibly well so far this game if he gets the opportunity, but he's going to have to play around this corner. Actually uses it to get a KO, a bit of a reversal of fortunes here, but a good dash from Bells keeps him alive for now. An excellent evade as well.
Yeah, Bells somehow staying alive for yet a little while longer, and right now it's a 2 versus 2.
Ooh.
And then there's also a 1 versus 1 between Fiery and Bells, and Fiery almost finds that shot a pixel off from bouncing in. Once again, that strike just a little bit short. Bells going on the offense. You Already Lose does have the flip. Might have to use it defensively if Fiery keeps putting pressure on like this.
Yeah, agreed. Fiery just needs one thing. Has the pull here to potentially get it through. The strike war, though, goes in favor of You Already Lose. Flip for good measure as well to get it out and ready to go for Bells. So right now, Maloom desperately just trying to hold on to this final goalie barrier. Has a flip to work with, so he might be okay for now, but it's up to Average Alex to actually get it into the hands of Fiery. No, as I say, the core speed claims a barrier.
Yeah, this is huge now. Barriers open for both sides. Bloom does have the flip defensively, but it's going to be scary because as soon as that flip is proc, the Juno ult will likely come out and make it so hard to clear that core through. Fiery now receiving this pass. The Juno blob, as it hits overtime, is moving so quick. These dribbles are going to get even more difficult. Both goalies do have the flip, but if you shoot it in that opposite corner, it does not matter. There's the stun attempt from Fiery, not finding its mark. Has to win a strike war and get through 2 core flips now as You Already Lose flips it to the bottom. Bells looking for that demon angle with the punch, not quite able to find it to strike through, almost finds its mark. Maloom saves this core flip for a rainy day. The confidence right now, they're definitely feeling it, and the Juno blob is too quick. Strike it past, and you have to deal with her friends. You Already Lose closes out set number 3. 1 set away from closing out the series, but do not count either of these teams out just yet. We will see the draft here, and there's the team player I talked about earlier, but probably not the most impactful awakening compared to some of these other ones on the board.
Well, Vaughn ended up going. I mean, it does make sense, right? Once you get past the claustrophobic part of the map, it will become opened up, and that allows as well Fiery to get some size. Always good here, double size on the Juliet, right? And you're just planning on winning the game. I think is another thing to look at as well. Actually, the spark of cooldown for the Juno already so hard to deal with, but now I think this is going to be a non-overtime red core. I believe, yeah, there it is. Yeah. Just a lot of builds coming together for the side of Hungry Like Nephew. Again, PPL gonna have to do something here.
Yeah, that's a big find too right away. There's the first part of that barrier gone. Looking for the second. Still have this power play for 4 more seconds, and there it is, looking to score. Bells now with this recovery drone is going to make Fiery's life way harder, as now you have to KO twice. At least the first time. Bells on low HP will get that orb, sharing it with their teammates, and nice patience there from Vaughn. Doing a great job choosing which battles they really want to take. Bells has this flip though. If this net's open, there's the flip from Maloom. No energy left. Bells burns it away on such low HP now as the entirety of PPL heals back up. Vaughn still has the flip in the net. So PPL have a mountain to climb if they want to score this goal.
Absolutely agree. And Bells as well, actually just able to play in this midfield line. A good shot on the bottom side as well, but look at where Bells is positioning. A lot of the time, he's just playing midfield to contest with Average Alex and actually relying on the core speed from both his goalie and his midfielder to set him up in any sort of future play or just outright score themselves, right? It's been something that PPL have had to contend with, and Bells is playing around that, I think, incredibly well, enabling his teammates.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, you can take the goalie. You can take You Already Lose out of the goalie, but you can't take the goalie out of You Already Lose. I mean, we'll see. Clearly, the midfielder on this map basically acts as a second goalie. We see them crowding around it very often, and You Already Lose, definitely the person you want by your side to clear it out. Understands the positioning and understands what's required for the goalie to make your life comfortable. And Bells definitely knows how to get the goals scored. We'll see the abilities being burned to get past the now primary. Bells just dribbling. Has this recovery drone still alive and still a threat. As Fiery aiming now for Vaughn.
Yeah, and they're playing away around this dash punch that's just so scary. It never even comes out. Bells finds the checkmate right there with a flame flurry of all things. And 1 point away, PPL, an incredibly good performance, but they're going to have to perform better than ever now. Their backs against the wall here in the series.
Oh, absolutely. Maloom with no energy, too far away from this core flip. Something to note here, the energy economy not looking too great. Average Alex, the closest one on the team to the flip, which makes the defense that much harder. Here we see all 3 players in this bottom corner. There's the first and there's the second. Both barriers fall for PPL. And Hungry Like Nephew just has to find the open net, and that's it. That is all she wrote as Hungry Like Nephew closes out game number 3 and will secure this series, the first win of season 6.
Yeah, GG's all around. Welcome to the North American Strikers League PPL. It's been a long journey, but you've still got a mountain to climb. Hungry Like Nephew in their technical debut game as well. Take the win here. Week number 1. Look over at those stats. I think this is a 7+1 from Bells. I think an absolutely great performance. Getting through what is, still an Atlas, a nerfed Atlas, sure, but still an Atlas nonetheless. The full might of PPL did come out. I think a lot less KOs as in the previous games were threatened on a Fiery, but even then PPL got their win condition and they weren't able to convert, which is fair, right? This is the North American Strikers League. It's hard. It is really hard to have the weight of the world put on you like that, and sometimes it does not work out. But hey, a 1-1 performance against one of the most storied, if not the most storied, Omega Strikers team to ever exist one win off of them is an absolutely fine way to start your regular season. If PPL could do that against this team, they're still a force to contend with and look out for coming into the future 8 weeks of the North American Strikers League regular season. So they've still got a long journey ahead of them and plenty of opportunities to surprise us, which they already have a bit. So we're going to be back, though, with some more Omega Strikers very, very soon. Tag, any parting thoughts on the series?
Yeah, an amazing series, very exciting to watch. Of course, shout out to Hungry Like Nephew. I love the "Where's my hug at" spam in the chat after game number 3 finished there, and a great showing from PP Legends coming into nasl. So we do have a very special video coming up, so stay tuned. We're gonna hop right into this, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League. We have a great series coming up for you. Showtime versus Return to Form. We had a very long draft where Clarion Corp was unfortunately selected 3 times in a row. However, we will get to see it once as the first map of this set. Once again, I'm back with Brickbat. How's it going? Predictions? What do you think?
Hi. Yeah, I think that this is RTF minus hook reset. Hungry Boy coming in his stead in this position. Regardless, though, right, RTF had to face relegations. They did make their way back into the North American Strikers League. But for their round 1 matchup, it's, showtime. Or, sorry. Wait. Am I looking at this right? I'm sorry. Is Leo Leon on RTF now? Wait, yes. Wait, guys, I just exploded my mind. Yes, Showtime. I don't know why I confused the Joker and Leo Leon for a second, but yeah, you're basically against Showtime. These guys, won, and that's, pretty hard to deal with, right? Coming into this. Something that's interesting as well, right? Joker picking up this Estelle. I'm really curious to see how Showtime is here to adapt to the new meta, right? We saw in the previous series a lot of range goalie, a lot of aggression being played, but Barcode infamously doesn't really play that. So I'm really curious to see what Showtime does, how they're going to play their signature style in this new meta.
Oh, absolutely. And, just looking at the starting Awakenings too, we're starting off with Explosive Entrance and Team Player. Team Player, one of my favorite Awakenings to start the game off, just because that extra core speed means you can totally play differently with the Awakenings you select moving forward. That all of a sudden damage becomes a little bit more difficult when everyone's able to just outpace you.
Yeah, and one thing as well, right? 3 team players on the side of Showtime, which potentially might be the explanation of why Joker's playing the Estelle here. Right, team player infamously weaker on brawlers because you're not punching towards a teammate, right? But if you play double midfielder, then the passing plays become possible, which is something that we're already seeing here. An amazing passing play coming out. Joker now with flip, a potential to score.
Yeah, and there it is. That flip to the top corner. The death touch, too, predicted by Moff and Koei, just a little bit too slow. And that's what we're expecting to see out of these points. Explosive gameplay. Team Player, of course, something that is sort of helpful to have a core control comp on. You mentioned brawlers not being as effective, and that's what we're looking for here. We're looking for passes, we're looking for teamwork, and we're definitely going to get it here in Season 6.
Yeah, agreed. And Estelle also a character that can score on her own, right? Needs a little bit of space to work with, but more than capable of getting it, especially through Erasmus, right? A character that can be weak to stuffing pressure. So if Joker is able to kind of play his game plan, which, no stranger to the Estelle as well, this could be a situation where that lack of brawler doesn't necessarily matter. So already we are seeing 1 point up for Showtime here, and we'll see what they have to bring for us in this coming point.
Yeah, Showtime, both barriers down already. Leo Leon is just waiting for this Team Player pass up from Hungry Boy or Moff and Koei, but it's difficult to get through both of these strikers. They have the magnetized souls, and it's going to be an uphill battle to get it all the way past. Moff and Koei forced to use that flip out. Hungry Boy also has the flip. Leo Leon trying to fish that through, and the glitch pop not keeping that core in, has to do it themselves, and this core is moving in overtime. There's the pass up and a little bit of an own barrier, get the game 1 jitters out of the way.
Yeah, open net now. Shianzu forced to play defensively, but this is a 1v1 situation. Yeah, that's a scary clear to make, by the way. And ends up getting a point there for the side of RTF. That is an incredibly scary clear with a death touch, because that is the thing you do not want to do against the Estelle, right? Cross clear against your own open net, right? And a self cross clear does not make it any easier. So good presence of mind from Moff and Koei getting the correct timing on that, and that's going to give them their their first point here of the series.
Yeah, tying things up quick. Leo does have the flip. Hungry Boy close to it, almost taken out by Jokers though. And Leo Leon shows the Joker how it's done. Finds a KO onto their teammate. We see all 3 players past the midfield line looking to take this. Sure enough, the 3rd barrier falls, but Moff and Koei runs too far away. Will lose 1 of their own. Of course, the 2nd barrier, obviously the most important to have fall. There's the death touch burned away just to be safe. Keep that redirect in your pocket. You see Barco now dealing with the ult. The core will go back, and the Joker wants to burn these abilities. Sure will. There's another KO. Hungry Boy been KO'd twice at this point now by the Joker, as Moffin Kawi is just picking beautiful angles to get rid of the score.
Yeah, absolutely amazing play from Moffin as well. And that's a bit of the downside of not having that guaranteed thing like the dash punch, like the pendulum swing, right? That hit stun to just get it through. It's still capable of doing it, but it can be a little awkward, which allows Moffin to get the outplay here. Potentially here a goal for Leo now.
Ooh. And that patience on the flip. Again, Moffin is taking the barriers for this team, and there he has the flip, and wow. The timing from Barcode on the strike shot just not quite working out. Thought they had the strike timing on a regular one, but just a little bit too slow on Atlas. Unfortunate goal there, and you hate to see that one if you're a Showtime fan.
Say a little bit, like you mentioned, I guess game 1 nerves, season nerves apply to everyone, especially if you are Showtime, right? Oh my gosh, a great defense here from Hungry Boy in order to keep that alive. They're going to lose one barrier, though.
Yeah, definitely the game 1 jitters. Get it out of the way. On Clarion Corp. Wow, how are you alive, Shianzu? That is some black magic, if I do say so myself. Somehow living off that bounce, despite almost the entire circle being in that KO zone. Leo will get the strike war through the stun. The KO finally found as the glitch pop trying to get this past the back pass, keeping this triangle offense. Have you ever heard of it? As Leo back to Hungry Boy, getting it through the glitch pop. Oh, the communication not working out. Just dancing in the face of Showtime, but nothing to show for it. Return to form is going to have to score this quickly, otherwise that's going to be embarrassing.
I hope they are, and Leo has a flip. It's probably going to go in. Oh, no! Go Barcode!
Oh no, this might be tragic. Muffin's going to have to keep this alive. Shianzu in this corner. Leon wins the strike war. The flip coming through. Back to Hungry Boy. Joker could Rose War piercing shot in this corner. Just shoots it at the barrier. And things are terrifying. Leo not able to get the touch he wants, but finally able to strike it through that Atlas ability and return to form. Takes set number 2. After just dancing in front of that goal.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like norms for a second. I'll be real, right? It looked like they're just passing, having fun with team player, and just not scoring. But going into it, I'm looking Leon kind of a lot to work with here. Bulk up, I think, a very good pick, right? It's one of those awakenings to give you both offense and defense, which is something very valuable, especially if you don't have anything Exodia to pick up as well. On the flip side, though, the Reptile Remedy is going to be very good for keeping the Joker alive, who does want to avoid this upcoming damage that the Rasmus might be able to provide. As well, on top of that, the Deadeye for Hungry Boy, a bit scary, even if you don't have, or even if you have some staggered durability, you could be knocked off the court really easily.
That's right, and both these teams, of course, on this map, great potential to get a double barrier, especially with the team player. Moffin, there it is, right down the middle from the Joker, and that's what you expect when you see this. It's scary how quickly things can turn, especially with that team player. The Rose Warp and the strike finding the top corner. That is a masterclass from the Joker. Beautiful.
Yeah, cheesy. That was finesse right there. Joker kind of doing what he's kind of known for, these very awesome, offensive core control plays, something that Showtime's offense is really structured around in a lot of situations, and Joker's able to do that. It's going to be an awesome week 1 for them, but right now, Leon and Hungry Boy making sure that they're going to be on the defense.
That's right, and there's a KO found, a power play for return to form. This Hungry Boy is just going to have to watch as Shianzu's respawn timer ticks down lower and lower. See the passing again, get that red core up to Leo. Trying to find any way to take that barrier. It's difficult, though. You have all 3 players back. And now you have that passive strike burned. But doing a good job keeping it in this corner. I think Showtime is comfortable here. It's when you start to get into these situations that things become a little bit more hairy.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Leo Leon with the flip. Oh no, Xianzu going to be taking out Hungry Boy. And oh my gosh, we're here again. I see it coming. The triangle is formed. Just trying to get these cooldowns out. Hungry Boy, though, going to end it before it gets a little bit too ridiculous. 1-1 here. And yes, I guess I'm seeing it. You want to get the cooldowns out from Barcode. You want to make sure that he's not able to really do the thing that Atlas is known for. Might as well use Team Player for it, I suppose. It's a little goofy, though, I have to admit.
I don't know if any of them were even looking to score. I think it's kind of just waiting and seeing, stalling time and, like you said, burning those abilities. And there's a beautiful save from Xianzu. Keeps that first barrier alive for longer than it should have been. And now you have the Joker sitting here in this forward position. The double midfielder. But once again, the core is just being stuck in this corner. Hungry Boy's doing a great job getting that core to Leo Leon, who's just sitting there pumping damage on the Xianzu.
Agreed. And so far, if, I guess, points are anything to go by, I mean, once you get an overtime on a team player start, that's when things really start kicking off, right? We saw that with, I believe, both teams, honestly, at this point. And if you're able to defend until then, which, Barcode infamously hard to get past, things are more interesting when that happens. So we'll see how both teams are able to play around this overtime. This 1-2 punch as well with Apolodrons and Team Player means that I believe Muffin Curry will be red coring before overtime hits. But for now, it looks like Joker and Xianzu trying to find any gap in the armor here.
Yeah, I mean, a few abilities burned out from Barcode. It's going to be a while before that secondary is back. But once again, the core is moving so fast with every strike. If you flip when someone else flips, you'll probably save their shot. As this time, the double bounce off that corner will take the barrier, and Leon finds what might be one of the highest mile-per-hour goals I may have ever seen.
The triangle, praise be unto its glorious form and shape right now. And this really feels like a situation where Showtime should be the one doing this. They're the team known for amazing passing plays, setting up the Joker for success. But right now, it's RTF with an explosive start. They're winning the first set. They're looking to win the second. And if Showtime don't figure out something, we might have a potential upset in our hands.
That's right. We need another double barrier from the Joker. And there it is. The piercing shot core flip confirm. Looking for that Rose Warp there. Not finding it just yet. Barcode burning some abilities here. And the Crystal Thorns almost finding their mark, but just not able to stuff it through the defense. The Joker, a beautiful shot, but a better save by Muffin Curry. Not making that one, but once again secured away by the Joker. A nice Rose Warp there to mess up the timing. And a little bit of nerves potentially in the goal box. Muffin was trying to find that pass over to Hungry Boy and just thought the core was moving a little bit quicker, perhaps conditioned by the team player.
Yeah. And wow, already Xianzu just taking so much punishment here, though. 1v1 potentially going the way of Joker, and so far the 1v1s have been going in Joker's favor a little bit. It feels like Moffat has to either spend some resources or really respect the Joker's presence, but on the flip side, it's been looking tough for the defense of Showtime as well. Leo Leon and Hungry Boy seem to have something going on.
That's right, and the pressure in the corner. A core flip KO from Leo Leon will take out Xianzu yet again, who's been the target of Return to Form's damage throughout this series. The Joker just stalling time to come back, and Xianzu opting to heal things back up for Showtime. Both barriers, one for each team up, and now one fallen. The Joker blocked away immediately by Muffin Curry. The piercing shot redirected after Leo Leon did a little bit too much stun there, and there it is, the Crystal Thorns from the Joker. Just throws it out, and that's a 3-2 from Showtime. A close set, and the Joker will be MVP.
Yeah, scary. And primetime hot shot, heavy impacts. Joker has his pick of the litter depending on what he wants to focus on in the upcoming thing. I think it's going to be very indicative, and instead, yeah, it does elect into that core control again. Said it in the last series, but again, hot shot on Estelle makes your offense so much better. That faster core combined with a good hit stun that Estelle provides means that you're going to be getting a lot of goalie barriers and goals that you otherwise wouldn't be able to get. On the flip side, though, heavy impacts for Leo, Leon, fight or flight from Imi, right? Kind of great picks in their own right as well. It really feels like a lot of people got what they wanted. Heck, even Barcode, right? Last in pick for his team, got Spark scaling. So really huge power up for basically every member in this game.
Yeah, huge. And if this game continues to go like these last 2 sets have, that Spark scaling is going to be big because that helps go in the distance. You have way more opportunities to get Sparks and even force other players to maybe pick off of abilities they like just to deny you.
Already an opportunity here, and I think this is my bad. Wait, that was Moffin Koi? Leo Leon didn't strike that? What hit that? Wait, I need to see what?
That's
Hello?
a great question. I thought for sure that was a Leo Leon redirect. I'm hoping that wasn't like MOBA moment or something else.
Might have been a missed back pass. It might have been a goalie check. I hate to say it, but hey, unfortunate. Go next. Every midfielder gets their one.
Yeah, we've seen barriers being taken. We've seen many barriers being taken by own teammates. So I guess an own goal was par for course.
Yeah. Hey, it's week 1. Everyone's got to warm up. You know, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And right now, speaking of it, it's a marathon of offense. The Joker in a 3v1 actually, kind of putting up some scary pressure. Flip comes through, but could be defended away. We'll see now. Leo Leon and Hungry Boy up to the pitch.
Yeah, Leon will get that bottom one. A nice strike there. Good piercing shot, too. The Joker is on top of things. And this is where it gets scary now. In this corner against the now Jianzu. Just too many abilities to deal with burns. Both Leos and Moffin Kawi's strike cooldown. And Core just drifts right through.
Yeah, and notably as well, this is a nerfed now, a very strongly nerfed now, mind you, right? Been a staple of competitive play, been a staple for Shianzu for the longest time, and both Barcode and Shianzu feels like they were almost target nerfed in these situations, right? This very defensive, very hit stun reliant play style, right, from Shianzu, and he's still making it look good. Obviously, right now, not completely taken out, still always going to be good in top level play. But for now, what's looking good is the offense for RTF as they try to go against Barcode.
Yeah, no matter what happens to that character, I feel like the immediate primary strike war is still going to be so huge. I mean, we see players not even using abilities and just winning out by just clicking better, which is the name of the game, strike second. And the Joker now on the low HP, about to get the core flip too. Has to be careful of Leo. Obviously still wants this pressure. There's the flip and waits out the pendulum swing. Great patience from the Joker, putting Moffin Kawi and Hungry Boy in just a terrible situation.
Yeah, those are the nasl winning score senses as well. Excellent choice in direction. Finds the field goal between the midfielder and the goalie. That's what you're going to need. And Shianzu's able to deliver, which he has been so far. After a brief hiccup here in set number 1, Showtime are going to look to reestablish the fact that they are the reigning champs of this league after all.
That's right. You saw the stream overlay before the game, and the Joker is making it known. It is Showtime, who is up 2-1 in game number 1 on Clarion Corp. Shianzu with the MVP. We'll have to see what awakenings pop up, and there's a few size awakenings here.
Yeah, a few sides. I think it's going to be very hard to deny the Rasmus unless you go for that double deny, but I don't think you want to, right? Yeah, twin drive. Something incredibly good on now. Even though the haste is nerfed, it's still good, right? It's a redirect. It's still a haste, guys, right? And so I think Shianzu is going to be able to find a lot of value off of it. On the flip side as well, Rasmus does get that size, which makes things a little bit awkward here of what Barcode's going to go into. Up to say, hey, I don't need that size. I'm just going to get the I'm going to get the white bread of Awakenings, which is Orb Replicator, right? You're never going to notice it, but you're going to always find some use of it in whatever dish you're cooking up. And I think if Barcode, especially since he's the type to like to sit back in his net, he's going to be able to give his teammates a lot more flips and energy to work with.
Yeah, and that's a great point. You know, Atlas, not necessarily the fastest character in the game, as we discussed earlier on in previous series, has that spark of agility, and that Orb Replicator just means that despite having team player, Barcode is a team player.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. So far, we're seeing some defense here. Look at this energy actually coming out. Hungry Boy and Leo Leon potentially going to have it very soon, which means that there might be some opportunities here. I'm not quite sure how this is going to play out, but it seems to be going back and forth right now.
That's right, and so does Xianzu being tossed around the pitch, just trying to find an orb and immediately heal back to full HP at the cost of Showtime's barrier. Muffin now gonna have to deal with both of these midfielders and forwards coming into the net. Somehow the bounces, though, working in the favor. Here comes the flip to Leo, able to catch it. And it's so unfortunate that Barcode secondary was just lingering there for a little bit too long, denies all of the clear angles to keep things safe.
Yeah, you thought that one right exactly where you wanted. I could not have done it any better, right? That is exactly the type of midfield play you like to see when you're the brawler.
100%. And there's another one you like to see the brawler do. Leo almost scoring that one off of nothing. Almost a 1-2-3 with both those barriers here. And Muffin with the flip does it again, but somehow the second barrier stays alive, able to keep things going here. As Muffin has taken a lot of damage off of the Joker. Will get the orb and heal back up in the net, but things are scary for Barcode, especially with this team player. But there's the second barrier caught again, almost fished out by that piercing shot. The Joker has great scoring potential. We've seen time and time again this core heading towards the net, burning out those strike barriers. The Joker has a great opportunity, but not if Leo and Hungry Boy have anything to say about it.
Yeah, overtime now here. This team player going to be a huge force to reckon with. As Leo Leon probably has a score right here. It might go in. Almost sets it up with a glitch pop, but just not quite. Showtime potentially a scoring opportunity.
There it is again. Leo steps on that now mine, though. Keeps the pressure. The glitch pop a little bit too late. The dribbles coming out from Leo. The pass back. Not finding its mark, but Hungry Boy and Leo have so many more opportunities to do this. There's the ult coming through. Barcode can't push it through all the way. And one Rose Warp is all the Joker needs to turn the tides for Showtime.
It felt like it's just a small misstep from Muffin Co, I believe, going for like a self dribble, but not finding the angle that he wants. And because of that, Joker immediately capitalizes, takes upon it, gets the goal off of that blunder.
Yeah, that's very important. This obviously players and goalies who love to just dribble over and over again. When you have strike shot, sometimes throwing it forward and getting that red core in overtime is the right option. You know, something of course these players have to adapt to in this series with these newest patches. And Leo is absolutely a menace, taking both barriers immediately, trying to turn the tides back and get this lead.
If there's one brawler that you don't want to underestimate, it is Leo Leon, one of the all-time greatest brawlers to play in the North American Strikers League. And now it's going to be Joker. It's going to be staggered, potentially sent off the map. Has to find value out of this core flip somehow, or maybe live. No, actually, a power play for RTF.
Yeah, Leo did a great job at reading that one. Knew that Joker needs that orb. Just right clicks right at it. Not able to find these. Barcode is timing these strikes perfectly. Must get it through. And the glitch pop ends up hitting the middle and taking one barrier. The Joker, the Rose Warp red this time by Muffin Co. He won't be making that mistake twice. The ult finds the KO and Xianzu keeps this net alive. Joker and Xianzu forced to hold it down with no goalie. 5 seconds left on the clock as Hungry Boy through the Joker and to Leo Leon will take the second point, and this could be the momentum swing that RTF needs.
I love team player. I'll say it. This Awakening is really fun to watch. It's really fun to play. And I think RTF are really enjoying themselves, right? Able to get that goal off of the strike core speed. An amazing defense, though, notably from all members here of Showtime. But as we get in, whenever it gets into overtime, it's dangerous. The triangle from RTF is well established. And I think if they keep that up, we're going to see a set 5 here.
Yeah, even after Xianzu fully healed up there, the damage immediately KO'd them. So that's especially that mid buff helping out there. A nice angle from the Joker to stall some time. Barcode with the up clear too, mixing it. But Leo with the double barrier has something to say about it. Wants to close out the set right here and right now. Muffin now forced to deal with the Joker's abilities. Xianzu actually doesn't get the mid buff. Muffin Koei manages to snipe that from everyone. And now you have a massive Rasmus goalie who you cannot get through. As I say that, the Joker takes it. Leo with the ult, trying to force it through. Barcode has the ability down. The piercing shot doesn't find it, but the Crystal Thorns do. And 2-2 right now in set number 4.
That's where we see the Estelle can get through that Rasmus, right? He doesn't have the perfect tools to deal with the redirects at range that Estelle can point out or pull out. And if it gets in that situation, Joker obviously is going to be a good enough player to capitalize upon that. So well played to Joker for that. But that really shows some potential disadvantages that RTF might have to deal with if they really want to take this game off of Showtime.
Yeah, and right now there's so much respect in this game. Everyone is respecting every option imaginable as Leo takes one, not able to get the second just yet, forced to burn that flip. With nothing to show for it, the Joker with the self-dribble, a little bit too quick off those speakers. Has to get it through all 3 members. The triangle this time is defensive for RTF as they all sit, looking for an opportunity in Barcode. In a scary situation. Joker has the flip. Opts to take one barrier. Hungry Boy does have one of their own. Able to clear this out up top, and a huge double KO from Hungry Boy with the flip. Or single, rather. Will take this player off the pitch. Now Leo is just cherry picking. You have to get the core with team player, and you don't need it.
Wow.
Hungry Boy off the top speaker. Able to secure this set, and we're going to set number 5.
What a freaking shot from Hungry Boy, utilizing the team player to get the pixel perfect angle. Actually, I did not think that was possible, but absolutely threaded the needle. A well-earned MVP and a well-earned best in slot awakening. This extra special, this already good offense from RTF is now going to be turbocharged. And even though Atlas double spark with a spark of focus is going to be a big challenge to get through, it's looking on the up and up for RTF. I think they absolutely have the tools. Leon doesn't even care about his pickup, just wants to deny the Monumentalist to prevent any sort of X factor from happening. And well, it's gonna be Leo taking one for the team. It's gonna be up to his midfielder and his goalie, who I think got incredibly good awakenings.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you hit tab and you look at Hungry Boy's awakenings right now,
Yeah,
I feel like this is a pretty good IME build. I don't want to say anything, but this is like drafting in the labs when you were making it in the beta, when you just picked and you'd always have this forever.
Ooh, what a good death touch from Moff and Koei, actually calling out the option that the Joker had. And if this continues as well, right, the move speed from Moff and Koei may be able to get an extra oomph of the offense. It's going to be unstoppable force versus a movable object, I think, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And scary defense here.
Wow.
We're getting so close. Wow, the flip not spaced properly either. Barcode loses the barrier and the flip. That's a huge loss, but a nice death touch by Moff and Koei, who has been on top of his game this whole series. And here's the flip just to run away and get orb. That's the new one. Oh, and Moffin with these clears off that top one has been terrifying this entire series.
Yeah, it's just going back and forth right now. I don't know, Joker able to get it. I thought Moffin was going to get that clear, but anything can happen with the cores this fast.
Yeah, a great shot there from Showtime. And this is such an intense series. The core is just moving so quick with this team player. And as soon as you hit overtime, it's really anyone's game. It's whoever misses a single strike is all it takes for your barrier and your goal to be gone. And the Joker actually gets robbed by the gates opening. Rewarded for it later, but a millisecond earlier, and you would have saved a few seconds off that set. A quick 2-0 up right now. Quick 2-0 lead for Showtime, and it's 1 point away from them closing out game number 1.
Yeah, it feels like the Super Surge as well, getting a good bit of value for the Joker, able to be more in the right places at better times as well. And that's going to be a little bit of a small boost to his offense that is really making a difference, it feels like. Yeah, quick 2 points over to Showtime. And look at that. Yeah, the Joker popping forward, instantly trying to get the barriers. Doesn't get it, but I think that speaks to the offensive capabilities that the Joker's trying to use Super Surge for.
Oh, and that's a big find by Leo. Shionzu immediately taken off the pitch. Has to be careful of that core flip. which we've seen time and time again from Leo, just able to find easy KOs at the cost of the energy. And in this case, it doesn't matter. Xianzu's back, but a nice dash with that explosive entrance will take that second barrier, and Barcode sitting in an open net has to get rid of this pressure.
Stacks on stacks now, almost popping here from Curry. One hit's going to do it, and when that happens, the move speed is going to be very hard. Wow, core speed. I'm talking about striker speed, but let's not forget core speed is the name of the game here. But those stacks on stacks is actually going to make it very hard for Joker to take any sort of strike war against him. Estelle's not the quickest character, right? And he doesn't have any move speed awakenings to follow up. So there are going to be a lot of situations where Moff and Koei could end the interaction before it even begins by just walking past the Joker. And because of that, I'm a little scared for what Showtime to do here on offense.
Yeah, and that's where the aggressive goalies come into play, right? If Moff and Koei is up at this midfield, it's almost impossible to get it past this team, and we see it happening over and over again. You're forced to use the Rose Warp. You're forced to burn all your Estelle abilities, which you need to take these barriers and to take these points. And we see it happening now. The Joker is finally able to get it past. Moffin playing aggressively, trying to get these points back, and all it takes is one wrong cross clear, and the Joker will take your barrier.
Now it's going to be a bit dangerous here. Barcode has to play up to the expectations of his role if he wants to take it, but we're just one good strike here away from a set 5.5.
Oh, that's right. Moffin has flipped now, so it's looking inevitable. There's the flip from Leo. A perfectly timed strike from the Joker. Waits it out as you're waiting for Barcode secondary to fall. It's so big with that timeless creator, and here's the pass back and forth. Leo is on low HP. The Joker has the flip, tries to get the KO, but instead Leo with an 8 KO streak takes out Barcode, and we're on set 5.5 on game number 1. Brickbat, I did not think we'd be here.
Yeah, this is the former Raving Chance versus a team that was facing relegation straight in the eye, right? This is not something that I expected, but the first set 5.5 of season 6 is going to go in this game. And already we've got 1 KO. This is potentially big here for Showtime.
Yeah, that's huge. The Joker on low stagger though as well. Moffin tries to get the KO, instead loses a barrier in the process, and Xianzu is taking a lot of damage, and that's a KO from Leo. These power plays turn the opposite direction, and a great read from the Joker, just a pixel off as it doesn't find that second barrier. The Joker trying to clear this through. That IME Sentry is lasting forever on offense. As Barcode now sitting in the open net. Leo now the one that's KO'd, but all it takes is one glitch pop. The Joker needs to find this barrier now with Xianzu. The defense coming out from Moff and Koei is great. The piercing shot blocked away. A perfect evade by Moff and Koei. And this barrier is lasting too long. Leo with the explosive entrance into the ult. Not finding it yet as the Joker's Rose Warp sends it the wrong way. Leo has an opportunity to score if he can get this core. The core being tossed around the map. Leo taking damage, sitting in the goo, full stagger. The Joker has the flip up top, not finding it. Leo, I think, may have saved it themselves. The strike war coming through. The flip once again up top. The strike war win. Leo Leon closes out game number 1 and return to form. Takes this series in an absolutely insane performance.
Yeah, that came down to the wire. I mean, that's the type of play that I have come to know and love from the North American Strikers League. An amazing team player start, an amazing team player finish. That core speed was scary, but props to Moffin. Mind clear, the youth is there, able to react to whatever the Joker comes out. I'm looking at some of these damage numbers, and they are unholy. 83,000 damage from Leo Leon, right? Set 5.5 was a 33-minute game to get to that point, but you're still getting to that point, you know what I mean? 7 + 2, 9 KOs to his name. And despite the Atlas now that he had to get through, he was able to pump out some numbers here on the offense.
Yeah, that I feel like I just got CTE watching that match after Leo Leon is just wailing on this team. That's one of the biggest numbers I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if we've probably seen some 6-digit performance in damage numbers in the North American Strikers League. I'm not actually quite sure, but if we haven't, then this is surely a top contender for a top 3 at least. An absolutely amazing play. But Muffin Koi, I just gotta say, right, when this guy jumped onto the scene, my kind of observation about him was this is a goalie that you can't mix up. You cannot reaction check. He will be able to defend those, and even if you could get him on other things, maybe even things like fundamentals or things like checkmates or whatever you do to get past these types of goalies, right? He will get that quick strike, right? He will find the strike to deal with your core flip. He will find the reaction to your mix-up, and that is what held the line in that final point against, let's be clear, the Joker, right? One of the most scoringest scores to ever score, right? That is no small feat. And if you want to be a top contender in the North American Strikers League, you want a goalie like Muffin Koi coming into this the rest of the series here.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, one of the almost defining moments of that last point was Muffin Koi burning the smallest amount of evade he possibly had to avoid that piercing shot from taking the last barrier. Like just little tiny micro things like that save that 1 point, allow you to generate so much pressure on the offense. And like literally that one small evade like could have cost Showtime that game.
Yeah,
so
absolutely agreed, right? And I think the stats actually tell a story, right? The enemy team has an Atlas, and Muffin Koi on the Rasmus outsaved it. More saves, right? 100 extra redirects on the Atlas, right? That's just Showtime. That's how Barker likes to play that shield. But more saves? I mean, Muffin is feeling good today, I think, and I think they're ready to tussle here in game number 2, which I believe is going to be on Taiko Temple.
Yeah, Taiko Temple with a Big Fish primetime start. We see the bans coming out already. Yet another era ban, 100% ban rate on the day. And we do see the IME ban coming out as well. So cannot be too surprised there, especially you do not love to see a sentry coming. I know someone hates to see, I know goalies hate to see a firewall sentry coming their way off kickoff on this map.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Showtime respecting, right? Hungry Boy, when he came on the scene, right, known notably as a top IME one trick, right? Absolutely showed us that performance in the previous game. Obviously, now that he's in nasl, he has a bit more of an expanded pool, but that is his comfort character. So Showtime now looking to maybe target that midfield, put him off his comfort picks, and maybe allowing Shianzu to fully shine, which, by the way, Shianzu broke the 400 redirect margin in a game that he lost, and now that he's facing potentially more favorable midfield matchup, that's something that I think Showtime will be able to capitalize on, right?
Oh, 100%. And we do see some of the picks rolling in already. We do see an Asher selected. So first Asher of the day. Of course, I've heard some mixed opinions on the striker now after all the changes. What are your thoughts, Brickbat?
I'm fairly confident. We'll see what this third ban is. Well, I know that my stream is going to be delayed, but I'm guessing before I see it that this is actually going to be Joker on Asher. I think these changes primarily targeted Asher goalie, which means that it is it's going to be a lot weaker. We'll see. I think it is going to be Joker Asher, which is, by the way, one of his own top picks, right? It seems that Showtime after their loss is going to be resorting to comfort, right? But no, maybe not. Maybe it is Joker on the Rasmus. It's going to be an Asher goalie. Interesting to see. I'm curious to see because I feel like out of all the melee goalies that were hit, Asher was certainly hit the hardest, right? Lost half the duration on her buff, right? Which allowed her to make a lot of crazy saves with that reduced strike cooldown, right? The self-slow on her primary is doubled, which means that she can be played around. She can be passed around, but obviously she's still going to be the queen of that corner defense. We'll see if Barcode wants to continue that, but looking on the other side as well, RTF with the Estelle, I think the Estelle goalie double. No. Oh, right. This is Muffin Koi, the Kazan goalie with the Estelle Zentaro, more than equipped to deal with that situation, especially when it comes to the mobility department. Leo Leon looked phenomenal on that Zentaro, and I have no doubt that he's going to look phenomenal in this game as well.
100%. And I mean, I think most people know Muffin Koi from this Kazan defense. I know the first game I ever watched with Muffin Koi in it, they were playing Kazan goalie. We just see it time and time again. So we will be getting into picks here on Taiko Temple, map number 2. This is a must-win for Showtime, believe it or not.
Yeah, not what you want to do if you are the reigning champions, right? You got the UI designed around you, and you do not want to start your series 0-1. Don't want to show a moment of weakness if you want to continue with your title here. And I think we have a match termination here. I think Shihanzu was put in the goalie position there for some reason, but all good. We'll be in game in just a second, which gives me the opportunity actually to talk about Era 100% presence, right? I think personally, Era might actually be better in the net than in the midfield. Obviously, the midfield is where she initially got, her initial stomping grounds, right? We cannot forget the season 2 Era mirrors in the North American Strikers League. But right now, I think she's really strong as a goalie, right? And potentially here, it might not be a midfield deny, but a goalie deny, really. And even though obviously RTF, Barcode not known Era player, right? It is still something in the midfield that you want to ban out. Shihanzu more than capable of playing it, but I see the presence here, right? The 100% presence. This character is probably going to be nerfed, but enjoy it while you can. We Era players have been waiting a very long time for this patch to happen, but hey.
That's right. If you're a midfielder looking to hit Pro League, you got a few days left in you. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, right, I forgot to mention, let's talk about the start. Prime time. Very good for this Kazan, right? Prime time Ford Kazan, more known for this, but very good here on the goalie as well. Not to mention the now, right? This is a nerfed primary, but this is the primary that ruled the world for a year here in Omega Strikers. So, not to mention, I forgot, Asher primetime as well. This is a very good primetime characters. I think there's going to be a lot of whoa moments coming out.
Oh, absolutely. And we see all 3 players from Return to Form opting for that prime time, whereas the Joker, of course, benefiting from that size awakening, and now all dead. A double KO. Everyone's gone from Showtime. There's no one home, and Barcode is just dribbling in this corner as Hungry Boy waits for those cooldowns to come back up. Here now, we see once again this triangle. Leo not able to find the angle, surprisingly, and both players return to the pitch.
I thought that was just like a team player thing. No, that's just a Leo Leon thing. He just does that now, which, all right, you know what? Fair enough. Go you, Leo Leon. Thrive in your lane.
Everyone has their calling card, and I think that might be it for Return to Form in this series. Here's the flip coming through, the piercing shot, not quite stunning for long enough. As Muffin looking to pass it. I had to stop talking. I was just watching Leo Leon bounce around the pitch. I was wondering whether or not that was a KO or not. And here's the power play. Muffin doing a great job. The speed in the midfield from Showtime is a little bit lacking as they're struggling to find these passes. As the clears from Muffin are just inches away from both of these strikers. We see now Joker on the low HP. Looking for this Death's Touch. Will get it, but immediately cleared away by Muffin Koei. Leo, the passive strike, burns out that airship. Of course, still in an unfavorable position for Showtime here. Just stuck in front of the net. But like you said, Brickbat, that primetime primary on Asher is a thing of beauty.
Yeah, it's still good, guys. It's still really, really good. It is still very much so your I win button. It's just your I win to any corner thing, right? Not just everything. But that corner defense still killer from Barcode. This is the Showtime that we have come to know and love. Not to mention, right, this little silly midfielder here, Shihanzu, also a menace on the defense as well. And despite all these plays coming out, I'm still so impressed by what Showtime are able to do in these situations.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they come out of this on top. They still have to take one barrier. Muffin's pushed up a little far. This is a good opportunity for the Joker, but Hungry Boy is back to help out and save the day, looking for these corner shots. It's an interesting antithesis, as Hungry Boy wants to be in the corner to score the piercing shot, but Barcode wants to be there to simply press right click on his mouse.
Yeah, and in those situations, this is prime time Asher, guys. You are not going to find a hole in the armor that way. You have to make something crazy to get past the Asher in these situations, and Barcode doesn't even look like he's sweating, honestly. Look at that, another great clear coming through the offense of Leon, and even though Hungry Boy looked like he had it, Shianzu's there.
Oh, and Muffin
Wow.
unfortunately misses the crooked leverage there and just gets punished with the cooldown timing. The Joker doesn't even need to do anything, just strikes it right through.
Guys, that was the first point. I feel like I've watched an entire set, an entire year of my life. I've gotten a mortgage. I've raised a family in that one point. Goes the way of Showtime, but if that's the name of the game, nasl's going to be behind schedule.
Yeah, a little bit behind schedule, especially if we're gonna stay with these set 5.5s. If that was any indicator of this series from some good seeding from our TOs.
Yeah, it's just statistically humans have error, like 5% of the time, and well, if you are barcode and you just put Moffin under that much pressure for that long, eventually you'll find a crack. And well, that's what I think Showtime's name of the game is right now. Already we're seeing this corner defense again coming through, and I think I'm about to hunker in for a long one.
Yeah, I'm getting my popcorn, and we got the AC on. We are chilling here in the booth. As we see the second barrier falling again, the Joker able to find these angles and a huge threat to goalies everywhere. Being stuck against this guy, he's so good.
Yeah, he's quite good at his job of making sure the core never goes past him. And Joker now feeling some confidence given to him by Barcode, I think. He's going to instantly get those two barriers. Showtime here looking to tumble in the long run.
Absolutely. Both forward and midfielder now for return to form have the flip, and a scary clear by Moff and Koa. You have to be careful of anything that comes your way. There's one barrier that falls for Showtime, and there's a flip blocked away immediately. The pass to Leon not finding its mark, but still has the flip and potential scoring opportunity. You have to make sure you time this right and get it as close to the net as you can. Instead, Leo doing the special, letting it just sit on the ground, and instead dealing massive amounts of damage to the Joker. The KO is finally found.
I mean, W Asher. I don't know what to say. It's just a story over and over again. I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but this prime time Asher start is just so hard to deal with. Finally, Hungry Boy allowed to score a goal here, and I don't know. I love primetime Asher.
Yeah, they can't score on you unless you consent to it.
Yeah,
you have to give them permission.
Yeah.
So yeah, Barcode hasn't given them permission much during this series. That's the first time where he's like, okay, you can have one so that it's still fun to play against you guys.
Yeah, true, and it feels like it feels like we have to go schedule a meeting in order to figure out how to get past Barcode here. We're gonna have to circle back to that one though and open that here from the Joker. We'll see if Shianzu can put it in.
Yeah, we will. Leo has this flip though, burning it pretty quickly. Lots of damage on a Shianzu. It's immediately healed back up as now Leo trading HP bars. And the Joker, not someone you want to be fighting against, especially when you see them in front of your forward and midfielder. There's a nice crooked leverage by Moffin, who's doing a great job saving these despite all the pressure. It's under here. Hungry Boy has the flip. Might be able to resolve a little bit the pressure from this net. The Joker burns away that whiplash. As here comes the ult. Joker back into the Shianzu Sentry. A beautiful play there. The Joker, a team player, says, I don't need all the goals in this game. Incredible play and just awareness from this team.
No, oh god. I'm looking at this Asher MVP, 3 cooldown awakenings, 4 if you count Adrenaline Rush, guys. I think Barcode's gonna pick Hot Shot. He's gonna pick Hot Shot or Heavy Impacts, whichever his heart desires. And I think we have gone right. The only way you're gonna score on Barcode is if you give him a 24-hour notice, and I think we're gonna be here for about a week, potentially here. I think with these 2 awakenings alone, even with the Dash Awakening, even with the Heavy Impacts from this Asher, I just do not see a world where you get past Barcode unless he super duper giga drops the ball in these upcoming sets, which he does not do. This guy won nasl, right?
Yeah. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, you have to capitalize on it. And we saw this last set. They were able to take 1 point, but still a 3-1 after how long the court was on the pitch. I'm curious what perhaps the longest set ever recorded was in nasl. I'd love to know. I'm sure it was an Oni Village match, though. That's all I can say.
Yeah, that was a 3-1 set. It wasn't even a 0.5 or a 2. So I'm gonna take a sip of my water. Just go for it. Go for it, Tech. Have fun.
I'll have fun. There's one player off the pitch, and we'll see if anything comes from that. Xianzu here in this corner, trying to use this airship offensively, and a great pass up to the Joker. Muffin was ready for that shot into the center. You're not going to get double barriers this easily. And Barcode now in such a comfortable position. Xianzu and Joker just doing so much work. Even now, just waiting things out and stalling. And Leo's on low HP, could get KO'd by Barcode yet again. He stays being too aggro. And there we see Barcode overcommitting, wants that KO. The Joker will get it with that death touch off the center drums. But still, the only way you can get this core past Barcode is if he's trying to KO you.
Yeah. Ooh, Muffin. Excellent pull there, but this is still a mountain to climb for Leo, Leon, and crew. The Joker almost gets it through. A good use of strike reset mechanics there, but it's not out of the woods yet for RTF.
No, and here's a good angle for Hungry Boy to potentially score with a piercing shot. Oh! There it is. Finds it through Barcode, and that's what you need. You cannot be in that corner, but a little bit lower in the net, and you have a scoring opportunity.
Now, what did Barcode even do? Oh, got the wrong angle off the Taiko drum. Not what you want. I mean, yeah, it's really up to Barcode messing up, which, you know, given enough opportunities, even a goalie like Barcode will make these pixel slip-ups that you could capitalize on. So props to RTF for hanging it out there. Muffin Koi needs the hold, and there is potential signs of life here in a situation like this. If Muffin Koi is able to get something like the team player, like the 1-2 punch, there is some hope at the end of the tunnel, right? Because that core speed will be hard for Barcode to deal with as well, even on the Asher.
That's right, and of course the midfielders are helping out so much. Xianzu's making sure that Barcode can put all of their effort into defending one barrier and knows that the cross clear is always secured. And that's what's so important for the Showtime team, is that they have that midfielder, and of course taken off the pitch immediately thereafter will be Xianzu. Flies a little bit too close to the sun, but still, look at this corner defense right now. 2 players versus 3, and it's still up.
Yeah, I mean, W Asher, W Asher, Joker finds a goalie berry. This is just so hard to deal with, even with this flip. It's just light work, I think, for Barcode. He could do whatever he wants. This is his game to lose.
100%. And, you know, despite that, though, Showtime didn't win this last game with this lockdown defense.
Right.
That Barcode had. So something to consider here is that return to form is actually up 1-0 in this series, despite Barcode's ridiculous performance this game.
You know, I'm biased, but maybe RTF should have banned the era. They're better stuff. They're better. There might have been a better ban here to contend with, especially if you're just going to give now to Xianzu anyways. I mean, how bad can the era really be if this is the alternative on a primetime start? And I might be eating my words later, but as of right now, I just cannot see anything that is more potentially miserable to deal with for Zentaro than this specific setup for Asher.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think the Asher is the rock to Leon Scissors right now. It's not working out. It's so hard to get through. And here's the flip. Look at that. Blocked away by Xianzu and the airship as one barrier finally falls. And Xianzu has to burn this energy burst. A nice clear away by both Leo and Muffin here. But still, one barrier seems like a mountain to climb for return to form.
Yeah. As far as I understand, the intended game mechanic of overtime was that both teams are struggling to score, so the extra chaos of the core speed.
Oh.
Well, I guess he had flip anyways. The extra core speed is supposed to allow goalies to mess up more, but that certainly doesn't feel like the case. It really feels like we overtime is just a continuation of the regular game. It really feels like nothing changes in between the 1 minute mark and it's whatever comes past it. And
well,
as
to
of
be
right
fair,
now-
this is slow after last game, Brickbat.
that is true. That
This is like
true.
little Tykes Omega Strikers for Barcode right now compared to game number 1.
That is actually kind of true. And well, I guess it's a nice break. Oh, hey, Tycho
Okay.
takes it.
Okay. Yeah, wake me up when it's 0.3. Oh man, this this is ridiculous. Like, I don't even know what to say. The defense is so good, and that's an 8-second KO immediately coming out from Showtime, and we'll see if anything even comes from it. Moffin's been doing a great job locking it down, and the Joker and Xianzu have just been trying to get it through this crooked leverage, and there it is. Xianzu finds that second one. Quick take on both these barriers, because the Joker just needs to win these strike wars, trying to get them through, and has the advantage and the lead to do it. Hungry Boy has the flip, but might not have the opportunity to use it if a pendulum swing comes his way.
Yeah. Barcode on the defense, but I suppose that doesn't really mean all too much, does it? As Joker now and Xianzu have their flips coming up. Probably going to be looking to end the set in just a second. Thank God. Because right now, good passing plays come through. Actually gets it right through. No flip needed here on Moff and Koei. And, well, that was that. Barcode held.
Yeah. Yeah, Barcode held. That's been the name of this entire series. Is core goes to the left side, then it goes to the right side, then it goes in. So that's the flow chart. I think I'm breaking it down for the people at home. One of the first goals scored before overtime.
That is true. I didn't realize it all blurred together, but speaking of this draft as well, nothing too crazy. I think the size, double size deny makes sense. Not only is it good on the Rasmus and the Asher, size is the one win condition from Kazan. Kazan goalie has a very linear awakening path for him to scale, and that's going to be either size or core speed on strikes, right? You're going to need one of those two, right? The team player, the 1-2 punch, or you're going to want the Might of the Colossus, the built different, the big fish. And if you deny it, well, he's not going to be scaling that much. And when the goalie's not scaling that much, you could rely on Barcode even more. And already that is an intimidating looking Asher, the size of a barrier already, with a powerhouse pauldrons as well. So Hungry Boy and Leo Leon's job just got even harder if it wasn't hard enough already.
That's right. The Joker as well had that recovery drone pop, so that will be out for the rest of the set, which it was bound to happen. How long some of these points have gone rather, as Barcode with the clear immediately. Rose Warp sends it the wrong way. Xianzu and Joker in this corner again have to find a good pendulum swing, but Leo Leon just burning all cooldowns known to man to try to take this barrier past the midfield, and it's still standing.
He's gonna need like a perfect form. I know it's not in the draft, but that's your win condition, honestly. The 1 in 1 million draft bug happens where you get the previous patches, or like a few patches ago, rotation, and then you get perfect form, and then maybe you're talking.
Yeah,
But
you need the cosmic bit flip of the draft to make sure to get it right.
yeah, this is just so rough for the side of RTF. Tycho adding to that chaos as well, and even though you get a KO, if it ain't on Barcode, it ain't gonna matter. And well, Joker goes, but honestly, that's just the earned vacation.
Oh yeah, and don't worry about the flip. There wasn't any threat, and oh, there it is, the piercing shot. Hungry Boy gets it. Leon trying to get the self pass off these drums. Hungry Boy up top, trying to dime up Leo Leon, who's able to get it. Doing a great job there with that explosive entrance yet again. Finds that bottom corner, and one of many goals needed to make this comeback against the dominant looking Showtime in game number 2.
Yeah, that's actually how you are going to do it, though. The only way that you're going to do it is using Zentaro's mobility to cut off a pass to basically prevent the core from getting to Asher. And already, right, if Barcode can't participate in the play, then you could circumnavigate this primetime hot shot, which it seems like RTF is adapting to. Potential signs of life here.
Yeah, 100%. And there's 2 flips on the side of RTF as well to maybe make an offensive play. We see in this corner again, Crystal Thorns not working out. Xianzhu trying to even get to that speed, not able to be popped, denied away by return to form. And Leo now has the flip, drifts all the way in and just shoots it point blank. And we see the same scoring condition in the second point.
Yeah, and maybe this is the potential opportunity. They seem like they're figuring it out slowly. Just traditional Omega Striker is no longer the game that you could really play against this Asher. So if you are going to want to get it through it, you're going to have to get it through Xianzhu. And if you just ignore Barcode, then, well, one of Asher's weaknesses right now especially is that she is fairly slow. That being said, 2 barriers go down here for Showtime.
Yeah, there's still speed awakenings potential to be gained in this next set, which if Barcode gets one of those, it might be over. But right now, return to form seems to have this solved, up 2-0. Has the energy economy tied. And the flip blocked away by Moff and Koei. Things are looking pretty good if you can get out of this offensive pressure right now from Showtime.
Yeah, and look at how creative Leo Leon has to be. Doesn't even get a goalie barrier for his troubles, but a good offense just going to be immediately canceled away. And like I said earlier, you're getting through Xianzhu. You cannot go through Barcode. You have to take advantage of the fact that at least this now is potentially scoreable on. And there it is. 1 barrier goes down, still a mountain to climb though.
That's right, and the goal barrier is open. 1 pass to the Joker might be all that's needed. You see here, keeping it down. Barcode finding these clears. Muffin has the flip, an uncomfortable clear. Forced to use it just to stay comfy. And Leo has the flip, needs to use it point blank here. If you can get this core close to the barrier, and Muffin ends up taking out the Joker. We got a little bit too close to the barrier here, and Leo tries to stuff it through, and the core finally finds its mark. Leo is able to win this very important strike war, but the Joker is back and sprinting towards the opposing net. It is not what you want to see.
Yeah, potential opportunity here. It is an open net, which I guess that's something that you have to look forward to. The core speed also potentially something you can take advantage of, but Zasher again proving too hard to handle. The defense has to come through here for RTF if they want any more opportunities.
Yeah, the scary crooked leverage from Koei there. Backwards almost every time to make use of that hitbox. Leo is dashing towards it. The score is moving quick off the taiko drums. 1 missed strike could be the end of this set. If Leo and Hungry Boy have anything to say about it, have to win these strike wars consistently though. Leo with the self pass into the flip, blocked away by Barcode. That was a huge opportunity. And here's another flip denied away by the Crystal Thorns, and that's all of Estelle's abilities gone just like that. We're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, someone might score. And Leo Leon finds it.
No way! They took a 3-0 set. Okay, RTF, I see what you're cooking up here, and it feels like all 3 goals were the same thing. It was either, it was basically a field goal in between Xianzhu and Barcode, cutting off 1 pass or cutting out or finding some unique angle that neither of them were looking at. And well, they did it 3 times, and there's going to be more size on this Asher. Actually elects to go to the Spark of Strength instead. But yeah, going to be a deny against Moffin. But Moffin just gets size anyways. So potential looking on the up and up here for the side of RTF, who I think, despite the Monumentalist on now, has a very solid draft in front of him.
Oh, absolutely. Moffin also picking up some extra size there. Going to help out in the defense slightly. And I'm not sure how this will change the course of the game, but all I do know is that I don't like seeing Xianzhu having Monumentalist. That's a little bit scary.
Yeah, well, ever since Hitsun was removed on the secondary, it's still obviously a very good awakening, and though maybe not her best in slot, still very good, obviously, especially with how claustrophobic Taiko Temple can be. That being said, if you can't deal with Xianzhu and Barcode, you can focus on the Brawler. That seems to be what RTF is doing right now. Joker having some pressure put onto him. Leo Leon also, though, has to find some miracle plays if he wants to now get through what is essentially Creation City.
Ooh, and the Joker had a great opportunity for the mix-up there. If that was just a little bit closer, surely that would have gone in after the dash. Leo baited by the core flip, uses that passive strike, not able to secure the barrier just yet. This Hungry Boy with the point blank flip gets one. We're back to the corner defense yet again that Barcode has been so good at.
Oh my gosh! What a pull for Moffin Koei to keep the point alive. Moffin does not want to lose, does not want to show that his goalie is the inferior primetime goalie.
That's right. Too angry to lose, and again this time, just waiting for it to go through. Moffin has to find this top angle again and again and again. Shianzu's going to be waiting. Here's the flip. The crooked leverage burned away, and a little miscommunication in the net. I think both players wanted to clear it a different direction, and ultimately, that direction was the one Shianzu wanted.
Yeah, and with his Powerhouse Pauldrons, plus Might of the Colossus, I think Moffin might be red coring in overtime. I actually wasn't quite paying attention to it. I don't think he's doing it quite yet, but if he just needs a little bit more power, potentially, if he could get that, then that will be big. Obviously, team players still alive as well in future sets, and that's what I'm going to be looking for potentially. But that being said, it might not get to that point. This is a set point here, or a game set here, for the side of Showtime, and if they don't get it through, then Joker, oh my god.
Oh my god, Joker went to math class and came back a changed man. What is that angle? As now we'll have to see if he can win these reaction time checks. The Joker running through has the whiplash, not able to find it just yet. All players now hovering around this defensive side. Things are scary for RTF. The net is open, but a great job clearing that one out. Leon reads the pass through, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Shianzu burns a lot of abilities trying to strike this through, and that's all they're doing right now. Just burning abilities and looking for an opportunity. That's a potential for a big KO, but we've seen Barcode just lock this down over and over again.
Yeah, it has a flip to work with, right? So that's basically 3 primaries here for the Asher. So good luck getting through that. Already the Joker's going to be back up. I'm not quite sure what the side of RTF can do, but they've taken a set, so I stand to eat my words.
That's right, and Leo burns a lot of cooldowns yet again. We see the Joker setting up this Death Touch. If one of these lands, that definitely goes in. For sure, after the Moffin Kawi dash. And I feel like whenever RTF finds a KO, it doesn't mean anything, because Barcode locks it down, but here we see it just hitting at the wrong time. And instead, the Joker off the top, not even necessarily aiming for the net, but manages to find it. That core's moving too quickly in overtime to defend against.
Yeah, and well, game point here potentially for the side of Showtime, and we'll see if they'll be able to give that mercy killing out to RTF, who does have a set, but it really does feel like we're back to business as scheduled for the side of Showtime. Just an invincible goalie, just too hard to deal with, right? A midfielder to support that as well, and well, primetime hotshot Asher is still something that's in this game.
That's right. After you finally break the second barrier after 5 minutes, it's pretty brutal to keep it, and the Joker almost gets a double. There it is, finds the second with the pendulum swing in charge. Has only, well, 2 size awakenings. That 42.5% larger and towering over Leo in terms of size. Who's just looking to survive now in this bottom corner. Has to burn some energy to escape that now mine.
Yeah, I mean, Leon, he's feeling some pressure now. Might be KO'd soon as we get in overtime, but the flip just might end it right here.
Wow. And that is an excellent clear from the red side here, but Shianzu gets the read off the drum, and it's too quick to handle. Showtime takes game number 2, and we are heading to a map 3.
Oh yeah, that wasn't it. There's more. There's more of that that's gonna happen. Yeah, I guess so, huh?
Yeah.
Well, guys, primetime might still be pretty good on Asher, especially if the Asher gets cooled down. So I think that was that. I think that was that. I think that the summary of that game could just be described as that. Obviously, the entirety of Showtime, the entirety of RTF played well, but you cannot fight nature, and nature is Asher clicking her primary again, and then clicking her primary again because she has a low enough cooldown. And so, best of luck getting through that. Obviously, well played to Barcode and Shianzu putting up a defensive masterclass, but I mean 163 saves.
Yeah. There's a few saves there.
Whew. Sheesh. Damn.
Yeah, I'm kind of speechless after that. I'm not really sure what to say. I mean, Barcode kind of just clicked and won. A nice little 28-minute match there.
I'm tired. I'm like tired talking. Can't imagine wanting to be playing this. I mean,
no.
Sheesh.
Especially after that first game too, with just the team player start. I mean, you have that team player start. You're G fueled up like Soren. You're ready to go, right? And then all of a sudden, the next game, every point is like full overtime, 0.5 every time. Like it's definitely a change of pace, and I think Showtime just has the experience from all of these matches that they've played to really come out on top there. And we'll have to see, what changes in this game 3 and which side it favors, really.
I don't know. I don't know what's going to be in store for us. We'll see. We've had two very game warping start awakening drafts, right? The team player in game number 1, the primetime in game number 2. I'm just gonna see. I'm just gonna see what the awakening gods are going to come in for us.
And they might be gone. There may be no awakening god. Okay, no, we're good.
Wait,
I heard someone in chat.
Oh wait,
Stinger and Bulk and I was scared. But...
Nope, it's prime time.
Ooh, yeah, no, we're screwed. It's over for us.
I'm so sorry. My condolences to RTF. The coffin Koei is dead. Hungry Boy is gonna starve, and Leon is gonna be dead. He's gonna die. He's gonna die a lot. Yeah. And I think if you are RTF did not ban the Asher. They're blue side, which means they're probably just gonna take it away. That has to be the gameplay. Like surely not. Like it's at lab, guys. This is not Inky Splash Zone. Like surely, right? We're just picking Asher first pick. They're just threatening the Asher first pick. We'll see what Showtime wants to do for their ban as well. I don't know, guys. I think that game 2 shows a flaw in just banning Era every single match. I guess RTF just hate it. They don't want to deal with it. I don't think Hungry Boy is a big Era player, but it's actually going to be a Kazan ban, which notably did create a lot of issues. But that leaves up Asher, and here's the question: Moffin Koei might not actually be able to play Asher. He does have a fairly limited character pool, at least relative to the other North American Strikers League's goalie, and this is just the big question. Is Moffin going to pick the Asher? No, elects to pick the Aimee instead. All right, RTF have put the chips down. They're saying Asher wasn't the issue. Okay, all right.
Yeah. I mean, well said. We'll have to see what rolls in after that. Asher primetime. I've learned. All right, so here's what we've learned so far. I'm gonna give a little recap of week 1 of the North American Strikers League season 6. Right, we got, if you're a midfielder, you play Era.
Yep.
Right, we got that one. Okay. If you're a goalie, you just RNG primetime, and then you play Asher.
Or you play Era.
Yeah, or you play Era too. And then if you're a forward, well, you can play Era too.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
You can also play Era forward, right?
Yeah,
and
true.
I don't even know who else. I guess you just kill people if you're forward. Yeah, that's how you win. That's how you make it to nasl chat.
That was awesome. I think that is a absolutely correct analysis, and I have no further comments. I can't even add to it. Like, what? I mean, what do? You just like I'm just gonna. Yeah, I don't know. I click primary to kill, or I click primary and I'm Asher and or Era, and I get value, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
Go Strike. All right.
Yeah, if any teams need a coach, I'd love some emotes and some stuff. So yeah, we're good.
Let me see. looking at it does look like Showtime is going to just run back that composition. The only difference now, instead of the Now, it's going to be the Estelle to deal with. This, I believe this is going to be Hungry Boy on the Vice, another damage midfielder. This is Hungry Boy's secondary choice, I think, in a lot of situations, should he not get the... Wait, is this... Actually, no, because I think that Muffin has recently picked up Aimee. This is not a character that he's known for playing a ton, but he has picked up the pick, and it is a nasl staple, right? Even though crazily she might be actually considered a little weak this patch, which I never thought I'd say that Aimee is weak, but Hungry Boy could play the Vice here, but alternatively it could be Hungry Boy on his comfort pick with Muffin on the Vice, but I don't think I've ever seen Muffin pick Vice. I'm not too sure, but if it were my guess, it'd be Muffin on the Aimee, which it looks like we are in Striker Select right now. That does look like that's what Muffin is hovering, and Hungry Boy will be recuperating that damage roll on the Vice. We'll see what this game has in store for us.
That's right. We will have to see. Hungry Boy is on that Vice, of course. And you never know what's going to happen when that prime time is up. We'll have to see here.
Yeah. Well, prime time, Paul Drins Asher. That's a... I don't know. I feel like we're gonna have to start to like give that an abbreviation, like the PPA or something like that. I don't know. Like, it just feels like it's in a force of its own. And as of right now, it looks like another opportunity gonna be here for RTF to potentially flex some damage, which was not something they had too much of an option for last time. We did see some flashes of that with Leo Leon Centauro, but with this Vice backing up now here on Atlas, plus the potential black hole damage that could come through, there might be more opportunities here, but as of right now, Showtime's advantaged.
That's right, and you see Hungry Boy using the ult there, trying to deal a little bit of damage, save that teammate, save Leo Leon, and the core just drifts in off of that one. The Joker, the perfectly timed ability usage there is going to be securing it. And yeah, all 6 players went for prime time, just to let you know. You all saw it, but I'm sure you knew as well.
Yeah, what even was the other awakening? Oh, Glass Cannon, Smash, Shmanon, whatever. Yeah, of course you're going to be picking prime time. You know, this could only get worse, and that would be as if Rapid Fire was in the rotation, which it's thankfully not. But as of right now, 2 goalie barriers down for the side of Showtime. Oni's Blade is there, and actually, for the first time, I think in forever, I don't think the Asher had cooldowns for that.
Chilling. Absolutely chilling.
Wow. Never thought. I mean, good job, RTF. You brought Primetime Asher to the breaking point, and that's why you deserve to be here in the North American Strikers League. But as of right now, a double barrier here for the Joker.
Yeah, Joker has a much easier time doing that against Aimee than Kazan, which is probably one of the reasons why it was banned. Just because it's so annoying to deal with. So many shots that could be saved or could not be saved just kind of happen.
Wow. What an amazing defensive play from Leo Leon to play his life. Actually positioned Pixel perfect to avoid both getting pulled by the Rasmus and to survive getting primary into the black hole. I think that was really smart thinking, and that might actually convert into a goal if Leo Leon is able to get the core, which he does. Wow. Bang. That point was on Leo Leon, and a fantastic play playing around his life there, and is able to capitalize upon any opportunity given to him.
Yeah, Moffin Colby got active in the offense there, which is what you can do with that eject button goalie. We haven't really seen it, of course, with the Kazan goalie. Not as useful. We've seen them getting active in the defense, moving around and getting both barriers, but we saw there a Glitch Pop was able to take their barrier, and now, unfortunately, Glitch Pop takes both of his own. Not quite rewarded for that one, as there's still a lot of abilities up and an open net. Means that the core drifts right by, and this is what's difficult about Aimee, is the Joker can just sit there and pressure anything, and there's really nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, honestly, the no mix-up. Well, I think that Muffin sent out that glitch pop really expecting the Joker to shoot downwards with a strike, but Joker's like, wait a second, I just like win if I do nothing, and well, lo and behold, he did nothing and won.
Yeah, in the wise words of Luigi from Mario Party, do nothing and you can win. No is no.
Art of war, truly.
We see here
Anyways.
one barrier dropped from return to form already, but a lot of damage coming out in the corner. Somehow, Joker surviving for a second longer. Not quite
My gosh.
more, and Asher
No
gets
way.
out of this. Barcode.
No way.
Hello?
Yeah, Asher, once again, hey, prime time, all good. Moffin has to actually, probably caught off guard by himself with the positioning, which means that he has to blow flip, and Leo Leon now once again forced to defend his life. This is going to be hard, and especially with this flip from Barcode.
Yeah, still living, and there we go. Finally, it's taken. The pass up, back,
Oh my
and
God.
forth. Ridiculous passing, and it
No
sneaks by
way.
all the defenders off the corner and return to form. I don't want to say rob that point, but it kind of felt like it.
There's no way that just happened. All three members of one of the best defensive teams of all time just got struck around by Vice. I mean, that's crazy. That's the type of performance you want in order to win this game. And I think Moffin's going to be rewarded for this. Hot shot on the table. It not going to be picked up. They just want to threaten this hot shot pickup. This Vice, I think, has to pick it though. Ooh, okay, sure. Is Zentaro going to deny it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not the nasl player, but I think hot shot's okay on Vice. I think you could pick it, and I think it's really bad on Zentaro because it makes it really hard to blick. So I actually don't super like it. I know why, because they're just like, we want to kill, we want to kill it. None of this matters if we get the kills off, but I didn't like that. I personally didn't like that, but again, they're the ones down there. I'm the ones up here in my little caster ivory tower. I didn't qualify.
Yeah, definitely. I think both of those are okay options there. There might be some small, like, micro versus either, a case to be argued for both, but hey, they won the set, so they can pick whatever they want.
That's true, but well, if you're gonna get rock KO'd like that, it's gonna be tough. Good flip from Moff and Cody to just stop the interaction, but as of right now, Showtime's in charge.
That's right, and you see right now the Joker on low stagger trying to combo it into the ult. Sure enough, there's the KO. 12-second timer started now in the penalty box. This Hungry Boy is looking to get this past the midfield. Zentaro has to deal with this, and that's a beautiful ult from Hungry Boy to take this. The flip just waited out once again, and Leo Leon has almost never been shooting the core flips, instead comboing them with abilities.
Wow. I mean, that was an amazing presence of mind from Leo Leon, just understanding what Showtime wanted to do. It really felt like he knew Zentaro and how long he could really stall that shot, and that patience is what got him that goal. Amazing play from Leo Leon. This is, again, as much as we sometimes forget, this is one of the brawler goats of the North American Strikers League. Relegations be damned.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely a name that most people remember, whether you've been watching for a little bit or a long time. Because here we see the piercing shot from Xianzu. Doing a good job taking out both of those barriers, and now you have one left and one more goal in your pocket. With that piercing shot, putting in double work. That's why all of these players wanted two primary abilities, Brickbat.
Yeah. Dang. Turns out a stealth primary also pretty dang good. And, well, we're seeing that right on play, right, for Xianzu. But as of right now, a double barrier immediately for Showtime.
Yeah, that's fast. But once again, Aimee, almost the glass cannon of goalies, isn't extremely strong against these characters who can just stuff it through. We saw that with Xianzu and those piercing shots earlier. So still in a scary situation. That second barrier doesn't necessarily mean as much for a character like this. It's now Hungry Boy with the ult. Oh, a nice core flip there from Barcode to keep things alive. And there's another core flip. There's that second barrier falling and getting hit around back and forth. The Joker somehow lives after taking damage from both sides.
Yeah, and Moffat now, just gonna get dragged away. The stagger pressure was just too much to handle, as that basically he had to play extremely defensive around his life that entire point, and because of that, that allowed kind of the slow pressure of Showtime to show up and get that goal. So if that continues, if Showtime does have a damage win con here against Moff and Koi's Aimee, it's actually going to be very hard for RTF to potentially mount an offense, as they've been relying on Moff and Koi to get the core up quite a bit.
Oh, definitely. That's been a huge part of this game plan, and it's not always able to happen, especially with the range coming out from Estelle. It's so hard to secure that. And once again, all you have to do is stun the Aimee, and it's over. And somehow the core doesn't go in off of that. That might be a huge mistake, but we will have to see how this rest of this point plays out.
Yeah, now flip from Leo. Leon defended away. That's still Asher, guys. You can't flip in front of her face. She is the best in the game for dealing with that sort of thing. But now an open net for both teams. This is potentially Showtime's time to end it, or time for RTF. No. Shianzi finds the core off of a misclear.
Yeah, trying to find that corner angle, just pixels off, bounces in the worst way possible, and Shianzi will get the MVP of this set. Might be rewarded with some good options, and there are a lot on the table here to pick from. I feel like all of these strikers are pretty happy with anything they can get here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. This Vice is undeniable. The extra special obviously going to be very big, especially with specialized training still in the draft. But I'm also kind of looking at this team player here. I think that this could be incredibly useful for Moff and Koei to get past both Shianzi and the Joker, which, yeah, ends up electing taking it. That being said, cooldown spark going the way, right? This is potentially a leadership spark build, right? And we saw the power of that in the previous series, right? PPL taking that win over Hungry Like Nephew. Not to mention, this is on a primetime start where cooldown is king, because you're going to get double the value when you have twice the cooldowns, right? So if Barcode does get this this spark train going, it's going to be very hard, very, very hard for the side of RTF to mount any sort of comeback.
Oh, definitely. And the game is back to full even. Just now, both these barriers are gone, and there's the combo from Shianzi getting it done. And we saw Joker do this in previous matches. Now we're seeing Shianzi get it done as well. It's so hard to deal with, honestly, because of the damage. You have to perfectly space everything and then give Estelle any movement abilities, you know, like the Rose Warp. All of a sudden, that spacing becomes way harder to read.
Yeah, 100%. And as of right now, Leo Leon has that recovery drone, but he's playing close to the edge quite literally as he tries to, keep the recovery drone. It's not nothing. Unfortunately, has to give it up.
Yeah, not too surprised. We saw that happen the last game as well. The recovery drone immediately procced away, albeit on the other side, but looking to force things through. This Aimee taking a lot of damage. Moff and Koei will be sitting in the goal box, and there's a lot of damage output just because of the type of abilities that are being tossed around.
Oof. Bit of a miscommunication, almost capitalized on by the Joker, but we're back in the lull, aren't we? Well, one KO comes through. We'll see. Showtime's probably going to be able to defend this, though. We'll see.
Yeah, definitely with the movement coming out from Barcode, but a Sad Boys angle almost had me eat my words, but from the grave coming back and flexing that Sad Boys emote. It's such a brutal thing to happen, especially when you're in a power play, and now RTF's barrier is gone, and their hopes are shattered as they're up 2-0 right now. Showtime's. Here's that second goal. Shianzi, just an absolute demon on the pitch right now.
Yeah, and it's looking a little bit more scary. RTF obviously have had some good showings. They have taken a set so far as Leo Leon forced to defend. And there is still signs of life, right? I think a specialized training, if Joker isn't high up on the draft, is going to be an awkward deny, which may allow this extra special device to get a lot of value, but we'll see, because of right now, it really feels like Showtime is not really able to be damaged. They're playing very well around their stagger bars.
Yeah, Showtime not taking a lot, and when they do, they have Barcode in the net to defend for at least 12 seconds until you're able to come back on the pitch. You see now Hungry Boy trying to just dump some damage out on this enemy team here, looking for any opportunity they get. It's close quarters, so it's scary now for people like Shianzi, who are taking a lot of damage, and there's the combo once again by Leo Leon. We've seen it happen so many times during this series. But will the KO matter if you have Barcode in the net? It seems the answer is no.
Yeah, Shianzi's back, guys. Hey, did you know that you were down a midfielder for a little bit? I couldn't tell, as right now Flip comes through just to make sure that they don't give up that last barrier, which is notably easier to defend than the open net for this Asher. That being said, though, no evade for both forwards. If they don't get the score soon, they could potentially be disastrous. But
Wow.
Xianzu is there, finds that cross clear from Muffin, just sends it right in. Showtime are looking good.
Yeah, they're looking great, especially going into this draft here. Xianzu will have the first pick, and what are you thinking here, Brickbat? I'm not sure if there's anything that's extremely impactful coming up here, especially because KOs don't matter and the points are made up.
Yeah, Spark obviously going to be denied away, right? And honestly, Leo Leon, I see the adrenaline. You've got some damage on other players that hopefully you could capitalize on with the adrenaline rush, but I'm not quite sure. They are playing around this KO composition now. They're basically saying, hey, we're not going to force it through regularly. We're going to have to get a man advantage in order to win this. So Leo Leon playing that up. But with this double barrier going down, with the Aimi not really getting anything super impactful like the Deadeye, and with Leo Leon not having any damage awakenings of its own, it's going to be an incredibly uphill battle. And it looks like Showtime are just playing to the T right now. They're just getting it through. They're putting in their 9 to 5 and they want to go home.
Yeah, I mean, Xianzu's been level 10 for a little while now, just sitting all above the rest of the lobby. And for good reason. I mean, just these points over and over again are just like, hey, what if I click the thing that hurts you and the core does that? And we see it again as I'm yapping. Like, Xianzu is just scoring. And that's kind of all you can ask for, you know, from... Well, you're not even really asking that from a midfielder. Normally it's the forward, but with this core control, it's just there's so many opportunities for Xianzu to just secure that goal.
Yeah, and if you're just going to trade KO for KO, even with the adrenaline rush, it really isn't that big of an opportunity. Xianzu now, this is looking scary. Flip from off preemptively. That's how much pressure is coming out from Xianzu. It really feels like Showtime now in their nasl champion stride here. And RTF can only watch in horror as each goal just continues.
That's right, and even that was pixels away from stunning both players in the net. And once again, Xianzu showing you how to play Estelle, getting that piercing shot and getting these goals. 1 point away from closing out this series. And a much quicker game, of course, than game one.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, RTF, you had a good showing, but this might be it. Already a W barrier. Xianzu, all the cooldowns, all the space to work with. Let's not forget Barcode in the back line. This might be GG's in just a second.
Yeah, and almost finding it now. We're just going to see Xianzu getting the same setup over and over and over again until it works. Just brute forcing its way through the defense. And there's the shot, there's the KO, and there's the game for Showtime, putting out a dominant performance in game number 3 and showing why they were the nasl champions.
Yeah, nasl champions. Yeah, I mean, they're the nasl champions, guys. Let's not forget, they might have dropped that first game. RTS might have looked really good. But, I mean, I could even feel your and my energy levels after that game, too. I knew that Showtime was locked in. They're like, no more fun, no more games. We're here to win. We are the better players today, and well, we're just gonna turn it on. Goodbye, RTF. Go home. Better luck next time. We'll see you in playoffs, maybe. You know, like.
That's right.
Right? Yeah. Looking back at it, I mean, 8+2 on Xianzu. You know, hey, sometimes Xianzu is pretty good at the game. Absolutely found it. It really felt like all of a sudden it just snapped on for Xianzu. After they took that second set, they suddenly realized, hey, this is just like that Taiko game. Even though there's not as much corner offense as in Atlas's lab as there is in Taiko Temple, we still trust Barcode to get it through. And Xianzu was like, all right, it's my turn to score. Let me have some fun. And he just piercing shot it in. Not much you could do as an IME in that situation. And even when that defense was able to hold, there was still the damage that there's still situations where Moffin Corey or Leo Leon or even Hungry Boy, right, in the last few sets, or sorry, the last few points, had to just step away from the play. So W Showtime, they had an absolutely good showing at making sure that before anyone gets too many big ideas, they need to reestablish why they are the number one. They need to reestablish why Xianzu is no longer, right? It's no longer the big three in the midfield. It's just the big me for Xianzu. And well, he just proved that here at the second half of this game. Showtime are looking phenomenal here in week 1.
Yeah, definitely something to look out for. We'll probably see some Asher bans coming through in week 2
Yeah.
after that performance. And that was the difference maker. You know, we saw the kill comp being played into a goalie who just was a one-man army.
Yeah.
You know, the KOs unfortunately didn't matter like they thought they would, and that's just barcode locking it down. So we absolutely love to see it. But quick that, is there anything you want to say? I know we've been casting for a long time, so we've kind of said already what we've wanted to say. But
Yeah,
any final remarks?
Looking forward into the future, right? There used to be Demons Raw and a Sad Boys. Sad Boys are still here, like, right? But Demons Raw, obviously, with a new midfielder, question marks, right? Kainu was kind of considered the heart of that team. And is there a team that could take down Showtime in a best of 3? Clearly, today there is a team that could take them in a BO1. Good, good to RTF. There probably are other teams that could do that, but really, can you take out what is, as of right now, the kings of the North American Strikers League? It really feels like that if they turn it on, there is no one that could contest them, but we do have a very long time to see if that prediction will hold true. 8 more teams, I'm sure, are absolutely starving to take their shot here at Showtime, and I think that there are going to be a lot of eyes on this team in the future.
That's right. Well said. Well, we are going to go into a quick break here in a little bit, and we'll come back with some new casters and some new matches. Demons Raw versus Wee's Little Bees, I believe, is up next. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Hello everyone, and we're back to nasl. 4 hours have passed and we're only through 2 of the best of 3s. I'm here with Envy and we're here for Demons Raw versus Wee's Little Bees.
Oh my gosh, cannot wait. Gosh, it's so good to be back here. And Wee's Little Bees, oh my goodness, do they have... it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. Right into Demons Raw in your first game here in nasl, your first series, starting it up. But hey, you know what? Made it into nasl. I mean, that is a huge achievement to say the least, right? But Demons Raw already having nasl wins under their belt for sure are not going to make it easy for them, as we are certainly getting on in here. Atlas Lab looks like it's going to be our first starting off map here. Then probably Tycho Temple. Obviously, we see her on the map here, Tycho Temple. And if we survive long enough, hey, we got Clarion Corp coming up as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting. This best of 3 has some of the safer map choices that we've seen so far, right? The map choices that we've seen previously have been all sorts of wacky and wild, but we've gone with very standard ones here.
Can't beat the classics, that's for sure. You master those basics and you'll see the fruits of your labor, come to fruition here as we get it started on off here. No barriers going down just yet. Almost a kill from Wee onto Fudgy Waffles there, who is now our new little midfielder for Demons Raw for now. So that's pretty cool to see Fudgy getting their time in the spotlight here to play for Demons Raw. But hey, honestly, Wee's Little Bees got a couple of good players on there as well, so it's not going to be any slouch either, as we do have the final barrier going down for the side of Demons Raw. Advantage here given to Wee's Little Bees, which they have Weeb. Weeb as their short name. Luckily, we have no Weebs in the chat, but if you do, you might be happy to see Wee's Little Bees take that first point away from Demons Raw. Look at that. First blood to the Bees, the Weebs.
Yeah, I'm feeling good too. I remember to swap in the new mod pack, and you see the new Wee's Little Bees logo there. Hopefully this team will perform better than their logo performed in the popularity polls. Unfortunately, dead last. All good though, because right now they're dominating. A barrier already taken, and Zaxmac looking as comfortable as ever here. But Snake, of course, that guy is scary when it comes to the high-stakes tournaments. Pass splitter down, 2 barriers down, and with Gumi running up, it is absolutely scary if you're a Wee's Little Bee in the net.
For sure it is. Zaxmac going to spend that flip as their final resource right now in the hands of Carmine, trying to get it past Fudgy Waffles. Does successfully, trying as much as they can to get it into the hands of Wee to get a nice dash punch, but we do have an approach here from Gumi onto Zaxmac. Nice wait, though. Actually going to survive that situation, sending Gumi right on back there with that eject button. So we're going to get a little bit of offense push on the bottom side here, though, into the hands of Zaxmac, but we do have a kill there from Wee, slaying in the 2v3 here. Let's see if Wee can get this last barrier here. Really crazy clutch pass there from Fudgy Waffles to keep this one alive, as well as getting that piercing shot right on through the team, but they do finally get that barrier here in the hands of Wee. Gets the dash punch right through the center. Nicely done. Fudgy and Gumi covering just a little too high and a little too low, and it's going to be 2-0 right now for the Bees.
And if you can notice, you'll see a little bit of those momentum boots on Zaxmac here. Buffed once again, strong once again. And we're seeing Zaxmac just glide across the map right now without any speed awakenings. It is looking quite impressive because that momentum boots is not being hit, but a misstrike will mean a barrier goes down, equalizing. Now the damage focus is on that Juliet, and if you focus down that Juliet, you have a much better time playing your game. But Gumi's also low. Gumi's taken out!
Big, huge situation here. Snake can't keep control of the ball. This 2v3 is going to commence right now as we have Zaxmac passing it on to Carmine, but Snake trying his best to interrupt Wee with the punch. Nice primary over Fudgy. Gets the stun, gets the ball, gets the point, gets the set. 3-0 to start here for Wee's Little Bees. Kind of big. Zaxmac getting the first awakening pick here, though, and honestly, it's like kind of shades of cakes, right? Like taking momentum boots on Juno. Really, everyone would always stick by the eject button, but now we're seeing it change a little bit.
Yeah, and picking up prime time, a lot more cooldowns available is so important. We saw the power of prime time in the previous set where it made the matches go an entire hour, it felt like. And that adrenaline rush too, right? Even though Wee doesn't have those explosive 1-2 punches, heavy impact, still has that bulk up. And that adrenaline rush is a huge win condition. Get a KO on Gumi, get a KO on anyone, and convert that into so much potential in the play.
Absolutely, definitely changes the game here, especially with bulk up too, like you mentioned there. Giving a little bit extra power, helping that out. Yo, Carmine, nice outplay there for just a moment. It's going to grab them, the top barrier. We has no energy left to survive, but does get a little bit of a lifeline heal there from Carmine. Nice wait again from Zaxmack and wins the situation with a strike primary into the flurry. But we have a nice defense there from Gumi to hold the line there. Incoming Zaxmack with a primary, trying to reinforce the goal, but doesn't seem to get the barrier just yet there, though. Nice little self-dribble, a nice little strike there, too. I like getting right on through the team, allowing their own team to readjust, but here comes the adrenaline rush. We gets a kill, and now is way faster, gets their cooldowns back, and this is going to be just a rough time for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, it's looking rough. Another KO. Snake caught trying to help defend. And we, in the nasl debut match, is being the X Factor, is being dominant right here against Demon's Raw, of all teams.
Almost a save there, but it's going to be a good dribble there from Carmine. Flip right into the face of Wii, who keeps their own flip as well, which is going to be another huge resource for possibly grabbing a kill even this point here, which might just snowball the rest of this game. I mean, Adrenaline Rush is really just a crazy awakening. Carmine, with the same play as before, does end up getting the ball past Snake for just a moment. Again, there it is. The flip spent by Wii, activating Adrenaline Rush, which is really good value, honestly, there, as Zaxmack is going to move up and try to help Wii get this last barrier. But Asher, the Demon, as we just saw in the last 2 sets there, really making it happen, especially some of the awakenings here, the bulk up 2 really helping out. But man, they do end up defending that barrier, as Wii is going to have to retreat there, grab a little bit of healing, but honestly not too bad. Even uses a couple of resources to save that top barrier for just a moment, but not long enough, as the ball is going to roll on over into another barrier. But again, here we have another power play here for Wii. Let's see if they can make a advantage of it here.
Yeah, this time it was Zaxmack, but Fudgy Waffles rising to the occasion in the midfield, snipes it in, evens up the set. And, well, you can't give Demon's Raw too many openings, right? They'll score on those, at least.
That's fair. There has never been a more... this is the job for a stealth situation I've ever seen in my life. She takes advantage of it perfectly. As Zaxmack, almost 1 degree off there, basically, to just get around. But strikes their own barrier, no problem. Gonna take one of the opponents as well. Wee's on the front lines there, but we actually have Fudgy Waffles win a situation there against the dash punch, which is going to keep that barrier alive as well. Gumi going to try to get the ball right on through the bottom side. Incoming flurry, but Fudgy Waffles jumps right past it, close to the edge there. We were sniffing out another kill as well. Snake also looking for a kill, but Carmine, aware of that, also gets an evade of their own. Gumi has a flip here, see if they possibly need it, but going to move on to the front side, maybe use it offensively, which is usually where the flips are used, but Wii grabs another kill, activating this Adrenaline Rush. But oh my gosh, the flip, the strike, great angle from Fudgy Waffles, kind of saves the play there, including keeping Gumi's flip for themselves. Huge value in that situation there for Fudgy.
Yeah, Fudgy's really getting it done when everyone on Demon's Raw is getting dash punches, getting KO'd. You need to find those goals quick before the Adrenaline Rush can come into play. And if you're Fudgy, you have to watch out because Wii is looking for that dash punch flip here. Doesn't quite get any offensive pressure in the corner, but still, it is such a big threat when Wii's on the field.
Absolutely. I mean, dash punch flip is an insane amount of knockback. Great strike there from Gumi to get it right on through that blob. Snake almost had it, but that's just way too many strikes, and there it goes. We once again, dash punch flip is going to take them right on off the board. See if Gumi can survive the situation here with the Giga Blast. Moves up to try to win the strike board, but nice stun there from Wii. Dash strike flip from Zaxmack. Gets the blob on in there, but the 3 do end up surviving the situation. A punch, a flurry. It's a tough situation, but Gumi does actually survive. Carmine actually gets the flip to survive and hold the ball at the same time. Gumi 1 second away, but the setup there from the drone was just, oh man, that was an insane amount of pressure. I mean, it was like Soren angle or bust, and that is not even going to be a guarantee in that spot.
Yeah, it was impressively defended by Demon's Raw, but the coverage was perfect from Wii's Little Bees. It was either Gumi sends it right back into the clump where he has to defend 5 more times, or he tries to get the play on the top side, and covering that with the Now Mine is exactly what you want to do as that midfielder here. And once again, Wii is just playing so patiently, looking for one misstep from Snake, and no energy available for Snake, but doesn't quite get enough knockback here, and that means the offense continues for Demon's Raw with both barriers down. A big opportunity for Demons to turn this one around, but another KO comes through for Wii.
Yep, they do find Snake staggered completely. We takes perfect advantage of that. Dash punch will still combo on a staggered opponent and will knock them quite far. Flip right onto the front lines, gets the barrier. Saxamak catches the ball nicely, almost as a flip of their own. Incoming flurry. Gumi just can't get the strike in time. It's a really tough situation when Juliet is just approaching with that flurry, but there you go. Wee's Little Bees taking the second set. Here's Saxamak again as your MVP is going to grab whatever they want. Lots of fun stuff on the board here. We saw Team Player go a little crazy in the last couple of series.
Yeah, it did. There's so much on the table here, and that Juliet's going to be looking scary, but the fight or flight is the focus. Can't let the enemy midfielder have that. And Team Player, of course, you mentioned it, on the midfielder. It just opens up so many angles of attack. But look at Wee, right? Has the bulk up, has Might of the Colossus, can get power from either size or stagger here. So Wee is shaping up to be versatile and now just got Monumentalist.
That is indeed the thing that happened. Monumentalist for now is going to be possibly catastrophic there for Demon's Raw, but Snake does grab a little size. Asher size is some of the best awakening combinations there you can get. We'll see if that has any other effect on the board here, though, as Wee grabs a kill while Doomy is trying their best to defend that bottom side. Really good advantage. Wee gonna have a bunch of cooldowns left as well. Here it comes. Dash punch is already up. You can see Adrenaline Rush reducing cooldown by 10 seconds. I mean, that is literally primary, and that is like 85% of that secondary, maybe like 60% of secondary, but still, all your cooldowns are just about back after that. It's like you're so enticed to spend your cooldowns and resources getting kills, because I mean, they just come back and you get 40% speed. It's incredible. Yeah,
it is so scary here, and Wee is playing so well with it as well, right? That's what happens when someone who is known for one character gets that one character. Kind of makes you think maybe a ban was in order, perhaps, but we having to flip back already. Getting hit a lot also means the energy generation is way up, and dash punch flips are back on the menu.
They are indeed on the menu, almost sniffing out Gumi there for a second. You know, honestly, they could take a secondary approach there and just try to attack the person who's getting the ball. There it is. Flip dash punch actually gets the ball, but then ends up getting a crazy boys angle. They're gonna try to defend it. They end up finding a kill instead, losing their own barrier at 3v1 right now. Carmine has Flip also if they really want to spend it to get it on in here. They're gonna fight for the top lane. Incoming Monumentalist. All right, they do spend the Flip. Gonna try to get past Snake right on through. It is not even close to reactable. Can't blame Snake for that one. So, man. Wee's Little Bees 1 point away here from just taking this first game easily. They're not even sweating.
Yeah, and that's what happens when Wee's comfortable, right? It's all about comfort when you're a player in your first nasl match. And to Wee, this is just another game. It's just another match. Name tags off, mental completely stable, rock solid, getting in there, and both barriers already down.
Yeah, really nice from Carmine there. Good positioning to make sure to block that one. Okay, hands the ball over to Saxamak. Snake can't find a dribble here. Nice angle on the pop from Atlas Lab here. Carmine get the Monumentalist to keep the ball in here. Fudgy Waffles taking the corner to see if they can defend here, though. Snake has a flip to maybe get it past Carmine if they find an opening on the goal. Saxamak running as fast as they can with those momentum boots. Decides to get a little mix up on the bottom side here, though. Snake trying to approach with that flip. We might be sniffing out another one of these kills here. No flip to go with it, though. Incoming flip from Snake. Yeah, Saxamak, possible minor, a little bit huge overcommitment there with Snake being able to stop the ball and, you know, make themselves pretty invulnerable at that point, but that is a resource down here for Snake, and they might be able to still close up this set.
Yeah, I was right about to touch on that. The bright side is, right, that flip is gone from Snake, so you don't have to worry about that brawler inevitability coming in, that scoring threat. But Fudgy Waffles might be the scoring threat here. They still can score after all. But Wee grabs the core, Wee's in position, the flip's available, all it takes is one more pass, and there's the punch to take out Gumi.
I can't say anything more than I respect Demon's Raw for just being like, okay, everyone kill Wee right now. He's in the corner, but man, they just couldn't stop him. They could not stop him, and Gumi loses their life over it. Again, respect to Gumi, who tried to, they kind of lost the barrier there, but they really just tried to make a play. You know, it was just time to see if they could get a little bit more involved in that one, because something was not really connecting that game. Either way, though, yeah, nice plays there from Wee's Little Bees. I mean, we literally did the thing that you needed to do with Juliet. Play the game, survive, grab Adrenaline Rush, punch the crap out of the opponents. Well done.
Yeah, it was really just a game where we played Juliet as comfortably as ever. It is beautiful to see, and I am in awe that it was allowed to go through.
Yeah, I mean, look at these numbers. It's actually so funny. Like, we 66 redirects. It's like, but 12 kills is insane amount of downtime for the opponent. So it's like, yeah, you know, getting the kills when you need to, ignoring the ball when you need to. Honestly, that's, well, you know, well done there. And so they're going to take that first one here, and we're going to move on over to the next map, which I kind of forgot already. What is it going to be? It's going to be Taiko?
Yeah.
Nice. Taiko Temple, which is, you know, another really good map for Juliet if they somehow want to let that one through. You know, everyone's kind of hanging out on the side lanes. It's really tough to get past the drum when you're kind of 1v1 there. Sometimes you have to switch lanes, so we'll see some adjustments here that Demon's Raw might want to make, possibly in the ban phase, you know, incoming for that.
Yeah, and Wee's Little Bees just got notice. They're breaking the trend. They're picking red side.
Ooh.
Okay. Probably not the most optimal decision, but, you know, might as well. You won.
You did win. You actually just won. I wonder what adjustments they'll be making, because like we are probably definitely going to be seeing a Juliet ban here. They might have recognized like, oh yeah, we is kind of like the best with Juliet. Let's see if we can, you know, knock him off to a different character and see what comes up here. They might find themselves playing against We X or maybe We Rasmus or something. So maybe they could steal another one of those characters and possibly force We onto a tertiary. Very interested to see what they're going to make of that in this next game.
Yeah, heading on to Clarion. The draft is coming up in just a second, so we won't have to wait here. It's Manu 1-2 punch. Quite interesting. I do think that Juno will be prioritized like it was in the previous game, but also now getting a lot of power here on both the map and the Awakening start. It is looking quite good for Wee's Little Bee's comfort, I think.
Yeah, quite possibly here. Monumentalist, like you said, definitely enables a lot of like characters that you don't normally think about when it comes to banning. Like now is just good in general, but it's like, oh, big trigger Monumentalist now maybe a ban, but it's like, okay, 1-2 punch is also pretty scary for like a bunch of different characters. So I think with some kind of, it's like, well, I feel like 1-2 punch is kind of a power awakening, and then like Monumentalist is just this like utility that can become like really scary, get out of control.
They banned
So
Juliet.
Okay, fair. Banning Juliet, and then banning Era. We saw Era banned a couple different times already.
This Era
in the start of
character,
Nasl.
this Era character on this patch, it is ridiculous. She has
Is she
Kazan
this
hook, basically. It comes out instantly. You can react to clears with it. You can react to shots with it.
Oh shit.
It
Okay,
is
wait,
a
that's
little
so
crazy.
sick. All right. Well, they're banned, and Juliet is banned, so we shall see possibly. Okay, there's your Juno pick, like you mentioned before. Yeah, I'm thinking probably like X for Wii, right? Like X is like still pretty good in my opinion. I think I've seen Wii play X a couple different times, so that would be my guess for Wii if they want to start dash punching. Still, if they want to keep dash punching as much as they want, they can certainly do that with X.
Yeah, they're definitely doable here. We'll have to see what the side of Wee's Little Bees choose to lock in, and you're absolutely correct. That X immediately locked in, as well as the now on a Manu start.
Oh,
might as well.
yeah.
I do think the Juno will have a decent time in this match, but of course, with this start, with these awakenings, with how Wee's Little Bees are going about the draft, they're getting a lot of value out of that second and third pick, the R1, R2.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I really like the X now. You know, if you have to now deal with this like pretty strong Juno, but it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, well, if you leave the best thing, then you can get like two really, really good things instead of like having it kind of schmixed that way. And we do have Monumentalist Finny, which is sometimes a damn catastrophe when you are the goalie and trying to hold barriers. Sometimes that gets a little out of hand, and of course, our classic Zentaro, and followed up by Kai for Wee's Little Bees there. Pretty strong teams on both sides here. I'd say that they both have pretty strong X factors here, right? Like 1-2 punch X, pretty strong. Monumentalist now is kind of going to control this entire board. But like the X factor of like Finny dropping the big finish on your barriers could just take all the barriers, your goal is almost always open. And then Juno 1-2 punch, not even really needing overtime, is like crazy fast clears. It's like having team player all the time, throwing Junos all over the board with team player. It's crazy. So I think this is really high power level for both teams.
Yeah, I do like the fact that Wee's Little Bees have assembled a bit of a composition that lets them rotate very, very freely. A lot of the strength of their team is the fact that they can kind of play a double midfield, like we saw in the previous game, and flexibly play up. And they got a comp that could do that again this game. On the other side, I wonder how exactly Demon's Raw's picks are gonna shake out. I think I see. The thing is, I see Gumi and Fudgy both on the Juno quite a bit, right? So it really could go either way.
True. I would imagine in this spot, like they might, like I feel like I've seen Fudgy play Juno. Maybe I don't know. Maybe more. Maybe I've only seen it more. But okay, looks like the pick there is for Gumi. That's pretty interesting. So Gumi on the Finny goalie, which is fair. It's like if you picked Finny forward, then you're really just being like, yeah, we're gonna big finish these barriers the entire game, and it's gonna be like, yeah, whatever on that. But then Fudgy taking the Juno. That's Fudgy. I think I've seen on the Juno a little bit more often, just me seeing it. So I'm gonna see how Gumi makes this Finny goalie work on this map here, though. Obviously, all the picks are very obvious as far as the Awakening starts.
Yeah, and your hunches have been right so far, right? You said Fudgy a little more. It was Fudgy said the X for Wii, and this is the real test, right? With the comfort pick gone, Wii will have to really prove himself off of comfort.
Yeah, I was impressed to see them play very calm, controlled in this first nasl game. And in general, they'll probably continue the same thing. It's just X is harder to play for the first 2 sets, right? Oh man, big bell ringer is going to make me eat my words immediately, as just primary into Kai is going to send that ball right on off of that drum into another right on through. That was a little bit of a crazy situation there for Demon's Raw. They're probably thinking, okay, mega fluke, we're gonna just keep ourselves together this one. Although, I mean, the more goals that X participates in the early game is kind of the end of the world, as we do see we knock them right on off of the barrier, getting a lot more experience as well. Already getting a power play. I mean, Wee's Little Bees is just doing everything they need to. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, Big Finish tries to get something done, but Wee's still living. Wee's still strike warring 3 entire people in the bottom corner of the net. And Wee's Little Bees look on pace to 2-0 Demon's Raw.
That is so fire. His Wee's Little Bees is just being like, yo, I'm so in this. And instantly grabs both of those barriers here. Incoming Oni's Blade from Snake, trying to make things happen, backed up by Fudgy Waffles, although Carmine is really holding the line there, though. Strike War losses not actually enough to get the barrier. Now in the hands of Wii, who's going to fly on forward there, but no extra dash range is going to keep Gumi alive in that situation. Zaxmack holding both of these barriers as well to clear to the top side, ends up holding that barrier as well, even continues to hold it, spends the flip to keep it alive straight into the hands of Wii, who just kind of has an easy strike right on through Gumi, who might have tried to play towards the bottom in case a clear or an opening came up. But man, Wee's Little Bees, oh man, Carmine ended up getting first pick, which is kind of, definitely worse than Wii getting it.
Low-key, it might be better because of how these Awakenings are shaping up, right? There are enough decent picks for Wii to not go without a good pick. And of course, you're getting that extra special deny early. Size denied away from Wii in turn. But Wii's going for the really, really long-term skilling here. The sparks are coming in. And it is looking scary because the Awakenings that Demon's Raw have picked up look kind of bad. Other than Missile Prop, which is low key, kind of good if Fudgy Waffles is used to it. But other than that, their draft kind of sucks.
Yeah, I have to assume that a strike primary with these 2 Awakenings will probably cause a red ball immediately. And there goes Wii. Just X Maximus grabs another kill onto Fudgy here, though, and just making a whole lot of problems for the enemy team. Carmine tries to get to the top line with that barrage. Insta Giga Blast right into the face of Gumi, although it's going to result in a barrier of their own. Nice back pass. Actually love that one, causing Fudgy Waffles to spend a couple extra resources to keep control of the ball there. Gumi triple taking that away. Nice, knocking Wii all over the place. Make sure that they have no control of the ball here. Big finish, sends it to the top side into the hands of Zaxbank and Carmine. Almost grabs a kill. Snake could not find that one just yet. Fudgy tries to dribble it to themselves. A triple take required to keep the ball out of Wii's hands there. Flip from Zaxbank onto the top side into the hands of Carmine. A bell ringer sends it on over. That Giga Blast could have made it happen, but way out of range in that spot. Although the missile pop you just mentioned, Fudgy gets it on through. It did not even hit the blob. It just, the primary went long enough. Wow, that was really good from Fudgy.
Yeah, that's the power of missile prop. I think you see it more often on goalies because it's awkward to use in the midfield, but if you're spacing like Fudgy to play for those interactions to send slimes into the enemy goal box and playing relatively defensively, kind of double midfielding with Gumi, then you get a lot of value out of missile prop on that Juno. The issue is they're dying.
They are dying. It's actually been a power play of almost every single point here for Wii's Little Bees, although Zaxmack has not been holding the barriers as hard as they possibly could be in these 2v3s, but they are definitely trying to make the plays happen. Incoming big finish. Zaxmack can try to clear it away from Fudgy Waffles to do successfully, although the slice and dice here from Snake almost gets the dashing strike. Gumi gonna try to get the ball on over, but man, the Giga Blast from Carmine, the 1-2 punch Giga Blast. I don't think it would red core there without that extra power, and man, that one's going to sink that one right through Gumi. A really shocking situation when the core goes that fast. Because of something like 1-2 punch, you got to check the awakenings again when that happens.
It's a 1-2 punch start, and every 1-2 punch taker is clip farming right now, from Fudgy Waffles to Carmine, and it is ridiculous, but you know, Wii's just taking both barriers. No clip farming required, just the basic strike reset into midst of everything. Almost taken out here, bounce around the map, but still staying alive is the Brawler, finally taken out. But now there's a flip here, a back pass, baits out the flip from Fudgy as well. And Carmine maintains possession here. One barrier gonna go down thanks to Fudgy's offense, but overall, Wii's Little Bees not really losing too much out of that.
Yeah, I really like that attempt there from Carmine to try to get that one off the drum there. Fudgy taking the full front line with those blobs, but we do have Wii getting a kill onto the staggered Snake, and they try to get the flip. Gumi just a little bit out of range, and man, what a godsend for Wii's Little Bees. They get the goal, and they spend Gumi's flip in that situation. Snake, 0 stacks of Prize Fighter right now, and Wii, if they had Prize Fighter, they'd probably have 8 stacks right now.
You know, Kainoob's legacy is becoming even stronger right now as Demon's Raw play this game, unfortunately. We continuing to dominate the goal box right now. It is looking dire as Carmine, all he has to do is pick off a few strikes, give Wii a few opportunities, and honestly just have fun because there's so much room that Zaxback and Carmine have to play with here.
That's facts. I mean, you can see the levels right now, right? Carmine level 6 is actually enabling Wii, like, pretty heavily right now. Wii has done a pretty good job of getting a couple of kills, a couple of goals, but, like, Carmine is all over the map and really just getting their hands on the ball every minute that they can. Snake cannot find that slice and dice, gets the ball right on past Gumi. Carmine once again with the hands on the ball, trying to dash punch here. Wii can't seem to maintain it. Okay, they do survive that strike war against Wii. Spends the X Maximus, wins that situation against Fudgy Waffles. Has flip now, is way more deadly than before. We'll see if Zaxmack can hold the line. Although Carmine, again, getting in there as far as they can. Wii does spend the flip, tries to kill Gumi, who is really low right now. They might be able to grab a kill, possibly with a Giga Blast or 2.
Yeah, Gumi could be taken out any second now. Has the flip now. Could use it at a very necessary moment right now. Sends it right through Wii. Sends it around the world, but it goes back into the hands of Carmine and therefore the hands of Wii, who follows up on the detonation of the big finish perfectly. And that's another set win for Wii's Little Bees.
Oh, man. Ain't that something? That's another set win for Wii's Little Bees against Demon's Raw. I mean, that's 5 in a row, is it not? Against Demon's Raw. I mean, they are just actually putting this game away. Carmine, first pick once again. Lots of fun stuff on the board. Opts to take the health away from any other opponent, although they do have a little bit of bulk up action if they want to deal with it, but I'm not sure if they're going to go too defensively here. They didn't end up going for any of the healing, so I'm not sure what Demon's Raw is looking to do right now. I mean, they do end up getting Super Surge Zen, which kind of transforms the character into God, but I'm not sure if it's enough right now. He didn't get any more health.
Yeah, and Wii continues
my
being
God.
Wii right now. Dash punching despite not being on Juliet. A lot hard to do, a lot more telegraphed on X, but he still gets it done for the moment and just striking precisely for the barriers and almost the goal with the bull rush. Almost staggered, but almost is not enough as Carmine gets set up for a perfect Giga Blast. And now Wee's Little Bees 2 goals away from the sweep.
Yeah, I guess Carmine ended up taking the Reptile Remedy to keep themselves alive from any extra damage. I mean, Juno does do a lot of extra damage when she's doing Make It Rain. You gotta step on all these things, keep yourself up. But yeah, even now is help enabling this X2 when we're in some close quarters. X-Mac got the Monumentalist to go with it. And it's just a lot of extra damage and a lot of extra healing and a lot of extra speed here for Wii. The triple take can't seem to make it happen. Wii ends up winning the strike war against Fudgy, but not against Gumi in that spot. But the Giga Blast is going to be enough to take it. Flips right onto the top side, or right on the front side, smashes Gumi in the face with that bell ringer. Has a strike to back it up if needed. And there we are, man. 1 point away from 6 sets in a row against Demon's Raw. A clean 2-0 could be on the way.
Yeah, and we're talking a lot about Wii, but Carmine's Giga Blasts have been doing everything. They've been taking barriers, they've been scoring goals, they've been setting everything up, and Wii's finally down. The Missile Prop Juno getting it done here, but it might be too little too late as the barrier goes down. Zaxpac has flipped, Carmine's approaching, and it looks like they're not even close to taking the barrier on Wee's Little B's side. The double midfield is coming into full force with how much possession they have. They force out a flip as well, and Gumi, no barriers remaining. They're in such a bad spot right now.
Yep, control given to Wee's Little Bees right now. Snake's a little bit weak and only can get weaker. Gets smashed against the drum as well. A big 2v3 situation. The power play for Wee's Little Bees. Oh, outplays Fudgy Waffles. Was just going to try to hold the top line. Maybe that's all they could just do with that spot. Although Wee's going to try to get their hands on the ball here, though. Even Zach's not going to move up as much as they can with that Monumentalist. The big finish, though, is going to grab that barrier, and this could possibly be what Demon's Raw need to bring this one back. Although the ball is going to end up going in because we do have Snake getting a kill onto Zach Smack now. Definitely has, I think, the lowest health pool of everyone. Maybe like Octavia or something, possibly sharing it. But either way, here comes Demon's Raw. They got a point. They need a set.
They need a lot, and Snake is very squishy, right? You mentioned Super Surge doing a lot for the Zentaro, but one thing it doesn't do is help with that survivability. Can still be bursted down here. Needs to be very, very careful as the big finish comes through. Oh, really well navigated by Fudgy Waffle, sending it around everyone. The big finish by Gumi getting tons of value there. And I think Demon's Raw, they're playing a lot more methodically. If they can avoid Wii getting in their face too early, they have a lot of room to play with.
Yeah, Snake really trying to keep the ball at least at the midfield line and try not to let it get too far into Gumi's hands. Although, here we go. That was close. Carmine saves that one. Incoming big finish. Although, gets it out of there with the help of the barrage. Now, Wii has a chance to win a couple of strike wars against the Fudgy Waffles here. Gumi going to stay at the center and make sure not get doubled. They do lose the top one there. Gumi has their chance to get this one out, although Wii is going to spend the X Maximus. Nice flip here from Zach Smack to keep them alive. Definitely positioning for that situation to happen. Although now they're set their sights onto Wii. Might knock it against the drum. Snake just kind of wins a situation, wins interaction against Zach Smack. Gets it right around, and Demon's Raw possibly clawing themselves out of this crazy deficit.
Yeah, they're still the Demons after all. They are still an incredibly dominant team historically, and although they're missing the piece that really put in most of the work there, it's still doable. But the issue is Wii. If he is enabled for even a moment, if the two barriers are down there in such a bad spot and Wii's in position, Carmine's there. Snake flips it away, but that's only one barrier taken. Wii's not KO'd just yet, and if Wii's alive, it is so scary to play for Gumi.
Yeah, I guess we do not have a lifeline just yet. Here comes the big finish, though. Smashes Carmine, but they do have a defense here from Zach Smack. Although, hands the ball right to Wii. Gumi actually keeping themselves nice and calm in that situation. Wii tries to win a strike war against double player, but cannot in that spot. Is really staggered with their last breath. Tries to get a kill onto Gumi. Although now, it's possibly curtains for Wii. Oh, it almost could have been curtains for that game, as Wii is not given up just yet. In fact, it's unstaggered in that spot. Still a barrier showing up for Wii's Little Beast, but the Giga Blast from Carmine actually sends it in. Insane Giga Blast, and could have reinforced that even with a flip if they got closer. Wii's Little freaking Bees, man. 6 sets in a row against Demon's Raw.
6 sets in a row, and off the back of Carmine's Giga Blast so many times, so precise, deserved in-game MVP. And honestly, I'm down to say that he was out-of-game MVP for this one as well. Just a ridiculous performance from Wee's Little Bees here, and Demon's Raw, they need to take some time to synergize because the loss of Kai Noob, the loss of potentially the greatest player in the history of competitive Omega Strikers, it is a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely breaks a little bit of the synergies that they had going here, though. Although I do think that they're all way good enough to make up for that a little bit later, though. It couldn't happen just yet this time, although when Wee's Little Bees came out full force, didn't give Demon's Raw a chance to adapt to what might have been going on or what their strategy was, although their strategy was kind of Wee punches the opponent, and they did that pretty damn well. What a crazy upset, honestly. I mean, well-deserved. I mean, all we did was see it. We literally watched it. It wasn't like all this ball stuff. It was Wee gets the kills. Carmine gives ball to Wee, and I mean, that's how you win. That's how you win. You put the ball in the goal.
That's how you win. And we also proved, right? It's not just a Juliet. The X can get it done too. So very, very good moment there for the brawler of Wee's Little Bees. And with that, this series concludes in the same amount of time that it took for 1/3 of the previous series. But we're going to head to a very quick break. And when we come back, we'll have the Bozo Bunch versus Bun Bun Bonanza. A lot of bees. We just got out of the bees and we're headed to even more. Anyway, goodbye. Hello everyone, we're back and we're here. Bumba Bonanza versus the Bozo Bunch. A lot of B's and no more Wees. NVNYC. What are you thinking of right now?
I'm thinking of bees, bro. There's bees everywhere. There's buns, bonanzas, there's a bozos. They're all over the place, bro. The bees have returned, and now they're back at the vengeance. Although we are lacking a little bit in the full roster of the Bozo Bunch.
A little
we
bit?
shall see. Yeah, just a smidge, right? A little smidge.
The
You know,
full
is it-
roster's gone.
Is it Dropletto the heart of the team? You know?
Well, yeah.
I don't know. He could be the heart of the team right there.
They're gone though, and replacing our Streak and Merchant, and it's crazy. It's actually insane. The Bozo Bunch of all teams picking Luna, Runes, and Taro. What happened to the Bozo Bunch I love?
They've changed. They've changed, possibly for the better, although they have lost both of their barriers. Incoming Lilybun, trying to make it happen there. Spends the Firewall Sentry, but can't get it through. Dropletto and Merchant go. Oh, nice redirect there from Dropletto, but just a couple of degrees off of grabbing that one. And yeah, okay, so here we go. Era, right? Everyone's saying that Era is blusted right now, and I'm trying to see. Wow, awesome angle there from Scyther. Actually, a supreme mix-up to not go to the bottom side, just go to the top side. Yeah, but so Era on board right now. Question marks. Is this the most broken character in the whole game? I mean, the patch came out 2 days ago, guys. Is this... We all figured out that she's just a nutcase here? That's what I want to know.
Well, the delay on Error Beam got halved. Like the entire move got halved. Like, imagine your favorite platform fighter, and the frame data just gets halved, you know? Like, isn't that crazy?
Okay, that is crazy. That is indeed crazy. Although, what's crazier is we have a power play right now, doesn't get the boys angle, gets that barrier on through, flip right on through that Oni blade. They're spending the secondary to try to get it, though, but it's not going to be enough. Scyther survives that situation to live another day, and Bum Bonanza goes up 2-0 in the first set.
2-0, and looking dominant here. Of course, the Luna goalie going to struggle defensively, but a lot of it also has to do with how easily they're running up the midfield. The Ari's keeping the core relatively contained. That lets Lilybun follow up with the cyber swipes, but when Dropletto gets control for even a moment, we're seeing some greatness here. Flick to the top side, but the Ari covers. The pillar in a good spot, and Drop will convert.
Okay. I saw Liari, like, beam on reaction, and that shit was fast. Okay, actually beamed everyone whenever they wanted to. So we might have an Era situation going on. Although, you know, Dropletto did get to start here with explosive entrance. I mean, they are kind of super powered right now. If we can just survive a couple more sets. Although, oh my god, Omega combo onto Scyther there is going to super send them out of here with this power play. Dropletto trying to get that barrier here, although they do end up staggering Liari too, so it's kind of like a 3v1 pseudo here, although returning is Scyther to try to make this one happen. Liari on the top side is going to grab one barrier before being slain there. Merchant coming on in with the secondary. Nice angle there from Lilybun with a great clear. Ooh, a dash punch mix up there with that dribble is going to be great. Lilybun kind of with a different read with that cyber swipe. It's not going to make it happen, although we have a really defensive... They didn't actually evade. Okay, really defensive Firewall Sentry is going to keep the ball alive for this point. We got Juliet goalie, question marks. Although, yeah, here comes Bozo Bunch to clean this one up. 2-2 now in this set. A couple of, you know, we got all level 3s right now. Although Merchant's level 4 is looking to be the first pick in this, if Bozo Bunch can take it.
Yeah, but so is Lilybun, right? Both the goalies flying out of the net and getting a lot of touches on the core right now. This point is so important because both comp scale into infinity here. But look at that perfect NATO escorting the core all the way to the barrier. Looking for 2 here as Shrinks come in, but traded back on the other side. And it is difficult if you're Merchant on the defense, but as long as you hold for long enough. But wait a second, that's Drop going down.
That is indeed Drop going down. Big power play here for Bun Bonanza. This is their chance to take the whole set here, though, on up to Liari. Gets a dash punch stun. Nice one, Scyther. Merchant trying to get the secondary in there. Does successfully boost their way into the barrier. Almost gets the crater perfectly, though. A nice dribble here from Streak. But it actually stolen there from Scyther, who is one strike away from getting a flip. If they can just get involved one final time, they do end up getting that flip. Saves the ball from the goal. Lilybun trying to work on a flip of their own. Scyther keeping the ball in place with that flurry. Although Rune doing a really good job of keeping the ball away. Incoming Merchant, no one can get it, and it's going to be Bozo Bunch, surprisingly, taking that first set Bonbon Bonanza did come out with a 2-0 real quick, but nice reverse coming out from Bozo Bunch. And there it is, Merchant grabbing the first awakening. Luna might be one of the better characters to see if they can find a kill condition, win condition for their team.
Yeah, I'm looking at that extra special as a very likely pick here. Lots of value for the Luna and against the Imi, who will take away the heavy impact. Very good on the character and taken away from the Zentaro, but I really liked how Streak was playing in that previous set. I think he was the key part of the Bozo Bunch surviving because he was interrupting a lot of the open space drifting cores. He was making sure the core didn't ever drift its way on over to Scyther, who had that flip available for so long, and that could have been really bad for the Bozo Bunch if that flip had been cashed out on.
Absolutely, excellent play. Keeping the ball away from those who have flip is certainly part of the game here, though. Although one barrier down here for Bun, one down for both sides of the team. They're going to do a whole bunch of damage here to Scyther as they're going to try to get a dash punch in there. Do end up getting that final barrier from Bozo Bunch. Lilybun jumping on in there with that extra range. I mean, another really great start there for Imi as well, having explosive entrance, although we have a dashing strike to get Dropletto. That last barrier, Streak going to dribble it to themselves. Streak going to continue to dribble it to themselves. Merchant not getting their chance to play with the game, although Scyther now has a dribble for themselves. Crater Maker, which would have sent Scyther into orbit, but the ball, hits that goal first, will end the play. Okay, nice one from Bun Bonanza. Scyther is going to be vaporized.
That was really, really well timed by Scyther. A must score goal there, and does capitalize here. And look at how Striker prioritizes the more open barrier so quickly in a lot of those offensive situations. And also a lot of damage being put on the heavy impact, getting tons of value for Lilybun here as Streak is basically dead. But Scyther gets trapped and gets exploded out of the back of the net.
That is the classic, right? Rune and Luna together get a good timing on that banish, on that Crater Maker, and it's behind the curtains. You really can't do all that much about it. It's just an insane amount of knockback, depending on where you get banished. Though the ball is in the hands of Liari, not anymore, as they're going to be sent on off there with just the booch from Merchant. Not even any extra power from that. It's just going to send all the way out there. Scyther can't get their hands on the ball. Lilybun trying to get an evade situation where they can survive. Streak self-dribbling it. Merchant kind of you're not really all on the same page there, but either way, Dropletto's going to slice and dice Lilybun into pieces as the ball goes right on through there. Man, Merchant really tried to get involved with that flip, but Streak was like, bro, let me just play.
Yeah, it's not always coordinated, but the individuality really shining through in this match as another banish comes through. A Crater gets timed, but the direction isn't quite good enough to find the KO. But Merchant's in the midst of everyone. 2 barriers down. The Luna getting so much value and still has the flip. Gets a KO. Merchant's doing everything right now as Dropletto to the bottom corner. Not even breaking a sweat on the Zentaro.
Really well played there from Dropletto to make good use of getting their hands on the ball there right near the goal. And hey, even if you don't get the super insta-kill combo there from Rune and Luna, it'll do 80% of your health. And Merchant just needed one little rocket to get Scyther off the board, and that's exactly what they found. The ball's going to make its way onto the top side. Flip from Merchant to keep it alive here, though, in the hands of Shriek. Now Dropletto going to try to make it happen here. Double stun, but it's not going to be enough to get that one through. Although Scyther's got their hands on the ball now with Dash Punch, but the Rune Pillar truly unblockable there. Everyone's going on in there with the Oni's Blade. The boost, but a kill is actually going to be from Lilybun, it looks like, on to Merchant. No goalie right now, although Streak's probably going to use this flip. Got the pillars, though. Going to hold the flip, in fact. There we go. Spent, but into Liari's hands, who grabs that final barrier. Lilybun going to try to maybe move up to make a play happen. Scyther just about at no health left to see if they can survive. Incoming Crater sent on over to the orb as the play continues with 1 barrier for Lilybun left.
The Dropletto's on death's door here to trying to get this barrier down as soon as possible, but the Zentaro is basically out of commission. Liari on the chase down here, but Dropletto gets it done despite being staggered, finds the barrier, and is regenning back slowly. If they can get it around Scyther, and they do, they hit stun Dropletto in for the goal. The Bozo Bunch, a completely different team, but the same magic, and they are looking to be up 2 sets here.
Yeah, that ball really just rolled on into the face of Lilybun. Dropletto had those cooldowns to back that up, and his first pick here, which is a possible catastrophe here. I think at this point, maybe Zentaro is the best one for there to pick their first awakening. Going to possibly hold here, maybe grab a 1-2 punch. What are they going to get? Okay, we got bulk up, which is totally
so
fair to
strong,
keep themselves
man.
alive.
It's so
super strong, yeah.
It gives so much power. Like it should not give as much power as it does, and it helps you survive. Drop just got the perfect awakening for the situation there because he was barely dying, he was barely staying alive. Now he has to worry a little bit less.
Well, perfect situation there. I think everyone else kind of got good stuff too. Merchant got extra kill power here with the missile prop. The team player, though, from Lilybun, we will see, nice evades there to keep themselves alive from the Crater combo as well, though they are out of energy now, but definitely worth it to keep yourselves alive. Yeah, I'm interested to see how this team player will be performing. I'm not really sure if there's been a ton of overtime scenarios just yet, but if there are, we'll be benefiting here from Bun Bun Bonanza.
Oh, good dash by Merchant, making sure Scyther can't get at the core, and now Dropletto starting on the offense, almost gets it just through enough, and Drop playing pretty defensively against the NATO, doesn't want to get taken out by the Era, and Lilybun trapping Merchant in the corner a little bit, as a great Era beam comes out, Liari on reaction, looking a bit like an Estelle there.
Yeah, nice work, Lilybun is surprisingly strong right now, like an extra 25% damage onto that Cyber Swipe, and a whole lot of extra range too can definitely result in a bunch of damage, a bunch of kills, and the range is really great. You can see a bunch of ult combos coming on out. That barrier is super omega dead. Tries to get a glitch pop to defend against Merchant though, but can't. It's only one strike. Merchant's gonna have two there though. Now Scyther gets their hands on the ball, can't seem to win a situation against the Merchant there, who's not gonna spend that flip. Here comes Liar. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Every time I see the Bewitching Beam come out, I'm saying bruv. It is way faster. It's actually insanely faster.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this isn't even Era's best role. Era's not in the goal box here, so still more potential to be had on the defense, but a great pillar by Streak. Both barriers down, Drop this time, not getting the perfect play, but it is Scyther being taken dangerously low, not taken out though, and the Brawler can still play. Good clear away by Drop, but Liari's coming in, and you know that Era has that beam available. Such good frame data, but Liari doesn't get the strike in time, and that's a big goal for the Bozo bunch. Not, I guess, a bit of an unforced error, I feel, at that range, but a Bun Bun Bonanza still have a point, still have a way back into the set.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit more dire, though, as the combos just continue to try to come out. Incoming Crater onto Scyther, who does at least have the drone to keep themselves alive if they get knocked off the board, although they're going to heal up nicely into the hands of Liari, trying to get their way around this pillar, although Dropletto gets a nice rush into both players. Really great angle there from Scyther. Let's see if they can make great use of it here with Lilybun. All right, they do end up getting one barrier, really close to getting two. Incoming Firewall Sentry. Liari trying to get it through the Crater. They do end up getting it. Okay, Oni's Blade does not self-gold there. Dropletto does end up getting it away from the goal. Merchant has a flip here. It's going to end up spending it on the crazy Bewitching Beam. Now into hands of Streak. Oh, instantly loses it to the Atlas explosion there. And no more control here for the side of Bozo Bunch for a little bit, although Scyther and Streak are both staggered. There goes the drone. Lilybun has a chance to maybe make a play here with this flip.
Perhaps, but Scyther's rushing forward. Good clears away by the defensive duo, but one of the two is dead, and the Crater goes awry. Bun Bun Bonanza now. They have a flip on Lilybun. They can create some big offense here and get themselves back into this game with a big draft.
Yeah, I'd love to see a double barrier here from the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. It's like all the best that you could possibly hope for here. There goes one. All right. Solid situation to try to get two, but hey, one is totally fine here. Banish on to Scyther. Has the evade in time, keeps himself alive, although they're taking a ton of damage. Immediately staggered. Gets enlarged by the Bewitching Beam here. Liari gonna approach with, a couple strikes away from this flip, as they can just kind of ping-pong it away so they can build that energy, get those cooldowns back. Although, finally grabbing a kill onto Scyther here, though. Dropletto kind of moved out of the way with that Maelstrom Tornado and could possibly make it happen, although they do end up running out of Adrenaline Rush, but their cooldowns are completely up here.
Yeah, big barrier take there, and Lilybun flipped off the map. Dropletto has a lot of speed to work with here. They seem to work it around Liari, who is very fast, has a lot of defensive cooldowns available. A weird note take on the orb there as it goes around to Merchant, who tries to force it into the barrier. The follow-up strike from Dropletto will end up getting it. And Liari's put pretty low here. If they focus down the midfielder, this could be really huge for the Bozo bunch.
Yeah, I think Dropletto has exactly the resources they need to hold. Okay, hold on. Here we go. We got a flip here from Merchant to keep this one alive. Hits the boost onto Liari once again, and only Blade to deal more damage, but gets the dashing strike through Lilybun. That projectile is surprisingly wider than it looks and gets it right on through. Bozo Bunch 1 point away from grabbing the first game in this series.
Yeah, it is a Dropletto show, and I did not expect him to take over this game as much as he did on Zintaro of all characters, right? You think of Dropletto, you think of Zintaro like a third, maybe fourth. He is performing
definitely
incredibly
extras.
well. Yeah, so very well played here, but a perfectly timed flip, a perfectly timed block by Merchant. The Bozo Bunch continuing to hold on, but a follow-up punch will do it. Scyther, so scary, went on the offense here to the bottom side, and a follow-up by Lilybun as Bun Bun Bonanza keep themselves alive.
That was awesome. That was just like a really good strike into the explosion from Liari, which gave the ball right to Scyther on the bottom side, which ended up being a mix-up for Lilybun, who jumped on in there and actually stunned everyone. So that was actually a whole bun play. Full bun, honey bun. Okay, I'm done with that. Here we go. Era gets their first pick and the Awakening. And what's it going to be, bro? We saw Asher with Primetime. Is Primetime just the best Awakening now, guys? Could it be?
Well, Primetime is good if your primary is good, and Era's primary might be better than the rest of her kit combined, so not that the rest of her kit is bad. It's just that the primary is kind of nice. And that does mean that the rest of the draft is pretty nice for the Bozo Bunch. There was so much good in that draft, and they pick up a lot of it. They pick up Deadeye, they pick up Hotshot. The Bozo Bunch have a very good chance of just dominating this one.
I think Luna is Omega right now with extra special missile prop Deadeye. She is in one-shot situation territory, although we do see Lilybun dropping that goal. I think sends the glitch prop a little too close to the wall and ends up getting that one from the Bozo Bunch. Yeah, even with the Stinger 2 onto Drop Leto, like they have lots of damage. And core control from Streak gets some good cooldown from Hotshot as well. And God, you can even see the power from just Whammy. Sends the ball at a red core. Here comes a huge... Oh my God. Deader than dead. Dead, so beyond dead. Free barrier for Drop Leto. Although Lilybun says, no way, dude. I'm jumping on in there. Even Scyther on the front lines really nicely in this 2v3. They actually keep this one alive. Although the cooldowns are coming out, they do hold this barrier. As we have Liari returning from the Omega depths. We got spend some cooldowns here from Drop Leto, who gets the barrier, flips immediately. We have a triple goalie situation. They're not going to be able to get it past just yet. Lilybun trying to get onto the top side to hopefully help with this defense. Now Scyther has a chance to dash punch, although foiled by the boost. Merchant going to kind of go into a strike war there against Scyther. Now Liari's going to play second goalie. Got to move up, but a crazy good kill from the Maelstrom. Almost another from Bun Bun Bonanza. Liari just blasts Streak for the heck of it. And now it's a big power play for Bun Bun.
Yeah, and now the flip's coming in as well. Oh, dangerous spot for Merchant. A Streak and the Crater do not mix. It is 1-1 now, and Bun Bun pretty happy to get out of that one without taking too much damage.
That was a stroke of luck if I ever saw one, though. Liari is definitely going to be the main kill target in a lot of different situations. And they do have stacks on stacks, which definitely got reset down to 54 right now, which is kind of weak. Although they send their sights onto Scyther, who does get banished, immediately staggered, has the drone again this set to see if they can keep themselves in the game a little bit longer. Drop Leto really trying to end Scyther's life, but can't seem to find it. Spends cooldowns, but doesn't seem to make it work. Liari onto the front side against Merchant here. Gets the fastest beam in whole history. I'm going to keep saying it because it's crazy. It's shocking to me every single time as we have a triple goalie situation, although Drop Leto now onto the front side with that explosive entrance. They can really traverse this field. Streak gets out of there with their life. Scyther almost had a really good kill down to Lilybun, foiled once more by Streak. A flip into the Oni's Blade is going to get that one out as well. And man, this is just really big slog as they finally find a kill and get the 2v3 with Bun Bun Bonanza.
What a save by Merchant! That was insane pressure from Bun Bun, but Merchant found the perfect strike out of there. Impressive to do so on a Luna goalie. Dangerous spot now as Scyther approaches. Good banish by Streak to slow things down. Lilybun trying to get a strike in there, but it's Merchant with the follow-up. It's Merchant with 2 barriers! It's Merchant with everything here, but Scyther will take that barrier on the other end. Liari has the strings. Lilybun forced to make a miracle glitch pop save, and Drop Leto trying to stop the flip from Lilybun. It is burned. Flip from Drop now, trying to beat everyone, but misses the core entirely, and Merchant trying to be the hero, the pillar being the hero in the end as Streak sets it up, and the Bozo Bunch 1 goal away.
Yeah, that was really tight. Even if they did survive that situation, Lilybun was actually had nothing left but a dream. They might have been able to get a kill onto them. Incoming Crater, wow, immediately goes for the Whammy Crater combo onto Liari with no energy. It's going to work out, dealing a whole lot of damage to Liari, although they are already healing up a little bit. Merchant trying to also deal more damage as Lilybun holds on to that last barrier for just a moment. Although tough spot here against the pillar. Nice clear down into Liari is going to also pass through Drop Leto. Not going to let that one hit. Incoming beam. Scyther can't get their hands on the ball here, though. The rush is going to be just too much for aiming to handle without those long-range cooldowns. Merchant also trying to deal a lot of damage, maybe even get a flip kill, but doesn't seem to find that one right there. Now Scyther is the one who is getting bullied all over the place. They might end up seeing this drone be popped. Glitch pop, foiling Streak's chance to get it on through. Dropletto can't slice and dice the ball, but they do get a kill onto the goalie. Now, we're going to have Scyther play goalie, incoming Crater. I mean, this is catastrophe here for Bun Bun.
And the game's coming to a close here as Merchant looks to tap it in. Good defense by Scyther. And the respawn comes in as well, but with Scyther low, they could slowly rotate cooldowns. Dropletto, though, needs to be careful not to go down here. Trying to maneuver his way into the play. The Rune Core Speed coming in as well. The hot shot activated as Merchant on the other side, waiting for a chance to jump into the fray. Crater coming out, Demon Angle, but Lilybun manages it just well enough, and Streak building up a flip as well. A back pass to Merchant's face, and Dropletto at the end of it all will be the one to seal it away.
That was the mixiest bunch of mix-ups. I swear they weren't entirely on the same page there again, but it's okay. The barrier holds up, and Dropletto has the cooldowns to get on in there and chase that ball. That was a little crazy. I did think that maybe Bun Bun might take the first game due to the roster shift here, but hey, I think that the Awakenings and like the basic strategy really kind of went to Bozo Bunch there. I mean, Merchant got extra special, Deadeye, Missile Prop. I mean, that is some of the Omega Luna living crazy Awakenings. I mean, you do everything you can in the game to deny something like Deadeye from Luna, but they had a chance. I'm pretty sure they had a draft where they could have denied Deadeye, but instead took something else. Can't remember what it was. But either way, it's going to be Bozo Bunch taking it. With a bunch of kills, a ton of damage, and a lot of staggered time, and they just seem to play it well there with that damage comp and the combo, right? It's just like the basic rune into Crater Maker. The badge in the Crater Maker is just so much to deal with.
Yeah, and the Bozo Bunch, the overall team play, I don't think is quite there yet. But they're still playing off each other really well. I think they all understand how to play Omega Strikers really well, to the point where there's naturally having synergistic plays while also looking disjointed. So this team has an insane ceiling, and the fact that they won in this manner is really good in terms of future outlook.
Yeah, I would say for the most part, they really hit the damage on that comp there, and it might be in Bun Bun Bonanza's best interest to try the best to deny it there. I mean, I know the start wasn't really like Omega damage. I mean, Explosive Entrance is not like, oh, deny Luna or something like that. But, you know, sometimes the Awakening drafts get a little bit out of hand, and sometimes the Luna just punches you guys a little too hard. We can see Merchant was the MVP there, just doing a little too much, getting too much experience. Although Dropletto was 9-1 in the points, so really good to be active there, as we are going to move on to the next map, which is, did you say it's going to be, you said it's a fun one.
Autumn City.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, with that map. Jeez. What are we going to see on Odd 10 City, Saya? Like, what do you want to see?
I think they're going to let Error through on Autumn City and see if it gets picked. We'll see.
That's fair. Although I gotta say, the beam is actually ballistic. Like, oh my goodness, I can't believe what I was seeing. Actually, I cannot believe how fast the beam is. I mean, chat, are you guys? Is this like, oh, this is what Era needed? She's good now, or is this like, we took it too far? Help! What are we thinking?
We'll see. But we're looking at the draft here, and Bun Bun are the ones who ban away the Era. Bozo on blue side. Merchant might be the one who would have opted for Era goalie, and Era goalie, I think, is seen as a pretty good pick on Autumn City. So Bun Bun not going to risk that here down a game in this series. And Bozo Bunch prioritizing Estelle instead. Why not?
There, yeah. I mean, I do like the Estelle pick a lot. I feel like she is kind of the poster child, for the most part, for like these wide open maps. I mean, you picking Estelle on Oni Village as much as you can. I feel like she's so good there. And Odd 10 City isn't too much different, especially, it's just like Oni Village is Odd 10 City if the goal is open the entire game. Like that is not a defendable barrier. What you can't, the goal is just open. If you're a goalie,
you know
all
who
you're
can
doing
defend
is
the
trying to
barrier?
play.
The new and
Who?
improved
Drek?
Era.
Okay, maybe Era. Honestly, I don't. Well, she's banned every game. 100% activity in nasl still. We'll just go with, you know, ban, whatever. And then so we got Juno, which is like honestly like kind of second in command in my opinion for for like supreme midfielder. I mean, Estelle kind of has it, but Rasmus is also one of the better brawlers here, though. Kazan, I would say too, but that's totally banned as well. And there you go. We got Luna showing up once again, but actually for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. So they're stealing that one away. They really value the ability to get around the map with that boost, possibly the Creator Maker, even resulting in kills. Like Luna's one of the characters that like I feel like can get kills on a map like Oni Village or Aten City because she's just so incredibly strong.
Also,
And we'll see it happen. I mean, look at all the damage showing up. Vice and Zentaro on the same team too.
this Luna character deserved nerf and still fine. Like, honestly, like, Luna was in a good spot, still was in a good spot. The down for the nerf, but, like, she's just fine, you know? Like, all good.
I mean, it's hard to deny the fact that boost gets you across the entire map. Like, that is just such a good move in the right hands. Like, yeah, it can't go through people, so if Dubu's fat ass is standing in front of you, sure, but, like, you really can just get there. And if you have flip and stuff like that, it kind of changes the game. So I do value Luna in the right hands. So we will see how it works. I really like that we have a lot of strong midfield power on both teams, like Estelle showing up here, although, you know, I'm not sure if I'm a Vice believer on this map, but
It's a
you told me
Merchant.
once before. Yeah, I was going to say, you told me that Merchant is the Vice guy.
A Merchant is the main character when he's on Vice. There's a reason it always gets banned. Honestly, maybe it shouldn't get banned as often as it does because his Luna is also good. But, like, it is not the greatest pick in a vacuum on this map, yes, but we're going to see some magic.
I want to see some magic as we're going to start off here. Streak is running the Estelle, and we have Liari running the Juno. The midfields are what we're going to be looking at in this game. Although, I mean, a lot of boom barriers gone. I mean, this is just Oni Village if there was just no barriers at all. I'm telling you, very annoying as a goalie some of the time, but this is where the midfielders shine a lot, even with a character like Rasmus too, who has a lot of control with that Death's Touch. Right when they hit level 2, things are going to change a little bit, as Lilybun's going to try to defend this top side of this barrier. Nice jump there from Lilybun to give the ball right to Scyther. A couple of extra strikes. It's a little too much for Vice to handle. And that's going to be first point on over to Bun Bun Bonanza. Oh, level 2's immediately showing up. Ults for Liari and Scyther. The game is changed for this next 5 seconds.
The game has indeed changed as Dropletto gets bursted down. A Merchant, a slight misclear there, uncharacteristic, but that means the barrier goes down extra early, and Scyther with a quick goal. Aten City, the fastest goals in the business.
This map is so annoying because you think about defending the barrier, and that was a mistake. What you should do is anything else, because the barrier does not exist, Merchant. I'm just going to say it. There is no barrier. Dropletto winning a situation here with that slice and dice. Streak finally hits level 2, has an ult to go with it, though. Here comes Lilybun going in with everything. That barrier is beyond space-time. Merchant, that's eject button. 455 speed. That's slow. Good job, Scyther. Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yep. You know, it might be Merchant Vice, but it's also Vice on Aten.
Yeah, I'm not a believer. I think she could be good because she's got like long range with eject. She can get around, but I don't know. She does enough. I don't know.
And this Luna's going to take away that twin drive, and Vice is going to be sad, and oh, Vice got twin drive. Wait a second, the game has changed. Merchant is going to be a lot more active across the map now, and that's going to lead to a lot more pain for the side of the Bun Bun Bonanza, except for the fact that they got 1-2 punch on Liari, so the core speed's going to start overwhelming the Vice on the other side, and, well, Bun Bun still on track.
They are on track. I like the awakenings here from Bozo Bunch a little bit more, though. I mean, Streak and Fight or Flight 2 is really powerful. Dropletto has the ability to get some crazy stuff later with all the sparks. Here we go. First barrier down for Bun Bun Bonanza. Let's see if they can do anything with it. Merchant returns back with the eject button, immediately gets grabbed, but Merchant plays around the Death's Touch, but can't do anything really else other than evade that pendulum swing, but it was really tight spot, and Scyther makes great use of that pressure situation. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's really, man, Liari got like the only awakening there. I mean, sure, Aerials is like probably fine for Rasmus. Last speed is great, but Liari got the lion's share of awakenings here. Let's see if they can make it happen at this first point.
Yeah, the issue with the Bozo Bunch comp is really, especially for Merchant, you have to play perfect. And if you don't play perfect, it is a mess, and you get scored on in sub 20 seconds. And Bun Bun Bonanza are looking quite good as they're capitalizing on every single slight opening given over by the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, they didn't really, I mean, they banned Bun Bun banned Era, and I mean, I guess we probably would have seen an Era show up, but it's not like any of the roster from Bozo Bunch was really like interrupted here. It feels kind of like, I don't know, Dropletto having to play Zentaro with like this Awakening start was like really good for Bun Bun here. It's like, I mean, I feel like Zentaro is good, but I mean, if you had a Dash Awakening start, I would say he's really good. But right now, he's just like, okay, it can't really have that much effect on the ball. Like Rasmus, who is just base kit, like gives himself the ball. You know what I mean? Oh goodness!
Okay.
Nice recovery.
Yeah, that was really bad, but that might have been the only big chance that Bozo Bunch had. Maybe this is the big chance here as Merchant plays up the field once again, but doesn't quite get the strike. Oh, steals away from Scyther, though. But again, right, every opportunity they get feels like a miracle. And if they miss the opportunity, it feels like they're doomed, you know?
Yeah, I really like that steal from Lilybun, although, you know, that was the boost. It has probably like an 18-second cooldown or something long like that, because it is quite strong. Dropletto puts it on in there. Look at all his bars. He's got bars for days. Green, blue, blue. He's got everything charged up and ready to go, and see if they can get a point out of this one. Streak opening out with a Rose Warp. Can't make anything happen, though. To make it rain, just putting Junos everywhere is just a little too much to handle sometimes on A10 City. Flip from Dropletto is going to grab the largest barrier in existence on over to Scyther. Cleari and Scyther can get something going here, though, although Lilybun does steal it away from Dropletto there. Now it is going to go in. That is not going to cover the whole goal as quickly as you want it to, although it kind of does cover the whole goal. Either way, Bun Bun Bonanza is kind of making quick work of this already. I think their comp might just be like way better out of just doing it.
Yeah, they do have they have a comp that has a lot more coverage, and if you have a lot more coverage on Aten, then you're probably doing well, especially early. And with Scyther picking up that signature among Titans, that guy just picks it on the brawler. He doesn't care. He just wants the speed, and he uses the speed very, very well. It is looking difficult. Of course, the prime time and the extra special will help. The more cooldowns to interrupt in the midfield, the better. But I still think that Bun Bun Bonanza are in a very good spot to send this to a Game 3.
I would agree. We did have at least built different start, giving size to try to negate some of the disadvantage there of the Among Titans. So kind of a regular size Rasmus right now is we're going to be seeing here as Lilybun's trying to get the ball on over to Scyther. I mean, it's really hard to kill on this map. There's so many there's so many orbs, but Cleari just self passes with the 1-2 punch bulk up. Red ball. It's 40 seconds. 40 seconds in. Red ball. And it just kind of goes in. I mean, Vice is not going to be able to stop that one. And Cleari might be the X factor that they were looking for with just that 1-2 punch, really.
Yeah, it's so hard to play in a mobile goalie when the core speed's always a factor, and Scyther is going to out-mobility you otherwise. And there's a world record, a number of interactions for the goal. It feels like this game's over.
I think this game could be over. Scyther probably realizing that, like, maybe somehow Among Titans speed is one of the only things that could bring the opponents back into the game. And now using that speed for the side of justice, apparently, as they're going to try to keep this one in, although Merchant can't do all that much. I mean, those are all his cooldowns. That was everything he had right there. Spent. Lilybun chases that whammy and, I mean, solos the goal with just enough strikes. I mean, there you go. I mean, both of the goalies were basically doing the same thing, right? They both just eject forward, spend their cooldowns, do their best, and then go back and then just stand around for a while and hope their team is doing well. And I mean, Scyther was just kind of manhandling this midfield for real. And anytime that anytime that Merchant didn't have cooldowns, it was basically curtains. Scyther had it on the front lines. I mean, the damage numbers have never been smaller. 7-minute game, 7-minute Aten game. Bun Bun Bonanza.
Let's be clear though, that's on the Bozo Bunch. Like, it is Merchant Vice, but you did lock in the Vice goalie with no speed on the team to back it up as a midfielder on Aten City.
It was rough. Again, I feel like, you know, a lot of things could have been different. You know, if it was maybe a Dash Awakening start, I would have maybe, I don't know who else you go. Like, who else would have Dropletto picked in that spot, really? Kazan is like the next best, I feel like
he would have wanted Rasmus, but it got picked away, right?
Right, yeah, Rasmus was the next one. And then who's the actual next one? It's like, I don't know, do you just play like a less traditional, more mobile character? I mean, you can win with double midfield on this map, but I don't know. I just decided to go Zentaro and didn't really get their hands on the ball all that much.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
no one could really do anything.
a really swift game, so it means that we'll swiftly advance to the game that is coming up next. It's Inky Splash Zone, featuring these two teams once again. And this is going to be a fun one. Inky's has become pretty much I wouldn't say like a fully standard map, but a relatively standard map, as in like teams will go to this map. Whereas in the far past, teams would not go to this map.
Honestly, I like kind of can't believe it in a way where like people have it just accepted Inkies as an entity that they just exist on. Like we were now picking. I always wonder if it's just like, yeah, we like Inkies and we're good at Inkies, or if it's like these opponents are going to be terrible and hate their life when they're playing on Inkies, so we should go there and just like kind of counterpick them psychology, whatever. Yeah, I know people.
Inky's pick rate.
There's
is
a lot of teams that
insane.
do.
Like,
The what?
Inky's pick rate
Oh, the
and
pick
nasl
rate.
is really, really high. Like it is.
Hey, it's crazy. They just play it.
Yeah, people just play it now.
I mean, that's fine. A new, not like a new map, but like it's like kind of new into the real meta. So whatever. I mean, damn, Inkies and Aten in the same series is kind of incredible.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. Both
Yeah,
both
it's
is
insane.
really wacky. We'll see what happens here. I do expect a pretty different draft coming out, but I do think that Bozo's comp is a lot less egregious on Inkies compared to how it was on Aten. But I do expect them to change up a few things at the very least.
Yeah, it'll possibly be another quick game, as we do have Hot Shot as the start and another quite large barrier, very difficult to defend. So those two things together are very difficult for the goalie, and it's just like the midfielders and the brawlers are going to be playing really, really tight together. I don't think anyone's going to be taking the Reptile Remedy, but we'll see. There's your era, by the way. Gone into space once again, never to be foreseen. What have we done? Juno also gone. Hot Shot, understandable. And Estelle, another character who I think is really, really just a top pick on this map. Although, now the roles have swapped, right? It's Bun Bun first picking Estelle, and then it's Bozo grabbing the Rasmus X here. Or like X as in like X the character.
Ooh.
Like not X the character, X the slot. It's Drakkar.
Yeah, the Drakkar is interesting. I expect the Rasmus to perform well, but the Drakkar is interesting. I wonder if it's a Drakkar brawler and Rasmus goalie. Not quite sure. Not quite sure what exactly is happening here.
I've seen Drek goalie for sure.
If it's Drek Rasmus forward duo, then I'm really confused. I don't expect it to be. I think it's definitely either one of them in the goal box, but I don't like the Drek in this spot.
Can't say for sure. I would like to believe it's at least Drek goalie. I have seen Drek goalie do some pretty good stuff. Like pretty good long range stuff at least. Although, hey, Luna back once again on the Bun Bun Bonanza. Lily Bun certainly going to be playing that Luna most likely. Stealing the Vice as well. That is pretty interesting as we're playing very mobile comp for at least the most part. No brawlers in sight, unless they're doing Luna Brawler, which we have seen work at least more than once before. Final pick here for Bozo Bunch will be question mark. Kai. Okay.
Oh, it's a Kai. Yeah, okay. So
a normal ass pick.
I expect Streak to be on that Kai. So Drop Little and Merchant. Who's taking what is the question here.
Merchant is definitely Drakkar. Like you can't convince me, Saya.
No, but
that we do not
I think
have.
he's Rasmus though.
Oh, you think? Oh, you think? Hold on.
I could be wrong.
Me too.
Yeah, we both could. Well, no, we can't both be wrong.
Wait, what if we could?
There's zero chance it's Kai goalie. Let's be clear.
I mean, it's Kai's a goalie. Yeah, Kai could just go goalie sometimes. I don't know.
Not in this spot.
probably not in this spot.
Unless something crazy happens, one of us is right.
Okay. I'm going to bet on me, just for the heck of it.
Yeah, well, I think I'm correct, so... We'll have to wait until we load into game, though, because we don't know yet.
That's true. We actually have no idea. We're not in the future. We do see Scyther. Actually, okay, so it's Scyther on Luna. Definitely Luna Brawl. We've seen it. It's happened. It's really not that bad. She is a kind of all or nothing brawler character, but it comes with the damage of Vice, so it's going to be pretty strong. Here we go, Merchant on Drakkar, Wahoo, and we do see a couple of Reptile Remedies here, though. Drop Little and Streak, both prioritizing damage, health, which is fair, as the opposing team has Luna and Vice and Liari to help get those kill confirmed, so that's quite scary. So we're gonna start off on Inky's Splash Zone with Aten. I can't stress enough how we have Aten and Inky's in the same series. That's crazy. Still.
I mean, that is definitely crazy, and like you said, you've been on a streak of being right about character picks today.
It's just a good day for me.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if the Hotshot can do a lot of work down Molten Bolt. Going to be a core control threat, as well as let the lock and loads recharge quite a bit, that Hotshot. We're just going to have a relatively good time, I think. If you buffer Shotgun against a lot of the offense coming out of Bum Bum Bonanza, he should have a relatively simple time defending most setups.
Yeah, I agree. I think Shotgun is also like relatively good against Boost as
Guys,
well. It just
guys, he forgot to click Hotshot.
Which one?
Wait, no, he did. No, he did. That's on me. That's on me. I messed up.
Okay.
I messed up my input.
Anyway, no problem here. First goal going on over to Liari. Boom, splash, Inky zone happening here. Bun Bun taking the first one here. We'll see how much impact this Vice can have. That's what I'm really looking forward to, is seeing how much impact Liari can have here, or Lilybun can have with this Vice goalie. As we just saw in the last set, it didn't seem to work too well on Aten's, and this map is not entirely like close quarters either. There's like a whole lot of space here, and we'll see if they can maybe get the barrier every time that Lilybun ults or whatnot. So we're gonna have Merchant spend the cannon incoming craziness. Okay, saves it with the flip. I was going to say Lamau Inky Splash Zone or something, but here we go. Crater Maker on to Streak. Going to go ahead and evade that one there. Liari winning a situation against Streak nicely to give themselves a little bit more time. Molten Bolt right onto Scyther's face. Not bad slowing them down, but Drop Little finds a kill. Flips on over Scyther, making it so Lilybun does not have to freak out about that situation, trying to hold the line in the midfield. They do have a cannon if they need it. It would stall a couple seconds here. They are going to spend it defensively. Merchant, no problem getting it on back. Lilybun almost made a play offensively. Here comes Scyther trying to get it through, but double goalie is going to foil that one. Lilybun self-tripling that to give themselves the ball. Scyther trying to make a Crater Maker happen. Liari almost had a shocking play there, though. Nice strike from Merchant to keep it alive, and overtime. We'll be rolling on over.
Yeah, this comp definitely easier to play on Inky's than Aten for the Bum Bum Bonanza, but right now they're under a lot of threat from the double speed of the forwards of the Bozo bunch here. Good reactions by Lilybun on the release, and Dropletto barely missing the shot there, but a Giga Blast from Streak will cover the options, and that'll be a goal for the Bozo bunch.
Nice one there. Nice Giga Blast getting it on through. Sometimes Giga Blast really just does magical things. It just blows the ball into the net and stuns the closest players anyway. It's actually just kind of a god move. All right, there we go. Lilybun gets in there, spends the ult, they lose the barrier, and that's kind of what I expect, is the barrier to go down in every situation there. Scyther can't seem to get their hands on the ball there, kind of overshoots that boost. Lilybun has a flip here to see if they can get Dropletto out of the way. Yeah, they do, but spends the flip, doesn't get much out of it here, only maybe a primary. Nothing left, actually. Dropletto easily gets it on in there. There's the primary, not quick enough off cooldown, and Dropletto is going to grab that goal. For Bozo Bunch, 2-1 right now. Still pretty tight. I'm not noticing anything too weird going on.
Nothing too weird so far. Well played by the Bozo Bunch. They're definitely the comp expected to win early. They have the immediate speed. They have a lot more defensive capability, so this Vice is expected to struggle. And it's all in, again, it's the polar opposite of last game, except a little less polar, because Bun Bun are not as hopeless with this composition as Bozo were in the Aten matchup. It is still looking pretty good for the Bozo Bunch, though.
Indeed it is. We have Streak grabbing our first awakening here on the Kai. I'd say, again, one of the better characters to get it, as Kai is going to want to have as much control on this midfield as possible, which really helps keep up that barrier. What are they going to take here? Maybe Explosive Entrance would be pretty solid on this Kai to get a lot of extra speed. Yeah, and steals it from the Vice too. So no extra range on this Vice goalie will be showing up today. Size on Rasmus too. Also pretty good awakening here. I'd say that maybe we're looking at Bozo Bunch with an advantage in this whole draft.
Yeah, but that Twin Drive is scary, right? The Vice is activated, and Lilybun has a chance to participate in a lot more plays, of course. Whether that'll be successful is definitely a question, but there's potential there.
That is true, especially with the hot shot as well. Having double cooldowns on Twin Drive can even give you basically double value out of the hot shot if they're both on cooldown, which is pretty nice as well. Scyther makes a nice self-pass play there with the boost. I mean, boost is one of the only abilities that kind of feels like it does that, although like a long-range blink would also do stuff like that. Either way, really great work there from Scyther to grab that first barrier. Merchant trying to help as much as they can. Lilybun, Thunder striking their way on in there, defending the goal. Giga Blast from Streak nicely gets that barrier. This could be the Streak show today with the way these Giga Blasts are really working out. Scyther almost had a chance to get on in there, but you know what's interesting, as with Luna Brawler, if people are just kind of standing in front of you, you cannot Luna Brawl.
Yeah, somewhat, but Luna Brawler also has Luna Forward in general has a lot of ways to forget about that. Drop Leto just played around Lilybun's Supernova perfectly. It's just a mirror match of last game. Drop's doing what Scyther did in the previous game. It's the same thing again.
Okay, I think the only thing to take away from this is Rasmus is broken as shit, guys. Rasmus keeps beating Vice. This is insane. Do not pick Vice ever again. Rasmus will counter you as the ball is going on over.
I think the maps have a lot to do with it, though.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know, man, Rasmus. I would like people to stop playing Vice Smile. Either way, we're going to get Drop Leto to try to self-pass the ball on over there. Merchant, no problem defending this one away with the extra range on that shotgun. Flip coming out from Drop Leto, countered by Lilybun as well. Close range with the pendulum swing is not going to be enough to get that one. See where Lilybun can bring this ball nowhere, as Drop Leto is just going to win that strike situation. Scyther looking at no health right now. Merchant stealth, flip. Here comes the cannon. There's going to be a huge advantage for Bozo Bunch. See if they can make it on in here, though. Drop Leto's kind of alone for just a moment. Streak gets the cooldowns back, stunned a little bit by the Thunderstruck. A little bit off center there, though, and they can't seem to make it before Scyther returns.
Yeah, and this is now when the game gets a little bit scary for Bozo. If some big damage gets pumped in here, if someone gets comboed off the map, if Streak dies just like that, then the game has changed. As long as they keep the core in their hands and just attack the barrier, find the barrier, methodically work their way towards the goal, they are in a decent spot in this hotshot overtime. But the issue is, if they can't get anything done on the respawn, Streak will come back, use that speed immediately, and now you're in trouble.
Yeah, I will say Merchant, for the most part, is doing a pretty incredible job of defending here with this Drakkar. Really, just like the extra range on the shotgun is kind of going insane. I mean, you're hitting the ball every time. You're getting cooldown from Hotshot as well. The cannon not seem to giving the goal on over to Bun Bun Bonanza just yet. Liari not going to win a situation against both of these players. Cannon coming out. They help it on in there, so you can't strike it on out. But, whoa, crazy angle there from what seems to be the power cord from Lilybun is actually going to send the ball right on in. I mean, you needed a very slightly tilted angle for it to go in the goal there. So well played from Lilybun. Level 6. You really see that Lilybun is having a lot of influence on this ball.
Yeah, well, and Lilybun once again finds the barrier here. Big opportunity now for Bun Bun Bonanza. Lilybun herself getting in there. In the corner is Scyther taking out the goalie, and still has a flip to spare here. A great Giga Blast from Streak takes the barrier on the other side. Miracle mode for the Bozo Bunch, and the barrage will save it. Huge opportunity now with the water cannon. They still have to respawn as well. The Bozo Bunch in position to turn this one all the way around. The delayed strike as well. Streak staying patient, not panicking, but Merchant strikes a tiny bit early, and Lilybun gets it done once again.
Okay, I will say that Streak is really putting in the work right now. Actually, just kind of doing just about everything correctly. Combination there from Merchant and Drop Leto is going to get the barrier. Frame 1 and 52-second goal, guys. I mean, has there been a 1-second goal? It's like a record or something.
Yeah, in nasl, there have rarely been goals this fast. I think there's been one similar, but nothing. That's the one. Perfectly played by Streak, and the Bozo Bunch have a chance to take a massive lead here from behind. The water cannon activated. Merchant with a strike shot stalling out, but Scyther's boosts are so precise here.
Yeah, those are the boosts you are looking for here. Nothing is more valuable than taking the barrier on this map. Oh, Merchant just can't get the ball over to Streak. And that actually causes the whole set to go on over to Bun Bun Bonanza. Who was the first pick? Of course, it's Lilybun, having so much influence on this ball. See what they can get here. They already have Hotshot, Twin Drive, looking for heavy impact, more power, more cooldown as well. This is, I mean, it's literally a picture of Vice's guitar. So, you know, here you go, Vice.
Yeah, although the Drakkar for Merchant does get that missile prop. A lot more reach there, looking like Crystal Thorns almost. That fighter flight's going to be dangerous. Scyther has so much control over the core already, and additional speed's going to make that even scarier here. And that Estelle, Liari starting to threaten a little bit of Spark of Leadership, of course. Not the strongest awakening, but it's still 2 sparks.
True. Definitely has some good potential to get out of hand later and force some denies. It could just like make the opponents take some bad awakenings a little bit later. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how we get this fighter flight going on Scythers. They're going to be kind of using their cooldowns on cooldown pretty much, but the fighter flight might help them set up different types of like whammies and different kinds of boosts as well. So we'll see how much impact that has. And as you mentioned before, yeah, the missile prop is going to be kind of crazy on Merchant, who's already doing a really good job of defending, but not against that. It's just too many strikes. Scyther gets it in with maybe a little bit of speed, right? Yeah, the speed got him above the Drakkar at that end.
Yeah, the slight bit of speed. Well, not just slight. The chunky bit of speed from
insane
Fighter
speed.
Flight. Yeah, made a big difference there for Scyther. And the fact that you can get so many consecutive hits, and wow, that streak going down already. And now that Scyther and Liari continuing to make the passing plays, the synergy coming through for the Bun Bun Bonanza. This is a team that has stuck together for quite a while now. And the Bozo Bunch, Merchant daring the challenge. Streak daring to challenge the Supernova. Unsuccessful, but Dropletto still gets the barrier here. Merchant can hold, but it's so difficult against Scyther, who has all the angles in the world to play with.
That was kind of crazy. Streak exploded into Streak exploded, unfortunately, trying to defend as hard as they possibly could, but the Supernova is super going to win there, especially with the impact of Heavy Impact to give that a little bit more power there. A flip there from Liari to try to keep themselves alive, but they lose every little bit of health and are taken into orbit from the Death's Touch. Gonna use the cannon to try to defend against this 2v3, but Scyther does not care. Boosts on in there, sends it on in. I mean, he had the flip too, doesn't even care. Look at all these resources they had left too. And Bun Bun Bonanza has turned the tables, has really turned the tables, and is making quick work of Bozo in these last few points.
Yeah, lots of potential in this draft as well, right? There's so many good awakenings here. I would not be surprised. Okay, he took Build Different to deny size away from the Rasmus. Quite a decent choice here. And Deadeye still available, right? That additional damage among Titans still available for the speed if it falls to the midfielder. A dangerous draft here, and I think Bumbo Bonanza are looking very nice at the end of it. Picking up that Among Titans, getting a big size difference for the Luna here on the Strike Wars, and Liari getting additional speed, with the Estelle not relying on that melee scaling at all.
Yeah, we get Awakenings board wide here. I'm really interested to see if Streak can grab some kills with the Giga Blast with this new Deadeye he's got. Both barriers go down basically instantly. Here comes one of the cannons showing up. The next one is about to. Here comes Blue Cannon on the way, trying to help Scyther and Liari get it through. It's so hard to defend against just the aggression of the cannon and the access to all the angles you have. Scyther, no problem getting that one in there on the top side. Next point on over to Bun Bun Bonanza. I mean, if they can keep this one up, they would end it. They would end this one.
Yeah, and Streak has no elusive, right? It's a very, very possible KO target here. Dropletto has a bit of a stagger build going. Has a lot of power, has a lot of stagger, has a bit of size, but when compared with Scyther, who is flying across the map, it's so scary to deal with. The Bun Bun Brawler compared to Dropletto, who is just a normal brawler, and Streak goes down once again, sniped off the edge of the map, and the barrier goes down.
Dang, not only the barrier, but the point. Streak is doing a pretty good job of defending a lot of these midfield situations, but it's just a little too close to the edge when characters like Vice and Luna in this game, even with Liari on board with that primary, would be able to snipe a kill as well. It's just really dangerous with these teams to hang out towards the edge. I think Streak is doing basically everything else pretty much right, but these kills are showing up for Bun Bun Bonanza. Flip here from Liari. He's going to stall the ball for just a second there. A primary to Lilybun, but into the Death Touch of Dropletto is going to cause that barrier to go down. Lack of cooldowns here from Bozo Bunch, it seems. Here comes Dropletto with the Whiplash, though. Scyther might gonna flip here. Doesn't actually do it. The Supernova angle was very bad. Very bad for Bun Bun Bonanza. That's... Yeah, that was... Was that just the cannon, or was that a redirect?
It was just a tiny bit of miscoordination from Bun Bun Bonanza. They have played well so far, though, so I expect them to methodically take the next point, or maybe the point after that. They still have a massive lead, of course. No panicking, not letting it slip away from them as Scyther maintains the flip here. Dropletto taking a ton of damage, but that guy is so tanky. He has like 3 health bars in one.
Yeah, it does have a lot of extra stagger to keep themselves up, and Reptile Remedy to regenerate any of that damage, although gets that pendulum swing with a little bit of the extra size he's gotten, and yeah, the Whiplash is going to slice all 3 players in half, get that goal, and now this is what Bozo Bunch needs to keep themselves in this game. This series is currently 1-1, kind of big right now, as the first week of nasl might set the stage for everything else that might happen.
Oh, Dropletto barely misses the perfect goal there, but it was by no means guaranteed. Now in a 1v1, slips it past Lily Bun, 3-2. Headed to set 5, the Bozo Bunch back in this one.
I think maybe Lilybun was expecting Dropletto to play the cannon or something there, but I guess it ended up being kind of a mix-up to just go straight on in there with that pendulum swing. I mean, Lilybun definitely had flip to defend against that. I think it might have just been a mix-up. Either way, we do have Bozo Bunch bringing this to Game 5. Team player certainly going to help get that barrier and possibly the goal when the overtime shows up, if it can show up. Picking these awakenings really quickly is the Bozo Bunch, although we have a Lilybun waiting for someone to get a spark. Yeah, indeed, a spark does end up showing up for Liari. Maybe this is the cooldown that Bun Bun Bonanza needs to just end this one.
Yeah, Liari herself pretty strong right now, but my eyes are all on that team player. If the team player can overwhelm the relatively immobile Vice goalie and the the fact that Scyther and Liari have to burn cooldowns to help defend is really important here. While a team player is not a cooldown. A Merchant! What a snipe from across the map with the strike shot, still defending with the lock and load as well, and Dropletto in position. Oh. What a perfect point for the Bozo Bunch.
That was perfect. Man, the missile prop strike shot and the aerials actually even going a little farther, 42% even farther than the missile prop is going to get that thing across the map. Merchant, beautiful snipe there to get it going, and it's not actually done yet, although Lilybun grabs the barrier for themselves. Extreme death showing up for Merchant as Scyther gets that big finish, although we do have a barrier take here, though Dropletto's going to hold the ball as long as they can. Streak as the goalie. 2v3. Liari loses the situation against Dropletto, which is going to stall quite enough time. Defensive cannon here is going to be just enough, man. Dropletto just carries the ball into the goal, into the top side. This is exactly what we saw from Vice last game. She just could not deal with this Rasmus after 5 awakenings have been placed, and now it's Bozo Bunch on the winning point here.
Yeah, but Scyther's still fighting. Liari still almost has flip available, and look at that, making space with the crater. And Bum Bonanza still in this one, still maintaining all of their energy into the next point. Bozo Bunch got to be scared of those 3 flips that are coming up in just a second.
True. A lot of energy is on for Bun Bonanza, but it might be the fact that Bozo Bunch could have flips by the time that they get the game 5.5 situation here, though. Oh my god, he actually strikes a little too early and is going to end up getting themselves killed. Liari, nice defense there. Going to use the cannon again defensively to just stall as much time as they can. Scyther, really close to making this happen here. Flips, he's really big, and he gets it on in there. Flip is, I believe, a melee move, so it does scale off your size. I mean... It doesn't? Oh my god. Well,
he's just that good. He's just that good. He's just that good.
He's just the best. He looked so big.
Yeah, and the Bozo Bunch, they got to get this done because Streak is about to die, about to explode. Merchant's about to explode. Everyone's about to explode right now. Dropletto, the only one left standing, really, in the water cannon. Inevitable. Streak barely hanging on. It's all up to Drop to do the impossible here, but the strike wars are being won just barely. The Giga Blast, the regen coming through, and the recovery drone popped. Big opportunity with the team player, perhaps, but it's so difficult. Scyther in position, boost through, good strike war by Streak, keeping the core up. Bun Bonanza, all it takes is one opportunity to capitalize to win this game, but Dropletto is being so resilient right now, and Streak with so many rebounds. Giga Blast, barrier take. Dangerous spot though, because Scyther 12 is always watching with the boost to the top side of the map, but the strike shot will isolate perfectly. The hook through to Dropletto, dribbling forward, looking for the strike war win. It's not enough.
Yep, in the hands of Streak for a moment here. Got the Crater Maker is going to self-destruct. Bozo Bunch. Crater Maker makes Bozo Bunch the champions of this series. I mean, first week in nasl taking it over Bun Bonanza. Just, oh my gosh, minor miscommunication there from Scyther. Could not get it to the right side. Wow, insane ending to that game. Unexpected completely not seeing that happen.
And
there.
that's
Oh
why
my God.
Inkies gets picked. Inkies makes
my
for the
God.
best games.
Yeah, if you're watching, I mean, do you think they had as much fun as we did?
I think
Maybe
they
did.
had fun.
I don't know. They probably had some fun, but man, Scyther was on those Crater Makers basically every single time. I don't think we see a single one kind of malfunction there. Oh, but man, when the stakes are at it and everything is just on the line, sometimes these things happen. And that's okay, because there are 9 weeks of nasl fun enjoyment. You're going to be crater making everyone else in the tournament. So congratulations here to Bozo Bunch, keeping their 1-0 streak to start off this nasl here. And that was fun. That was a good series there. Nice game 3 to go on your first week.
Yeah, absolutely crazy scenes here for this match. Bozo Bunch get the win. It was close though, and I think that Bun Bun Bonanza will be looking good for the rest of the season as well, right? Definitely contender for this roster. They look very well coordinated, well put together. And at the very end, it was just a lost strike war to the Crater. They almost had it.
They almost had it. But I mean, heck, that was indeed Bozo Bunch's roster. Merchant showing up as their goalie there. And also, I mean, that was not their full roster, dude.
No, that is their full roster now.
Oh, that is now their full roster.
It's their
Okay,
full roster now.
Well, Bozo Bunch is added here. We'll see if Streak and Merchant can fill the shoes of the Bozo Bunch, whatever, this new team. That's awesome. But heck, they are already doing it. They took the first game. So, well played for them. And I mean, Saya, could this possibly be the end of our block?
It is. It is the end of our block.
It's the end.
And there's only one match left, EKC versus Dubu. That's definitely going to be interesting, but that's going to come after this break. Watch the anime opening one more time, watch a few ads, and we'll be back.
It's been a cinematic season opener so far, and hopefully our final match will be no different. My name is K-Bot, joined by Brickbat. Brickbat, you're back!
I know, I'm
Whoa!
back. Wow, I love scheduling.
You know who else loves scheduling? EKC right now. We are told that a handful of players are out for EKC tonight. It appears to be Soren, Zoro, and Cardbox in the match today. So that's like a midfielder and 2 goalies. So we'll see who ends up playing Brawler as they put this one together. And we're loading in here. Sundubu Strikers, also worth noting, Cosmic Calamities, Cardbox versus 3Z Breezy. Uh-oh. Who could have seen this coming?
Yeah, agreed. Bit of a calamitoff. That's the cleverest thing I could think of. And one thing as well, right? I'm kind of putting my eyes on Sundubu. This is their first appearance, I think, in any S tier competition since their victory at LAN. So I think there is a lot of expectations on this team to perform, have a very good showing here in week 1, and I wonder if that pressure is going to mount on them a little bit here, because this is an EKC that, I mean, they got 2 subs in, they got no one to lose. Nothing to lose.
They shouldn't, right? But I've seen stranger things happen. Worth noting, Era maintaining the 100% pick ban rate today. Banned here by the Sundubu Strikers on an Orb Replicator Timeless Creator start here for our first map today. Otherwise, doesn't look like anything too terribly crazy. The only thing that's maybe crazy is Soren is playing the Estelle Brawler.
This is something that we saw earlier today, actually. Joker pulling it out, and if you do want to run a double midfielder, odds are you're going to want Estelle in one of those positions. I mean, another one as well that you could do, and turns out EKC picked both, so this is a team that could kind of play, position circus acts, position acrobatics, and kind of go wherever they want. All 3 of them could play offensive, all 3 of them can play goalies, and because of that, you could be very creative with your rotations and find some tempo, hopefully.
And if there's any team that's going to do that, right, you would think that it would be this team with 2 goalie players and 1 midfielder. Soren often has switched back and forth between playing midfield and playing goalie. So no surprise there to watch rotations happen. We'll say Zoro here is on the Finny. A little less mobile, at least earlier on. Nice swipe away from Cardbox of that barrier, as both of these will stay online for now. And we start approaching our first core flips of this game. 3Z on the Whiplash. Grimella looking for, actually, to take it himself, but that'll get defended away with everyone back from EKC in the goal box. Good Blabo interrupts the pass up to 3Z. Grimella now, maybe a little bit of room to work with here again. Soren actually just going to core flip it away. Blabo's come down again, and Energy Burst burned on the defensive here for all 3 members. 3Z going to be the last one up with a core flip in just a moment. We'll be likely to use that. Just gets it now. Here it is, down to the bottom side. Doesn't actually find much of anything, just tries to keep up the offensive pressure. Cardbox sneaks one in there, but finally, the pendulum swing is fouled.
Yeah, good back and forth. Core speed going to be something that I think is a bit contentious. The Finny does have some tools to preemptively stop any sort of core speed before it happens, but if it does happen to slide past the things like the triple take, it could be rough, especially against Erasmus. So if that does get into overtime, there are situations, or if this Juno does get that 1-2 punch or hot shot, that is that potential win condition here for the side of Sundubu.
Shapeshifting Giga Blast now on the offensive here, joining Grimella and 3Z up front, and will get exploded by the gravity well. Playing patiently here, trying to take this one out. Will do just that. 3Z maybe with a little bit of room to work here as well, but the big finish goes down to interrupt the play. Death Touch tries to pull it back in. 3Z on the denial will put it right back through Zora.
Bam! Just sometimes you just win. All brawlers are beautiful. That's all I gotta say. I got nothing farther to say. Good job, 3Z Breezy.
Beautiful. Yeah. That's what that second B stands for sure. This time, though, Breezy low on Stagger. Now Energy Burst out here. The goal barriers will fall. Shape looking up to Grimella, and I will say the Sunubu Strikers doing a good job of possession so far, even though you would expect the team with multiple midfielders to have that level of possession. Looks like the Sunubu Strikers have found their footing quite a bit here so far. Cardbox and Soren both have energy burst. Here's Soren's looking through the Blavos for Cardbox, can't quite find him. Grimella will get in the way of that. Death Touch pulls it back in. Freezy also has another energy burst. Will probably use it here. There it is. Looking for the play. No. Zoro able to save it this time. And Grimella's dropped back in the goal box.
Really good use of the defensive firewall sentry. That's something that's very hard, but I wanted to give analysis, but the black hole takes the set.
No.
Yeah, hey,
The black hole giveth, and the black hole taketh.
Yeah, regardless, 3-0 Breezy, I think, well-earned MVP. Let's take a look at what this set has for us. Immediately, I'm looking at Hot Shot, and even if that Hot Shot's going to be denied, which it does look like Zoro, aka the Fool, is going to be doing, there's still the Spark of Strength, and you only really need 2 Sparks and a Spark of Strength in order to start threatening red cores with Juno, so even though you don't get your kind of Exodia build, aka One Awakening, right? You still build yourself for the second. 1-2 Punch also still in the draft as well. So even though Grimella didn't get exactly what he wanted this set, there's still plenty of opportunities to get that win condition going as well.
Yeah, Spark of Strength sets you up really well, right, for looking for potential force speed options. You mentioned the 1-2 Punch. Any Spark now will further increase and further help out. Other thing, of course, to talk about here is the size that Breezy picks up. Always going to be beneficial for this Rasmus, and might be using the safety of the recovery drone at times, but it might actually get burned early in this first rally. Looking for the goal barrier, down to Grimella. Doesn't quite pick up the core. Shape-shifting is back in time, and the other thing, too, I think Brick has to talk about with this roster is, obviously, right, Breezy and Grimella have played with each other for an eternity, right? As long as these two have been playing the video game, they have been basically each other's forward and midfield. They took, obviously, a couple of seasons apart, now reunited on this roster, but shape-shifting is a relatively new face to this equation, right? And has been quite beneficial for the Sunubu Strikers up to this point. Of course, as I'm saying this, EKC is going to be able to score one. But it takes a little bit of adapting to two other players' playstyles, especially when they've been playing with each other for so long. And it seems like, I mean, obviously, with a win at LAN, Shapeshifting has done that really well for this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, I think the vibes are incredibly good for Sunubu. All 3 of them are very, very charismatic people, very funny people, and I think that's a huge part as well for them meshing together very quickly. But on top of that, I think as well, Shapeshifting has a very established playstyle, I think. He has some very good core picks in competitive with the Mako, with the Aimee, and the Kai as well, actually. Before even all of that, he was a very big proponent of Kai goalie back when everyone and their mom played Kai goalie. So he actually has a very stable competitive pool to play with, and good score from 3Z Breezy. But just to kind of wrap that all up as well, I love Shapeshifting, but there's only really one direction you can go from Lob City as well. W Lob City. Love those guys.
W, well, don't know how many W's that team got. Might have to do some digging on that one, but nonetheless, coming back into it here. A little low on Stagger are 3Z and Grimella. KO, though, does come through. 3Z's in position here. Shapeshifting joins the party as well. Grimella's going to have to play a little bit passively, and maybe it's the soon-to-be Strikers that are doing more of the rotations instead. Looking for the second barrier, but everyone is in the way right now for EKC. They'll be able to hold the line. 3Z next to the chopping block, so close to getting that recovery drone proc, but even still, lives for another punch. See how much longer that will be. And even still is there, but Shapeshifting now taking it himself with the barrage. Here's Grimella right up there and can't react from the top of the goal box. Puts that one away.
One thing I think worth talking about as well, actually, the starts. The Orb Replicator star, now buffed, remember, to give 110% of the benefits to your allies, right? Which is not nothing, especially if your midfielder and goalie pick it up. You're going to get a chunk of healing, you're going to get a chunk of energy, and over the course of an entire set, that's probably going to be an extra flip and KO that's going to go your favor. So in these situations, I think that Sundubu Striker, especially in these prolonged points, are going to be advantaged because they're going to find themselves with flips more often, and they're going to be able to survive some of these higher damage corner offenses that the Finny and Aimee and even the Estelle now, right, can push out.
And speaking of those offenses, going to need to find ways to sync those up a little bit better, because that does seem like it's working overall, but the KOs still haven't been coming through. There's 3Z going elusive again. Grimella leaping into the Blobbo, bounce 3Z in position. The Relics kept up, and a great Blobbo from Grimella will send it away.
Really well played. Good presence of mind from the forward duo here of Sundubu Strikers. Top of that as well, even if they let the core go through him, shape-shifting there to back it up, giving 3Z, Breezy, and Grimella that confidence to take that set, even through the flip of Zoro. And going to draft here, a couple of things to look at. Potentially a Deadeye or a Missile Propulsion. I don't really feel like there has been a lot of damage being relevant so far in this game, but especially with this bulk up taken up, again, a very good core awakening in terms of just giving you offense and defense. There are some opportunities for damage coming to the next set. That being said, another thing I'm going to be looking at actually in the bottom half of draft, the Super Surge and the Big Fish for the Aimee and Rasmus respectively. These are both playstyle enabling picks for the character, so it'll be up to Cardbox and Breezy, right, former Cosmic Calamity members, to really strut their stuff here in the coming set and show that those awakenings are put to good use.
You know, one of the things I was just thinking about is it feels like everybody in the game probably wants some kind of Dash Awakening, right? Cardbox wants it here for the Aimee. Soren probably wants it for the Estelle. Grimella, obviously, on the Juno, right? Everybody wants this. Even Shapeshifting wouldn't mind getting one for the Blazing Pace, but a KO comes through against the goalie. Grimella can't hold just yet, and it's a power play opportunity now, and beautiful big finish from Zoro will be what puts it away, and hopefully starts building up some momentum here for EKC.
Yeah, sorry, I was like caught off guard, but I wasn't looking at it, and I saw this like flash of yellow pop at the side of the screen. I heard a KO sound. I was like, yeah, what is that about? And I was like, oh, what the heck? Cardbox, he killed that man. And just if that continues, amazing double barrier. We'll see if that'll continue though, as it's an open net for both teams.
Open out on both sides. Soren lining up the piercing shot, can't find it. Here's the energy burst, waits for a moment, but 3Z's got the defense with a pendulum swing. Grimella now up to 3Z in the death touch. No, not quite. Here's the core flip, trying to get used, but the big finish will slow it down. Provide some much needed time and space. Grimella's turn now on the energy burst. Can't find the strike, unfortunately, out of the core flip. There's a triple take as well. Can't quite find the connection. Cardbox has been doing a great job of cutting off this passing lane between the two roommates. There's another glitch pop coming in off the gravity well, trying to keep this play alive here for the Firewall Sentry, but a good energy burst sends it away. Here's big finish again. Grimella leaping in, looking for the shot towards the net. The Fool backed up pretty far. Will be able to clear it out for now. Pendulum swing does not connect this time. Now pass down into the Blobbo. Shapeshifting joins the party on the Blazing Pace. Here's up to 3Z one more time. Can't find it there. Now the Death Touch. Try to pull it back, but a KO actually is found. Cardbox taken down. Here's the Fool with the energy burst. Gives it some clearance. Looking to just try to minimize the ability for this pass to come through, but the connection is finally made, and 3Z will put it away.
Just milliseconds too late. Super unfortunate. Again, Pixel's right there. 1-1 on the set as well. Notably, 3Z Breezy still has his recovery drone, which means that he's playing so aggressive, so confident in these corners because he can't be super punished for it right now, and already paying off. It's an open net.
Open net, Grimella leaping in. Here's double energy burst committed, and the goal goes through. Good luck defending that one. Don't even know whose energy burst it was. I mean, I suppose it was Grimella's that actually went off first, but all of a sudden, just like that, we're on game point in game one for the Sundubu Strikers. Some flashes of life from EKC, but so far haven't been able to find consistent success. Going to be looking now towards the goal barriers. Big finish already burned. There's the gravity well taken out of the equation here as well. Shapeshifting on the Blazing Pace. Can't quite keep up the offense. And Cardbox now is sent away. Actually could be a potential danger to getting KO'd. starts to heal back up. Misdirection comes in. Here's the energy burst looking down. Shapeshifting has his, though. Will be able to send it away. Great pendulum swing from 3Z. Contests Soren, who can't defend the barrier. Now Grimella looking forward and finds the second open net here for the game victory. 3Z now still has this pendulum swing and about to have that other energy burst. I mean, it feels like somebody's got an energy awakening here, Brickbat, but it's not what's happening. It's just Orb Replicator, like you mentioned earlier. Grimella now potentially has one here. Death Touch is there. The Fool will use it. He uses Energy Burst a little early to get his out, despite the fact both the fours of the Sundubu Strikers now have theirs. Gravity Well down. Grimella leaps in, looking for 3Z. The connection is interrupted. Won't find it there. Cardbox looking downward. Again, not able to execute. 3Z on the dribble to himself. Now in the Energy Burst, actually going to bait out some cooldowns. Send it back to Shapeshifting and look to just maintain possession for now. Pendulum Swing is there. Whiplash, no, denied. Soren is playing so far back, but even still, it is not enough. The Blobos find the mark, and it's the Sundubu Strikers up in game one.
Yeah, well played to Sundubu Strikers. It really felt like they had a linchpin, and Grimella, right, built off of that one spark of strength, got the Monumentalist enough to start getting those red cores, and obviously with a pretty solid build on the Rasmus as well. I think that's just a key to victory. It seems like good, clean Omega Strikers was played by the Sundubu Strikers, and they're going to be the ones on top. And I just want to say before we move on to the next game, right, two orb replicators, that's basically an energy awakening when you really think about it. I mean, it's like something like 9 orbs or something gives your, I forgot the exact like cutoff, but it's like 9 orbs or something will give your ally a flip, or is equivalent to like 1 flip's worth of energy across your team. And I mean, that's not nothing, right? So just thinking like, oh, Shapeshifting Grimella, they've given their team like approximately 2 full flips that were not given to, or I guess 1 full flip that was not given to the side of EKC. So obviously it was a bit more than that led to Sundubu Strikers to victory, but they're playing good. I think they're living up to some of the hype that's surrounding this team, and if they keep playing like this, I think they're going to have an incredibly strong season ahead of them.
The question though now, right, and right, in most cases for EKC here, you're not in an ideal case scenario for your season opener. I think everyone knows that at this point. You've got 2 subs in. Your starter roster player that is here is playing on a completely different setup on a laptop in a hotel in Chicago. So we think someone can correct us on that. But I mean, not exactly the kind of opener that you're going to want. I think EKC, regardless of what happens here, is going to be able to write this one off. But the question, right, still becomes, how can they make this game at least a little competitive? Because maybe you'd like to squeak out that extra game victory in the event that it comes is important in tiebreakers later in the season.
Well, honestly, I think you're trying to buy some time to see if NXED's internet might come back alive. But you're gonna have to take a game to do that, which is obviously no small task. I did like what the team composition of EKC was going for something a little bit less non-traditional, right? The double midfield, which we have seen earlier today with the Estelle. I think that absolutely can work, especially if you're pretty confident that you could actually get through the enemy goalie once you have that opportunity. But I'm pretty sure. I think that there are quite a few things that you could do. If Soren or Cardbox want to swap traditional brawler, that's always going to be an option, right? The Fool potentially could also lend his expertise with things like the Mako, which, if given the right start, can still be particularly strong, I think. And on top of that, right, Dubu left untouched, still something that you could do, depending on the map, of course, of what we're going to go into. But finally, as well, Cardbox, I think, has a few other things, a few other tricks up his sleeve. Mainly, I'm thinking about things like the Vice, things like thinking like the Vice, things like that continue to be the IME, things that EKC could play around to continue their kind of KO legacy. I think that is, especially under like Soren's instruction, can absolutely take something. They can nab a game, right? Buy some more time. So I'm interested in what they're going to see. I believe we'll be going in this draft if we're not already in draft soon.
It will be Inky, which is the pick of EKC. I think no real surprise there for most people that have followed this team. Big Fish and Fight or Flight are our starter awakenings now. So Fight or Flight being a starter awakening feels like it could potentially be game warping. Although maybe a little less so on Inky's Brickbat.
Potentially. Inky's is a big map, so there's a lot of opportunities to intercept dribbles that are happening for fight or flight. That being said, if everyone gets fight or flight, it's kind of just like if everyone got slick kicks, so it can be
Yeah.
game warping. I don't think it's as game warping as some of the starts that we've seen earlier today, right? Primetime Asher, right? But it's definitely something that can influence it. And right now, it looks like Sunduru Striker is actually taking away the IME, which did cause some problems in the previous games. Also, obviously, Soren and Cardbox's, I think, top picks. So pretty makes some sense. And actually, the era goes through. Red team potentially could pick up the era if they like, which is something you can do even if you want to play era goalie, right? Which I think personally is the stronger pick. Era goalie double brawler is probably not good on this map, but that is the option. Era and whatever you want. The world is your oyster. Oh my gosh! Wait, big news!
Okay.
Big news! NXZD's internet has gone through. The break has given him the opportunity to claw back. WNXZD, 5 letters in a row. But he's going to be back. We'll see what EKC has now that they're up to a fuller capacity here.
No surprise, I think the Zendaro comes out for NXZD.
Yeah.
If that was picked without that piece of information, I'd be like, what is Soren actually trying to play Zendaro, but not in the goalie box for once? We'll see whether or not or what actually happens. Soren's now telling us in Twitch chat that he's the one that's sitting out.
Yeah, I mean, he's on hotel Wi-Fi and he's got a con to attend,
Yeah,
guys.
right.
We've seen the images.
Wow.
Yeah,
Right.
and notably, Era. This Era's still gone through. Nothing happened, guys. Where is it? Where is it? I'm waiting for it. Come on,
It's not that
Grimella, put it
good.
in the bag. Grimella, put it in
Not
the
that
bag.
good.
Come on. I know it's good, but
It's not that good. No.
oh, it's not that good. Okay,
It's not that good. It has 100% loss rate today, Brickbat.
that's true. It also has a 100% presence. I don't know. It's Iki's, Era's not that good at Iki's, but Era's been perma-banned. She's been perma-banned in every series. So, okay, actually, it is going to be the Octavia. A
Instead,
character
we're
that
gonna
has
pick
received
budget era.
Yeah, like budget era, especially because Octavia's been nerfed quite a bit, but still going to be incredibly good with the fight or flight, right? This is one of her starts, right? Up there. Not as quite as dominant as like the Chrono Boost per se, but still probably her second best start. So that's something that Cardbox does have a lot of experience with. And even though the nerf is there for Octavia, the Sonic Boom, I think, going to be pretty big to make her much more punishing to play. I think that Cardbox is absolutely the player to make it work.
I've just been applauding by the fact that Era was not picked in the draft at all.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. W, not 100% present.
W, not 100% present.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well. Oh well. But the rune here.
Yeah, the rune.
Rune for Cardbox.
Wait, is it is rune for Cardbox? Wait,
Yeah,
I just talked about Cardbox playing Octavia, and it's actually Grimella that's playing it. Okay, fair enough. That's cool, I guess. I mean, all the things that I said about Cardbox, you could actually kind of splice that out and use
I'm
it to
gonna be
describe
honest, I
Grimella.
wasn't even listening anyway because
That's okay. I mean, I was talking about
laughing for the
Octavia.
Era.
It's okay. It's okay, honestly. There's not much to be said, guys. We know what Octavia wants to do. There's nothing that unique about it. I mean,
Right
we
around the map.
remember.
Woo.
Yeah, woo. We all remember, for those of us that were here, we all remember the post-season 2 winners interview. So we all know. We just all know. It's an open secret. Yeah, we were there. Yep.
All right. Loading into it here. Inky's Splash Zone. No real surprise again that EKC picks this map. Notoriously have liked it. And we'll see what happens here. If map 3 is needed, it will be Clarion, which of course I'm saying out loud, but you all will see in a moment here nonetheless. And as we load now into the map, it is fight or flight. Actually, even split. Even split? No, I miscalculated. 4 will take fight or flight. And Big Fish for 3Z and Zoro. That is a big doo-boo. Pauldrons plus Big Fish for Zoro.
Yeah, and I think there's a very interesting change in philosophy about how goalies view size. And before, people would think about how Inky's vastly favors ranged goalies, but there was a threshold, a change in thought where people recognized, hey, wait, if I'm big enough and there's only one barrier, I can actually kind of defend it forever. And that's exactly what Zoro is going to be looking to do here. Not to mention, right, the Powerhouse Pauldrons can find some surprise KOs in these situations, as already going to be a goal NXCD with the flip, but it's going to be defended away by Shapeshifting.
Solid barrage out from Shapeshifting, but now Grimella taken down by the Anomaly. There is the water cannon, but nobody's in position to continue for it. Nonetheless, the core will find the goal. Cardbox credited here with the opener on map 2.
Yeah, fight or flight as well, right? Obviously going to be very big here. Both midfielders as well picking up the Magnetized Souls, which I incorrectly thought was not very good on this map at one point, but is actually very good on this map, so no surprise there. But I think the big question mark right now is going to be, can the probably strongest melee goalie in the game, or one of the strong, I don't want to make any definitive statements, but one of the stronger melee goalies in the game right now, I think Dubu, hold up against what is this eject button Kai, a play style that has started to see a lot of play again thanks to this patch.
Oh, about to find out. Now, about to find out whether or not the open gate can be defended. Good passing play here from the Sunubu Strikers. Here's the water cannon. Cardbox, though, with a great interruption, prevents that one from getting out of hand and disorients the Sunubu Strikers. Zoro does have this energy burst online. The Anomaly goes up here, and the core does find towards the midfield. Now in the flow state is Grimella, looking to just build up as much speed as possible. Almost going to lose it, I believe. Probably. Oh, no. He's just going to dissipate.
Whoa.
Couldn't quite find the primary to take care of
Whoa.
business. But now double energy burst committed here on the play, and that'll be enough to score the goal.
Yeah, just a bit of a reaction check there, but I think even if Grimella had passed it, he would only be clearing down into NXCD. He was already there on the approach, and oh, that's the glory of Inkies right there. Sometimes you just lose both your barriers and it's an open net immediately. W Inkies. W Inkies. That's all I gotta say. W Inkies. What an amazing map. Thank you. Thank you, Odyssey Interactive. You've made a truly special one here.
There isn't even anything that can be said about the last point. It happened so fast that it's like, well, congratulations, you've just been inkied.
That was awesome.
Yeah. All right. Recollect yourselves. Plenty more to play for here. The barrier lost once again, but 3Z just taking it himself on the whiplash, and we've got a tie game.
Good whiplash from 3Z Breezy. Actually, I think it's behind the log before it could block any of the advancing strikes. So because that happened, it was a clean goal, and now we're here 2-2 on set number 1.
Oh, wait a minute. I was sure that Grimella was going to be the one sitting on the bench, but call the ambulance not for me. It was NXCD taking off the pitch. And power play opportunity for the Sunubu Strikers, which translates towards the goal here. 3 relatively quick goals for them on the back half of this reverse sweep of a set. Shapeshifting with the set MVP as we get into our Awakening draft.
Interesting picks, actually. Wondering what he's going to opt into. Primetime makes a lot of sense. This used to be considered Kai's best Awakening, and potentially still is, right? That being said, on the other side, I'm looking at things like bulk up to be picked up. Aerials obviously is going to be incredibly big for the flow state, not to mention the double size. I'm just talking about every Awakening here, and that's because all of them are good. All of them are good, right? Kai got kind of one of his best in slots. Rune is going to get more core speed with his bulk up, not to mention be slightly harder to kill. Grimella got one of, or the Octavia got one of the best Awakenings in the rotation for her as well, not to mention, right, more size for the Brawler and goalie, respectively. So I think everyone got what they want, with the exception of NXDD, who has to make do with the Glass Cannon.
Glass Cannon did have the Stinger option, and a Spark of Leadership where no sparks have yet to be taken. But we'll just take the option that presents a little more speed, and I suppose at the current state that this game is in, you'll take what you can get. Recovery drone already procced, though. NXCD is able to find that. The goal gate will fall. Even still, the offensive pressure just cannot get there for EKC. Great beat drop from Grimella is going to KO be a large Dubu, and that's one of the things you have to be careful of. But now the energy burst takes down 3Z, and it's a 2v2 on the map now.
Yeah, but there's still a flip here to come through. Actually called out by Cardbox's rune, but the onslaught is not done yet. Some defense has to be made.
3Z back in the Whiplash, looking for more as the soon-to-be Strikers have continued to maintain possession. Now in the flow state, the Banish does connect for 3Z, but doesn't really have much of an impact on the play. Now looking for something here. Death Touch trying to stun Zoro. Can't find the goal all the same. Beat drop in. Once again, looking down. Can't find the pass. Here's another triangle play. NXCD interrupts, but won't dislodge possession from the soon-to-be Strikers. And again, Shapeshifting moved up incredibly far right now. One of the things that Zinki's map allows you to do, especially when you get a little bit of extra speed. Water Cannon goes out, able to confirm possession off of it, and then translate that into yet another quick goal. And it feels like, Brickbat, a lot of these are goals that are coming off of transitions for the soon-to-be Strikers that EKC doesn't really have a lot of time to react to.
Yeah, one thing as well, it feels like there's unrelenting aggression coming from Shapeshifting, but I don't even want to talk about this. Potentially a very quick goal for the side of EKC, but they actually do pull it out. It just feels like when they're on the offense, I feel like the last point was like a 2-minute offense for the soon-to-be Strikers. It feels so hard to deal with, but hey, sometimes you get core flip and that works.
Stuck on the wrong side of the corner was the core after that barrage from Shapeshifting. But look, to that point, right? If Shapeshifting's the one that's moving forward, we need to see the same out of Zoro. This Dubu has picked up size awakening so far, very few speed awakenings, very few projectile awakenings either. So sure is large, but also can't benefit the team the same way that Shapeshifting can. It's one of the smaller things here. And then that last point, right, to that end, the second you see a Tofu Fortress come out, it's a quick and easy conversion for the goal barrier for EKC, although the goal gates now dissipate. Even when the power play is for EKC, Anomaly out here. Grimella looking to just dribble off the side right now, asking the members of EKC to challenge him. For the flow state will go away once more. Breezy back in the corner. But again, here's the possession game. Just played incredibly well from the soon-to-be Strikers. Not really being afraid of much, although now might have to start being as the barrier's taken away. Grimella dangerously close to getting KO'd by the Tofu Fortress. Water Cannon's out here. Cardbox interrupts, but the flow state is out for Grimella. Looking towards the top side of the map. Denied that time. Anomaly out. Good reaction from Shapeshifting. We'll send that one away. And now 3's in the Whiplash. Dribble play. Looking for it himself. Zoro's there with the energy burst. But again, another defensive resource committed here for EKC. Cannot find the momentum on the offensive side of the pitch. And even still, 3Z has the size to send it away with the pendulum swing.
I feel like it's an ironclad offense. It just feels like even when NXAD does get the core, it's short-lived and he has very few conversions, whereas 3Z Breezy is given so many, just simply more opportunities, right, to get past Zoro, which he might need, right? The Dubu, very hard to get through in a 1v1 situation, but 3Z Breezy obviously converting enough for it to matter here in these situations. So if that keeps up, EKC are going to have a very, very tough battle to find, but it all starts here maybe with this KO.
Can they find more of these KOs, more of these power plays, and use some more of their resources towards the offensive side of the pitch? NXCD looking to do just that with this energy burst, and now Cardbox actually takes the goal barrier close to his own, but no, the core flip goes wide. Can't find the connection. The Oni's blade comes out, but it doesn't trap the core. Here comes the water killing, sticking everyone in place. And NXCD is going to come on through with the Zentaro passive. It's been 10 points in this game so far.
Yeah, it's then 2.5s here for the set. Good conversion by NXCD, but as of right now, an amazing banish for Cardbox. Wait, this might just be it right here.
That's it. GG, what are you going to do? The double banish comes through. And beautifully played for EKC. Very quick off of that one. And again, Omega Strikers gave it those quick reactions, right? The second that you realize you've got potential to make a play, you've got to start running for it. Now, we head to this Awakenings draft. NXCD probably wants, what, heavy impact here, really needs some extra damage, and does, in fact, pick it up.
Yeah, and right now this Octavia is very scary. The fight or flight aerials in the way that you combat Octavia is to make sure that she can't really play the game because of stagger threats, and that's exactly what NXCD is looking to do. I'm looking as well at this this team player here coming out from the Kai, though. I think that's going to be a bit scary to deal with. I think the core speed is going to make things very hard for NXCD and Cardbox to play any sort of corner offense that might come and benefit the Rune. Another thing to look at as well, this is a big Dubu now. So all of those factors combined might lead, I would say, slightly advantaged here to the side of EKC, but it's not by much.
So not only is that a big Dubu, every single player on EKC picked up a damage awakening there in that last round. Even though Grimella attempted to deny away the prize fighter, it still wasn't enough to deny away all the damage awakenings, and that means that Grimella is going to have problems here, especially when you're talking about that Might of the Colossus on the Dubu with the Tofu Fortress coming out. Potential shenanigans to ensue there, but even still, the barrier is held. Double banish once more comes out, especially as Grimella comes right back online. Freezy attempts to dig this one out of the corner, but can't quite find it just yet, and here are all of those stagger threats. Energy Burst almost finds its mark, and now Grimella taken off by Cardbox's Anomaly. Another power play now in overtime. Zoro patiently waiting, trying to get this one around Freezy. Misses the core flip. Freezy doesn't use his. Looking again for some kind of passing play here, but the goal barrier has still stood. Shape-shifting, sending this core away time and again. Now has the Energy Burst interrupted by the slice and dice of NXCD, but even still able to react in time. This time, though, doesn't have a cooldown at the ready, but the core goes flying back the other way. Double banish, double water cannons. Everything's doubled at the moment. Breezy pulls out the Death Touch, but it's met with a double ultimate with the Tofu Fortress coming out. NXCD now swiping in, but there's Cardbox on the Energy Burst to send it home.
This is actually starting to look really good for EKC here. 167 power here on the Rune means that he's going to have some core speed to actually work with, which I think is changing the tides a little bit. Not to mention, right, we saw Grimella finally have to really consider the damage that was coming his way. Heavy impacts on Zentaro, clearly no joke to deal with, and because of that, EKC have some lights at the end of the tunnel for whatever win condition they want to achieve.
Goal barrier taken away really early here, but so it is on the other side as well. Tries to send it home, but everyone's back for the Sundubu Strikers. Water Cannon out here at the ready. Oni's Blade is going to prevent Grimella from getting back, but the banish comes through, and now Grimella's taken down. 3Z, though, able to find a KO in response, and a 2v2 once more. Whiplash is out, looking for the Tofu Fortress. Shapeshifting will make it back in time on the Blazing Pace, but it went off the post anyway. Interesting interaction there with the Anomaly, and the Giga Blast will send this one, keep it on the blue side of the pitch. NXCD meeting Cardbox there, down in the middle. Not really spread out much to allow for some of these power plays to really start to take shape. Good strike war win here by Freezy, trying to keep with pressure against Zoro, who again still doesn't have very much speed. Still decently susceptible to getting other-sided on the goal line. Keeps up the pressure, and there's the stun. What Rasmus is known for, I mean, cookie cutter. Throws down the pendulum swing, stuns the goalie. Goal goes in, and Brickbat, it's still a tie game.
Yeah, I never expected to really hunker down here on an Inky's game, but it really did feel like both teams are now kind of here to play, and this is looking really good. Again, I still think that EKC are really showing a potential opportunity to win here, but right now it's going to look like it's soon Dubu to going to push forward their momentum.
Once again, early goal gate goes down. Here's the first water cannon, cuts off the brawlers and the forwards, but Grimella is sent away. Going to have to play this incredibly careful. Nice slice of dice from NXCD. Looking now for the goal, can't find it just yet. Grimella in the flow state, looking to take it himself. There is the Summer Assault roll that comes out here, but the water cannon sends it away. Grimella, nice scoop out from the water cannon. And it's the Sundubu Strikers with possession once again. Freezy with an energy burst. Now Whiplash. Good Tofu Fortress. Denies Freezy any opportunities, but now a KO comes through. Power play this time, though, for the Sundubu Strikers. Possession maintained. NXCD slightly too tight of an angle. Shapeshifting almost got a little bit too far ahead of himself, but is back in time, and the goal will go through.
Yeah, the waddle from the Dubu not fast enough despite all the size, right? The quadruple size Dubu. So that's a bit unfortunate. You can still play around the Dubu in the situations, right? Even if you can't strike war him, you can strike around him, and if that continues to happen, then soon Dubu may have found their victory condition. Top of that as well, NXCD actually going to be on the reverse here for the damage potential. Not even able to get that barrier.
Great deny. Once again from Shapeshifting. Double Banish comes out here, this time to Grimella and the core. Tofu Fortress comes out here to find the goal barrier. Grimella continues to get bullied around. The Giga Blast goes slightly wide. Here's the water cannon. Zoro walks up. Cardbox able to find the KO, and NXCD puts away the goal.
Yeah, that's the type of goal where you just go like, aha, you know, yippee, I just beat you with Zentaro. We did a little slice of dice, pushing him away, blinked right in. I mean, that's squeaky clean. That's, yeah, hey, that's the one where you think your forefathers do all that tech work on the Zentaro and you move on, you know, you just smile. But there's a set that you still got to win here.
Goal 15 next to be scored. There's a pendulum swing. Good energy burst from Zoro to send it away. Could have caused pretty early demise in this third set. Anomaly tries to keep up the pressure here, but 3Z still has plenty of speed to work with in the Whiplash. There's Tofu Fortress comes out here as well. Grimella's turn now. Able to get it past the Anomaly, but the core flip will send it away. Cardbox close to another one of his, looking to continue to keep up that stagger against Grimella, and now potentially 3Z2, who looks for a KO versus NXCD, but can't find it there. Now the recovery drone will finally get procced off of 3Z. But it's not going to be enough to change the tide here, as NXCD now is staggered. Shapeshifting has an energy burst. Looks like he wants to use it on the offensive here. But in the meantime, just bullies around NXCD a little bit. Now in the flow state, will use the energy burst defensively. Finds a wicked angle!
No!
What was that? It blew my mind, and apparently blew the minds of EKC too.
Yeah, I think Cardbox was stuck in the Rune Pillar animation, wasn't able to strike because of it. Literally just frame perfect mishap, and Zoro, expecting his midfielder striker, wasn't looking there either, and that's a comedy of errors. That's a potentially series costing comedy of errors as well. Stacks on stacks here means that the move speed coming out from Sundubi Striker is going to be very, very scary. On the flip side, you have denied this cast to last, but you've only gone out of the frying pan and into this twin drive of fire. So,
well,
it's rough.
No explosive entrance on the Zentaro. Suddenly a lot more mobility options. Also, 1-2 punch picked up for Cardbox. We've been talking about core speed a decent bit today. And now you see both 3Z and Grimella taken down incredibly low thanks to the 1-2 punch with those anomalies. It feels like a power play, even if it isn't yet. Water cannon is out. Grimella sent away once again. And there is the KO finally now. It'll actually happen. Zoro continues to waddle around. Can't quite get on the offense here. And now coverage on procced, but actually it's NXZD getting taken off the pitch this time, thanks to the Giga Blast coming through. Shapeshifting now once again looking for Grimella, who's back online, but even still, Grimella has no extra survivability, no extra stagger, only extra speed right now on this Octavian. It's making the game incredibly difficult to play right now for the Zumbu Strikers. Great defense there, able to get the core well away.
Yeah, what a crazy evade by Shape, by the way. That was to make that clear possible. That was the only way it was going to get out. And as we get into overtime, it's going to get scary, especially with this 1-2 punch of Rune, with all the power that he has. But if Shapeshifting plays like he does so far at this point, which unfortunately did not,
well.
But hey, that happens. One good clear. You know what? Hey, sometimes if you're a goalie and you make a good clear and your forwards don't do it, you have to be standoffish about it. You said, I made the clear. I did my job. Why did it come back? You know? So I think Shapeshifting, he can stand proud at that point.
Perhaps getting a little too much fishing for KOs at this point with those Giga Blasts. Making the kinds of clears that he was making there. Well done, and now good night for Mella. Vanish, double anomaly sent away with the Odi's blade. Now 5 energy bursts online on the pitch. We're about to see them all exchanged here. 3Zs won't connect. The NXZD able to find the goal barrier. Zoro, the only one left that has his, looking for some extra core speed here. There is the water cannon. It finds 2. And there is EKC coming roaring back.
Noobs down! Noobs down! I mean, that was awesome, EKC. That was so cool. Excellent coordination on the first kill as well on Grimella. Literally perfect. Grimella, no evade, but even if he did, he might have been comboed, like true comboed anyways. It's a bit of an unfortunate flip from Zoro, but that was still an excellent showing from EKC. They've got some momentum on their hands.
Oh my goodness. There's Grimella again, down to basically nothing. Has to evade this now. Tofu Fortress almost gets the core on the other side of it. It despawns just in the nick of time before it creates a sticky situation. Now shapeshifting getting a little bit too involved in the offense. There goes Grimella. Power play opportunity here. Cardbox NXCD looking towards the corner. Here's the water cannon. Maybe a little bit of extra play to get that off of this, but 3Z's able to join shapeshifting on the defense for now. Anomaly out, and Grimella's back online. Coming up from the bottom corner. NXCD in the corner. Here's the Oni's blade. Catches it thanks to the explosive entrance. Not able to actually put it away just yet. Does have another core flip. Here it is. Used now, and it goes straight through. Shapeshifting looking for a Gigablast play again, but it's our first 3-0 set. It goes to EKC to send us to 5.
WNXCD might have his pick of the litter here. Potentially to look at, I'm actually not quite sure what he's going to go for. Specialized training, maybe. Reptile Remedy deny as well. Adrenaline Rush, actually. Of course. Why wouldn't I? If you're getting so many KOs, as long as you prevent this Octavia from regenerating and Zoro decides to take one for the team and deny that Reptile Remedy, there's going to be so little that this Octavia could do to survive the oncoming onslaught, right? No durability to Grimella's name, and that could potentially mean a lot of situations where NXCD gets that proc, and as we've seen so far this game, NXCD can absolutely convert if one power play goes his way.
The other thing I want to look at here is this doesn't feel like a standard rune build. It's fight or flight, bulk up, spark of power, 1-2 punch, spark of agility, and yet it is demolishing thanks to all that extra power and notably the 1-2 punch with that extra damage that you get. Getting ping-ponged around between 2 anomalies. 3Z next to the chopping block. Lives to see another punch for now, but has to be incredibly careful now at this point. NXCD in pursuit. Will find the core flip, and there's Cardbox connecting with the anomaly on a 4 KO streak. NXCD now in the corner. Trying to look for the goal. Can't quite do it there with the Adrenaline Rush speed, but a double banish comes through once again. NXCD tries to slip it through, but a good beat drop slightly redirects it. Doesn't matter. Cardbox is there on the other side in the shadow swap. Now the slow Dubu starts waddling back, able to get back in time. Water Cannon a little bit unpredictable there again, and Grimella actually nice elusive just to stay alive for a little longer. But will it actually mean anything here? The flow state immediately dissipates. NXCD, there's the slice and dice. Now here's the power play opportunity. All of the movement abilities come out of the Centauro. It's not enough. Shapeshifting is able to hold for now. The Water Cannon comes back to send the core the other way, and we've seen the penalty kill come into effect. Cardbox now again sends one towards the net just to check shapeshifting, but he's still there. He's still alive. Able to keep sending it away. NXCD, Cardbox looking for one another. Still rather on top of the core. Not able to connect for a passing play, and the banish did already come out of Cardbox's rune. Zoro forgot to put the Tofu Fortress down there for a moment. It rebounds into a weird position for him. But even still, NXCD's got another energy burst. If only they can go on the offensive again, they could have this one. Water Cannon's out. Shapeshifting sends it up there. Again, the core speed so quick at this point. NXCD looking for some kind of fancy play. Doesn't connect with the core. The anomaly goes down. Maybe it's 3Z's opportunity. Opposite corner puts it away.
Oh, that's so tragic. NXCD going for something fancy, but it costs him the entire point, and Sindubu primed to potentially take this game number 2 now, but it's looking very scary. It could go any which way. That being said, they get the goalie barrier first here.
Core banish comes through. Spells out play for just a moment. Here's the Water Cannon again as well. Grimella does have an energy burst. Weird Tofu Fortress, but actually probably worked out well for them. It blocks off a decent chunk of the goal. 3Z now. Extra speed in the Whiplash, looking down, can't quite find it. Grimella low on stagger though, low on energy, a sitting duck it feels at this point, and now the call is made to go immediately towards the Octavia. Can't find it with this round of cooldowns though. And EKC looking to regroup. Sundubu collapsing towards the goal here. Zoro does have his energy burst online. EKC tries to bully Freezy away. Giga Blast, though, comes out, forces this energy burst out. And the anomaly goes slightly wide. Double banish again, but here it's on the defensive side. Doesn't matter. NXCD will find one. 3Z goes elusive for a moment, and now is looking to get bullied away. No, can't find it. Survives for now, but it doesn't matter because goal barrier will fall, and now 3Z will as well. But a beautiful energy burst from Shapeshifting holds the line for a moment longer. There's the beat drop out of Grimella. Still doing a decent job of holding for now, even despite going two members down in that last point. Shapeshifting, you're out of your mind, but it doesn't matter. The slice and dice is finally made to stun both.
Yeah, I think both teams are locked in. Shapeshifting some phenomenal defensive plays. He really wants to prove his worth here on the Sundubu legacy. He really wants to win this series right here, right now, but it's going to be a challenge. The damage is fully here for EKC. The KO's coming through. No adrenaline rush on NX, but really still a power play. There's so much that Sundubu have to do right in order to get it through, but they've done it before.
They have done it before, but they've done it against just this much damage. The rune build I mentioned earlier, all extra power in the 1-2 punch. Grimella with no additional backup healing defensive awakenings at all. Just has to try to run away and go elusive when he can, but it means that he's got to burn all of these energy bursts, burn all of this energy, and it means that you've got less resources on the other side. Great banish comes through. NX City on a 6 KO streak now, and Grimella is the one that's incredibly low. The extra speed will allow him to put it away, and it's EKC on game point.
Bucks, what was that? That banish was insane. Absolutely checkmates them. Hasta la vista, into the water you go. And 3Z Breezy is going to have a 12-second swim with a fish. I mean, what an amazing play from the forward duo here. Not to mention Zoro in the back line as well. EKC are firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely all cylinders, and they take the goal barrier first here. Water cannon is out, and it gets the core on the opposite side. Easy transition play for EKC, and they are sending us to a map 3 Clarion.
Well, hey, we're game 3. It is 10 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know what EDT, that's what it's called, Eastern Daylight Time. This is awesome. EKC, an amazing comeback, showing NXCD coming in, no warm-up, just getting his internet back and going. This is the EKC that we've come to know and love. Despite swapping out 2 members, the spirit is still there.
54,000 damage for NXCD. Cardbox joining for another 28. Zoro joining for 21 here as well. Somehow 3Z getting 42, which I find, like, how did that happen? I don't know how that would happen. I guess early on, there were a few more KOs actually going the way of Sundubu and more pulling around, especially with a very squishy early Zentaro that had no real escape tools. But as things start to scale up in that set, things got out of hand incredibly quickly. Just the amount that EKC was able to find those KOs. And once again, I think, honestly, the largest part for it, that sure, like, recovery drone, technically a defensive awakening, but, like, really, come on, you get, like, 25% extra stagger, basically, and that's it. You're gone just as easily as you would be otherwise. So, it feels like that was the downfall, right? Is just the damage became too much to surmount, and Sundubu Strikers had no tools at their disposal to combat that.
Yeah, I'm mainly thinking, right, of the 2 pickups of the bulk up and the reptile remedy, the denies away specifically, but not to mention, right, if you're picking up bulk up, not only are you denying the enemy stagger, you're getting more damage yourself, and that's just a double whammy. I was thinking about, right, that rune build specifically, right, double spark's strength, 1-2 punch, and the bulk up. If that red coring with strikes in overtime, by the way, it really felt like, congrats Cardbox, but to getting basically the best Juno build. But any good Juno build is probably a pretty dang good rune build as well. So all of that power coming through, a lot of core control, and when you're not thinking about that core control, NXCD is there, just a bloodthirsty monster, ready to pounce and devour whatever prey that he finds out there on the core. And unfortunately, the prey tasted like tofu tonight, so that's props to NXED. You should never let that man have a build like that. He will absolutely take away the game. But we still have a game number 3 ahead of us. And what map do we have in store for us today? I'm actually not quite
It's
sure.
Clarion. Clarion on map
Ah.
3. Yes.
Mm.
We'll see how this happens. Oh, how the tides turn. Soren in Twitch chat earlier says, I'm making them put me back in if this goes to 3, and now says, never mind, I'm not playing game 3. You know what? Hey, all good. No, this one should be a lot of fun. I mean, the one thing you called out there, Brickbat, is obviously the Sudoku Strikers are a team that has played incredibly well. We were complimenting them not only in game 1, but also in the second or in the first half of game 2 of their possession game, right? There was a moment you said, I feel like they were on offense for all 2 minutes of that last rally, right? And the reality, right, is the second that you find ways to interrupt that, which is incredibly hard to do when you're just trying to play toe-to-toe with Sundubu Strikers, but instead, when you come out with all damage awakenings, deny away everything else, you're basically just a sitting duck, as that Octavia was.
Yeah. Absolutely agreed, right? You can't play the triangle if you've only got 2 points to work with, and I think that was a situation, right? We even saw situations, not only was, Grimella the primary target, but 3Z Breezy and Shapeshifting were not escaping that damage either. They were forced to play a lot safer as well, and because of that, like you mentioned, the 2-minute sustained offense became staggered. It became much more interrupted, much more many more opportunities for EKC to start layering their offense and having a multi-layered offense between the damage, between the core control that Room provided. Additionally, right, Zora with all of that size being pretty hard, being able to basically take up a lane just with his strike hitbox, I think, just on his own. And so with that, they started going from kind of very one note that was being countered from Sudubu into a very robust game plan where they were able to choose multiple options because of their awakening choice. So really good presence of mind from EKC, correctly predicting how draft was going to work out, correctly getting whatever builds they needed in order to win and turn that around against Sundubu Strikers. And despite, again, like you mentioned, some fantastic plays. I mean, Shapeshifting, I think, is really looking good, really looking as amazing as he could be on this new Sundubu Strikers roster. He couldn't make the difference, right? Despite this phenomenal play, it really felt like it was too much. It really felt like the EKC game plan that we've come to know and love was just firing, and when that's going, there's not a single team in the league that could fully stop it.
All right. We load into our draft for game 3. It is a Stinger Among Titans start. And EKC here almost feels like they're going for the same game plan. They pick up the Atlas here first. I feel like almost as a denial of saying, hey, Shape, you can't play this one because we're going to have it, preventing you from having that extra accessibility to healing.
Yeah, agreed, right? And if you think about the melee goalie pool that Shape-Shifting has, it's actually quite expansive. He has the Mako, he has the Dubu, he has the Atlas, but if you deny that Atlas, the Mako does not have a Dash and Awakening start, which means she's going to be very weak early. I think they're trying to push him towards playing a Dubu pick, unless, of course, Shape-Shifting decides to play another range goalie again, which in that case, obviously, EKC is going to have some other answers to that as well.
The answer up first for the Sundubu Strikers is Kazan Estelle in waiting for the actual pick to come through on the goalie side. This leaves, of course, the Zentaro to come through, and there's the rune again. Almost feels like exactly what we're playing. Does Shape have a now? I mean, surely not.
Yeah,
right?
Shape has a now. Yeah. Shape has a pretty expensive character kit. Plays basically all the range goalies, all the melee goalies. Like, he's definitely done it. He can do it. And guys, where's the error, guys? Hello? Did you guys? I mean, these guys clearly did not get the script today. So I don't know. I don't know what's happening. It's just the King Club, right? I don't know what's going on here. I know, but I think one thing to think of interestingly as well is how are you going to divvy up these awakenings? Typically, I think if it was just like a solo queue game, you just pick your Among Titans, put it in the bag, right? Everyone doesn't lose anything and gets 15% move speed, right? That's going to be really good. But in competitive play where you could trust your brawler a lot, you could go double Among Titans, let them get the Stinger instead and see if they could cook with it. I'm interested to see what these two teams are going to choose to see if they're going to put that resource behind their brawler. Both NXCD and 3Z Breezy are characters that could play with it, but I think with the Zentaro pickup, you're probably not, but you definitely can for the Kazan.
I mean, I guess we'll see, right? I would not be surprised, I feel like, to see Cardbox's Rune pick up the Stinger here as well, right? I would not be shocked at all. Again, it's the game plan here that's working for EKC. It worked on the last one. It took a little bit to get online, obviously, but that's the way damage compositions work. And so if they can just continue adding on the damage and Stinger comes through, adding on to whatever later damage you can also pick up, I imagine it can be incredibly impactful. We'll see what the options are now as we start loading onto our map 3, folks. It's the final one of the night. We have played how many games of Omega Strikers today?
Enough.
It's been
Played enough
well,
games of Omega
yeah.
Strikers. Yeah, a lot of. I think
14?
it was something like that. It was 3, 9, 11, 12. Yeah, this is the 14th. Yeah, wow, dang. W mental math. Yeah.
W mental math. It took me a moment there. Nonetheless, we load in. All right, it is only NXZD on the Stinging B. Everyone else has Among Titans, which means some extra speed here for the Sundubu Strikers, and they strike early, taking down both goal barriers.
Yeah, interesting to see NXCD actually take the resources, and Taro not the character that actually cares too much about size. I guess he just wanted to take the Stinger, composition be damned, and I guess, hey, move speed doesn't matter if you're dead, so, well, we'll see what NXCD does with that. One goalie barrier down, looking to take a second.
Breezy very low on stagger, and now gets stuck for a moment, has to go upwards, but the banish comes through here against Grimella, and now power play already found here early on from EKC, looking towards the other way. Cardbox actually gets pretty low here on stagger. Anomaly goes out here, and the one downfall, right, of this kind of composition, especially early on with no dash awakenings on this Centauro. Very little core control. Going to take a little while to find the right combination of angles to set the core in, or set the core towards a goal barrier. Beautiful shadow swap forward here from Cardbox, forces the flip out of shape-shifting. Looking again forward are the Sundubu Strikers, and now they team up for a KO. In the meanwhile, Leone's Blade comes out, but the snare drums don't actually work. They falter this time. The goal barrier goes down. NXZD has used most of his cooldowns, though, so can't really push the issue. And now it's Cardbox with a full energy burst about to get taken away. Once again, bullied. Oh, there's the anomaly. Tries to send Grimella away. It doesn't work. Batter up. Shape-shifting hits it. Sends it back up to 3Z. Now we've transitioned back to the other side of the pitch. NXZD has the cooldowns online. Doesn't have to strike that time to put it through. Grimella's still low. Warping up to the other side. Nobody clears the bottom. And the moment of hesitation from Cardbox easily able to punish.
Yeah, bit of just a miscommunication, I think, right? Both goalie and midfielder going up to the top side, and Cardbox immediately recognizing that. He's going to actually send it right in. Good presence of mind, good awareness from, I think, additionally, the entirety of EKC there. I think they played that point incredibly well.
Double banish, and that's one goal barrier for them. Start going back to the other side of the pitch here, but kinds of things you want to see here early, right? It feels like even though this is not a terribly strong start for EKC, at least in terms of the damage department, they are finding their playstyle again, right? They're finding the stagger, they're finding the KOs, they're teaming up in order to do just that and bully around the Sundubu Strikers quite a bit, although goal gates will open up. 3Z sent away. Grimella's the one with the energy burst here. Beautiful dribbles off of the side street there, not able to put it away. Here's Cardbox and NXZD also joining the party. Double banish comes out again, but the snare drums here out of shape-shifting, trying to join the party and keep up the offensive for the Sundubu Strikers. Haven't quite been able to find it yet. Now Grimella tries to make a play, but the Crystallized Thorns come up just short. Beautiful anomaly snipes the goal barrier. And now another one in the shadow swap, looking for NXZD. Can't quite find it. Grimella is there, striking the core away out of the side street. Now Zoro can't find the mark, and Grimella lines up the shot.
Yeah, good play, good solid offense from Sundubu Strikers, and that's kind of this clean game that they've been playing so far against EKC, right? To balance off this, this dishonorable KO style that's been happening over here with NXCD. You mentioned earlier that it was a bit of an awkward start, but this is still a stinger on Zentaro. And even though I think they have not reached that critical threshold, right? EKC are not by no means running away with damage in this game. I definitely have seen the effects of the pressure, especially on Grimella and 3Z Breezy. 3Z Breezy I'm looking at as well, right? Kazan, a very squishy character, very susceptible to that sort of thing. And if it does hit that threshold, this could very easily turn into a long 2v3.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential awakenings that can start warping the game away for the Sundubu Strikers. I think it's something they absolutely have to be cognizant of here. Once we head into our awakenings draft, picking up any defensive awakenings you can find, any denials away in that damage department potentially, or something that you're looking for here as well, especially on characters who generally are a little more self-sufficient. I'll say in general, right? It's not like, I mean, of course you want more things for everybody, but it's not like you're looking for any one thing in particular on Estelle or on Kazan here. Power play opportunity for the Sundubu Strikers. They get one gold barrier before NXCD comes back online. Looking for more, but NXCD going to stop the core for just a moment. Vanish comes through towards 3Z. NXCD doesn't have all of the cooldowns at his disposal to put the core away just yet. Good crooked leverage from 3Z, but it only pulls it right back into card box. He's able to send it back on away. There's the Crystallized Thorns. The Expanse comes out just a moment too late, and it's open goal gates on both sides. 3Z, beautiful crooked leverage, just pulls it right into the goal.
A moment of hesitation there for Zora to click on that secondary. Going to cost him the world there on that point. Just super unfortunate. And one thing I think I'm worried about right now, if you're NXCD, you are dying to get a KO or some goals. You need to be earlier than shapeshifting here in the Awakening draft if you want to get your dash awakenings, right? Because that is Mako's priority numero uno in draft more than anything. So if you want to play that core control, if you want to get your explosive entrance, you're going to need to get it, and you're going to have to MVP in these sets to guarantee it. So that being said, even if you do, Grimella might beat you and deny it anyways, which, you know, not as disastrous as Shape getting it, but it's still something that you're gonna not want to face with.
Well, based on the levels, NXCD just ticked over to 5, so if the set were to be won by EKC, it looks like he'd be the one to take MVP. Of course, that was before this KO. Be looking for even more. Now 3Z, actually half of his stagger bar just disappeared. Now, actually just going to walk on away. Has to be careful here with the Project Maelstrom orb picked up from NXCD. That buff will go away. Crooked leverage attempt again from 3Z, but can't quite find it. Now Grimella keeps up the pressure and now tries to collapse on it. There's 3Z in the slip. We'll put it away.
Yeah, and luckily for you, this is a Grimella MVP, so that Mako, I think, is going to be dead last here in the draft. So if there is a double dash awakening here, it might be helpful, but no, it's actually just going to be the Super Surge. I'm feeling rough for NXT, but there is that adrenaline rush there as a potential second pick here. Yeah, probably going to end up getting that adrenaline rush. That'd be my guess. That or Sparks maybe, or maybe even a Kazan Deny. Yeah. I guess electing to do at that primetime Kazan Deny. But I think this rest of the draft is going to be pretty standard, right? Team player for the Atlas, stacks on stacks for the Rune midfield. All going to be stuff that are going to help EKC in a kind of generic fashion. Unfortunately, though, NXCD, one dash awakening down. You got to get this upcoming Super Surge, explosive entrance. And that means you got to win some sets in MVPM.
Will say, other thing I want to point out, right? We saw the power of the orb replicator start. This time it's only picked up by shapeshifting in that last draft. There's one of your key defensive awakenings here, right? When you talk about the potential healing of those orbs, it'll be significant for the teammates here who could be caught in trouble pretty soon if awakening draft continue to get out of hand as they did in the last game. Grimella is already, though, incredibly low on stagger. Here's card box, shadow swap in, not able to find the connection to NXCD. The top spin comes out of 3Z. The snare drums go wide again here, and NXCD just doesn't quite have the agency yet to fully put this one away.
Yeah, this Grimella right now, fighting for his life, actually gets a barrier and unstaggered on the flip side. Wait, Grimella does it all! Able to survive the oncoming onslaught here of EKC and just puts it in nonchalant.
Now, when has Grimella not done it all, right, for any team he's been playing on? I think, you know, the unfortunate truth, right, is I think if Grimella was on more successful teams, I bet he would be in multiple MVP considerations. Just haven't seen the level of success out of many of those teams. There's been flashes of brilliance. Obviously, right now, the soon-to-be Strikers are playing incredibly well. Pretty hyped up off of their LAN victory with multiple very solid teams in attendance for that event. And will be looking to build the resume, especially as this one continues. Back onto the red side of the pitch here. The banish goes slightly wide. Good evade from Shape. Card box both sides of the pitch here with the shadow swap. Here's the energy burst. Gets it up to NXCD. Can't quite find the mark. Shape shifting's in the way. Card box now incredibly low. Hit with a perfect pitch. NXCD looking to make the dribble himself. Can't quite find it. Once again, a little bit too much distance between himself and the goal to make a huge play. But Card box now still able to get in there and put the core away.
A good clean lay coming out from the side of EKC, notably stacks on stacks coming through. And even though you don't have the rapid prime time, I think honestly Zentara one of the worst rapid prime timing Exodia havers, but even then that's reapplying Stinger and that is putting damage down. So if NXCD plays well, hits those sweet spots, there can be a lot of damage potential here coming out. And with Grimella now using his flip, that's a potential opportunity here for EKC.
Potential opportunity now. Almost able to find both barriers. Not quite yet. Threezy does have an energy burst here online. Shape-shifting up the midfield line. There's the bounce house here as well. It'll send Threezy away, but he'll be able to find the goal barrier all the same. Piercing shot and Rose Warp comes out here. Oni's Blade. Now present. NXCD. Energy burst of his own. Goal gates open on both sides of the pitch, and the core goes flying once more. Collects it himself, looking for some kind of dribble play here. Doesn't quite have that dash length, but even still, nearly close to scoring that one. Oh, Banish comes through, and oh no! The secondary just doesn't quite come out in time, doesn't quite come out with the range to take care of that one. Slips right around shapeshifting, and EKC in pursuit of their first set win.
Oh, I didn't even recognize what red cord that. I guess it might have been Rune, but I wasn't even paying attention to that. An amazing angle from whoever ended up scoring that and looking to continue the momentum. Actually, Grimella rotating back on defense. This Super Surge is actually coming out very handily to put Grimella in exactly the situations he needs to be to assist whatever shape-shifting needs here on the defense, and that's been saving a lot of goalie barriers so far.
A lot of goalie barriers, and as a midfielder, right, you have to try to find that balance between how much can I go back, and Grimella's found a very solid one. I mean, I think in general, right, the soon-to-be Strikers, again, what we saw in Game 1, first half of Game 2, playing a very tight triangle. Grimella will always be there on the defensive side, and very often be there on the offensive side too. Shape-shifting will get pulled up towards the midfield line to assist in a lot of those. So this team certainly playing as a unit, as we've seen from them so far, and now all three energy bursts will be looking to take the goal barrier as a unit, but no, NXCD will find the KO to make a power play happen here. Shadow swap as Card box back to the other side. There's the strike to send it into the goal barrier. And now NXCD looking for the extra space here, and Ollie comes out, shape-shifting, uses his energy burst. NXCD has to play a little careful here. Half stagger right now, but we'll be able to put it away nonetheless with the passive. EKC find a set in response.
What a crazy score from NXCD right there, actually. Gonna get dashed back immediately into Grimella after getting knocked away by the piercing shots. And couple things to look at here. Threezy Breezy, 2 strikes here sitting at the bottom. Might be pretty comfortable getting last pick here. But if if NXCD wants to get a bit of damage, I'm wondering what he's going to pick up with. It's actually going to be the 1-2 punch here to come in, make that Oni Blade, the slice and dice significant as well. And on the flip side, to add to that, that is a dead eye on Rune, forcing the extra special deny from shapeshifting. I think we've come to learn as a community that extra special is just something you cannot give the Rune, even though it's been nerfed, even though it has, quote unquote, a tell, right? It's so dangerous to deal with, and we've seen it with the Runa comps or the Loon comps, whatever you'd like to call it. It could be potentially very deadly if you let it.
Okay, we saw that in the last game, right?
Was there extra special?
We didn't see extra special, but the fact that the banish has that much impact in the game, right?
Right.
Multiple points were scored off of the banish itself. More banishes equals more opportunities to find the conversions there. Grimella and 3Z incredibly low. Actually will just get taken off the pitch. NXT doesn't have the cooldowns to finish right now. 3Z in the pop-up, looking for some kind of a play here, just preventing EKC from pulling up offense of their own, but a banish comes through here. Goal barrier taken away. The core flip is used from shapeshifting here as well, but still has to be rather careful. It's 3Z's turn to be staggered. Good expanse from Zoro. Keeps both goal barriers alive. 3Z pulls it in, but can't quite find the strike on the press the point. Here's the Rose Warp from Grimella. Now looking for a little more here. Oni's Blade and Anomaly both out. There's the good and snare drums up in the top corner, keeping the core away from the goal. 3Z looking to read that, and almost did, but the goal barrier will eventually fall. Core speed getting pretty high up there. Grimella in the Rose Warp, but a great reaction from Zoro. Keeps it out of the net. Here's NXT once again looking for the play. Cardbox not quite in position to put it away. Although it got pretty close there. Just out of reach. The small sword of Zentaro. Looking for more. Oh, not the tangential angle. That feels so bad if you're Zoro, but hey, Tsunobu Strikers, you'll take that one to the back.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think shapeshifting as well is playing actually really phenomenally on the defense. It really feels like Cardbox has not really been able to play any of those Rune Mind games. Not that he might be trying necessarily hard instead focusing on damage instead, but regardless, it really feels like shapeshifting hasn't been truly caught off guard so far this game, so far this series, really. Always going to be ready with a flip or a strike redirect or anything like that. So I think that defense is really keeping Sundubu Strikers in this, despite 3Z, Breezy, and Grimella always just rushing to get their health.
So close to finding a double barrier there, but even still, Grimella will find the piercing shot. Now, there's an Anomaly setting 3Z away. Can't quite get in a solid position here with good footing. Perfect pitch from shapeshifting. Helps out on the offensive side. Here's the top spin. 3Z still has to try to just evade things, and now will come down in the maddening descent. Looks for the pop-up here, but can't quite find it. Now there it is, the second time around. Beautiful use of the Project Maelstrom Orb for this Kazan.
That jump down, I'm pretty sure was bigger than Root Pillar. That was huge.
Yeah, it looked like the size of Atlas Expanse.
Yeah, that was, I mean, your body is a creation when you think about it.
Double banish comes out again. EKC might find a very quick response here. Can't quite put it away just yet, but Grimella's low in KO territory almost assuredly. And a great pop-up from 3Z again. Takes the goal barrier and will open things up here. The Sundubu Strikers again on set point, looking to advance. The two sets and snare drums won't connect. Here's 3Z again on the maddening descent. Actually finds the strike there as well. Here's the energy burst, tries to push it forward. The Anomaly goes out. Zoro's ready for it, but Grimella keeps it in the corner with the Crystallized Thorns, trying to dig this one out. Discard box there with the Anomaly, but even still, it's not enough, and the possession is maintained by the Sundubu Strikers. Here's the Rose War, piercing shots at the corner. The Quangle doesn't connect. 3Z's there in the pop-up, and now we'll just retreat for the orb. Picking that one up, and finally possession will be overturned here, but even it'll be just for a moment. The Sundubu Strikers come roaring right back. Here's the press the point. Crystallized Thorns come up just a little bit short. Rose Warp as Grimella keeps this one on the blue side of the pitch, looking towards 3Z. Can't find it even still. Doesn't quite have all of the size. Oh no. So well on the defense for so long, and just a misinput will send this one on to set 4 here. 3Z up first.
Big look at just Reptile Remedy is going to make 3Z breezy. Already, actually, NXCD struggling to find these KOs. Oh, actually goes for the bulk up instead. I guess a deny on the rune or whatever Zentaro would be cooking up here. But regardless, right, this extra stagger, this is going to help 3Z breezy survive these. I'm actually very shocked to see the Reptile Remedy passed up, but instead Grimella looking to just deny the Twin Drive away from the Atlas, and the Mako as well going to deny the heavy impacts from the Zentaro. Not actually the worst deny as well, right? It reduces the cooldown of your secondary. No dash awakenings to back that up, unfortunately, but still good draft for the Sundubu Strikers. They are going to be poised to take this series and this game. unless EKC have something to say about it right now, they might find themselves here with a loss in week number 1.
It really doesn't feel like the game has gotten out of hand. Even with those couple of pickups in the last one, doesn't feel like we've gotten all the way there in terms of that tipping point, right? For the damage composition to come fully online and just delete everything in its sight. Plus, again, I think just a couple of those awakenings are critical. The Orb Replicator is there. It is putting in the work to provide just that little bit of extra stagger to prevent a KO from happening on the same cooldown cycle as a stagger coming through. And we see that here as Grimella lives for a little while longer, but then gets sent away from that energy burst. NXCD might be next on the chopping block here, though, is going to dash away and actually steal the orb away from shapeshifting. But we hit overtime here in the first point of set 4.
Yeah, this is looking actually kind of rough for EKC. I mean, 3Z Breezy, 171 power, which means that he's going to be sending overtime cores very, very incredibly fast. And this is going to be very hard for an Atlas in an open net to deal with, especially if Grimella is going to be making his life, miserable.
Well done there. Core speed continues to skyrocket, and it goes towards the net. And the one thing about the Atlas, right, you don't have that mobility here really much at all, and the picks that Zoro has taken so far in this haven't really netted him any additional speed, and I think that's the other part of the punish here coming out. Sure, you were able to pick up the Monumentalist in the last draft here, and that is beneficial now and again, but when Twin Drive was in the same draft, how much is it actually going to save you? Here's that ultimate used, healing up both NXE and Cardbox, preventing KOs from happening here in critical points of the game. Now NXE does have an energy burst, kept online with the anomaly here.
Wow.
Good swipe away from shapeshifting. Beautifully done, denying that goal barrier. Play will stall out for just a moment here. NXCD now looking again on the offense, but it's good. Another set of anomalies from Cardbox keeps this one to the possession of EKC. Meanwhile, 3Z on a breakaway here, able to get it right around the expanse as it retracts. And it's the Soon-to-be Strikers now on match point.
Yeah, EKC actually losing the damage war for the first time this series, and because of that, rated out the window. Grimella and 3Z Breezy just being able to do whatever they want now. And as long as they respect a little bit of that burst damage, it feels like there isn't too much they have to worry about, and because of that, they're able to play their game.
Playing the game at this point, right, with an extra stagger awakening for 3Z. You've got the orb replicator, all these things. Very critical differentiators from the last game where things got out of hand. But even still, NXCD wants to try to find these KOs, but still gets punished. Doesn't matter. Cardbox will take it away and keep the dream alive here for EKC.
That was scrappy. That was scrappy. EKC want to win. They don't want to lose here. Even with the double substitute roster, they still want to fight it out. Grimella going to be a huge target now. No evade to speak of, though. That Grimella speed, from the Mako might be able to give him some fighting chance.
Looking for something here. Play more or less died out. We see the stagger start to mount up, and here it is. Power play opportunity here for EKC, but even still, the core control in the game not really there. Haven't found a lot of that up to this point. Looking to shove it through the side streets, but can't find it. Now Grimella's back online, looking for Crystallized Thorns. Beautifully sent away from Zoro. 3 energy bursts online here. NXCD might be about to lose his. Cardbox uses his for the barrier, but it is able to find it. NXCD can't find the core. Leone's Blade. Expanse used on the offense here for Zoro, but NXCD taken away, and that's a huge offensive resource that has just been taken down, and the goal cannot be converted just yet. Overtime now is called.
Cardbox.
Cardbox looking for a little play to himself. Can't quite find it just yet. NXCD back online here. Open goal gates even still, and with the Brawler back online, you imagine they'll be collapsing on the goal here in just a moment. Can't find it. It goes slightly past him thanks to the enhanced core speed. Breezy pulls it back in just a little bit wide towards the goal barrier. Oni's Blade sends it away. Grimella now the next on the chopping block here. Low on stagger. Energy burst used out of Zoro. Beautifully done. And here's the expanse on the offensive again. Grimella continues to get tagged, but 3Z on the press the point finds the goal barrier. Even still, it's going around the world right now. Banish comes out. There goes Grimella, and it's a power play opportunity again for EKC. Slice and Dice is out, looking for the top corner. Here it is, potentially, but no, Shapeshifting has got an energy burst. Cardbox sets up the anomaly to keep the play alive here, but now Shapeshifting threads the needle and finds the mark. There's a beautiful piercing shot from Grimella the second he comes back online, and it's the Sundubu Strikers winning their opener.
And even though they stumbled along the way, a week 1 victory for Sundubu Strikers is huge. They have shown that they can solidify the roster, that they are capable of being a threat here in the North American Strikers League. No doubt, EKC a formidable opponent here in week number 1. But looking at these stats, right? NXED, as always, a freaking monster in the damage, and we saw so much of that pressure coming through, but Shapeshifting, I think, held it down. So many key saves, so many amazing clears that were able to keep the Sundubu Strikers in play, not to mention, right, that added speed. Not a lot, by the way, right? A nerfed Mako speed, which, you know, no dash awakenings to his name, was still able to find a lot of use in it in keeping his forwards alive, keeping his forwards to be aggressive against this Atlas here. And I think, personally, it was a bit of a soft carry from Shapeshifting. I think he's at a phenomenal first series here on the Sundubu Strikers.
Absolutely. Well played from them, but I also want to shout out EKC. I mean, I think a lot of times, right, you look at sub-rosters in the North American Strikers League, you don't get very excited, but for this to be 2 sub-players on EKC coming together and making the series relatively close with the Sundubu Strikers, they took map 2 there, and while map 1 might have been pretty convincingly, they certainly had exactly what they were trying to do, but I think the Sundubu Strikers able to find the adaptations, had the answers, and was able to pull it all together to do everything there at the end. But again, right, like normally you think like sub rosters, they're probably not going to be able to compete at the same level, but for the against the Sundubu Strikers, which is a team we kind of expect to be up there towards the top 4, Cardbox and Zoro played incredibly well getting put into the spotlight here.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like there were a lot of question marks coming into week 1 of how these teams were, you know, going to perform. And as somebody who's watched basically the entire day, all 8 hours of it, I feel like I'm left with more questions than answers. It feels like so many of these series were incredibly competitive. There were very few situations that they were sweeps. And when they were sweeps, those were also confusing sweeps, right? Like these little Vs showed up, right, in that series that they played as well. So I'm so curious about how this regular season is going to come out. It really feels like we're past it. The pillars of the past are gone. Anyone could beat anyone. We've all said that at every season, but it continues to be true, and it continues to be even harder. If the sub roster of EKC could almost take out, you know, a previous S tier winner, Sundubu Strikers, what does the rest of the regular season have for us? I'm super excited to see how it turns out.
It's going to be a great summer of Omega Strikers here in North America with all of our leagues. But to recap the day and give us our grand finale tonight, we're going to send it to a post show in just a little bit where you'll hear from some of the players that won today. So don't go anywhere, folks. That post show is on the other side of this short commercial break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the first week of the North American Strikers League in Season 6. And we're here with 4 of the winners from today, and Breezy in the background cleaning up his desk. And first of all, let's go to the first winner of the day, Vaughn, now on Hungry Like Nephew, the PP Legends. How was it?
Low key. Okay, do you want the content answer or the real answer? I'll give one. You can choose.
I think we've heard content answers a lot recently, so the real answer.
Okay, you want a real answer then?
Yeah.
Okay, joke's on you. The real answer is also content. Low key, they were easier than I thought, if I'm being real. I have a lot of respect for those guys. I think they're all really good players. Obviously, I was their coach, and I'm a big PPL fan. But I don't know. It just didn't feel. I've played against them a lot in tournament, a lot, in lots of different weeklies and events, and they've really like pushed me really hard as a player, and it felt like they were trying to figure it out rather than they knew what they wanted to do, and it felt like we exploited that a lot. I mean, they took a game off us. I'm making it sound like we just like rolled them over, which wasn't the case, but I feel like our wins were just so demonstrative of the difference between nasl and NASA that I was pleasantly surprised in how my team did, which maybe that is why I thought we played well. So yeah, WPPL. I'm expecting them to make it to playoffs though.
Yeah, and the next match was Showtime versus Return to Form, and that one was pretty close, Barcode, and there was a certain game that got a lot of people talking about the Asher goalie. How was it holding it down?
I mean, it was good. I think Leo, like we were talking about it before. We joined this post show. Like Leo is just kind of timeless by this point. Like he's always been consistently good. I think we were a bit surprised at like, you know, how good Hungry Boy and Moffin played together, but also individually. Especially with the amount of time that they've had together compared to like the amount of time that Showtime has. But I think once we got our footing in the second game, I think we were kind of confident we were going to close out the series.
Yeah, and next up, Dropletto, the Bozo Bunch, but not the Bozo Bunch. The Bozo Bunch of Theseus, perhaps a very, very different roster here. How was it playing with a completely different team?
I will say, I think I have adapted way better than I expected to. Because I have never played with a team outside of Bozo Bunch, you know, still on it, but mainly without Gret ever. Like my first tournament was with Gret, and I was with him until last season. So spending time with new players for the first time, I'm having a great time. I'll say I'm having a really good time, kind of learning a new playstyle with some new people whom I've got two goated teammates to do with. Of course, Streak in the midfield, and now Merchant coming along, and I'm just happy to be playing with someone who's not like on the melee goalies high key. Like I'm having so much fun with a third person on offense as per usual.
Yeah, and talk me through a little bit about your picks, because you looked very comfortable on the Centauro. Is that the new thing for you?
Yeah, X success patch. Don't pick him. Like I think we won a game on X today. Doesn't count. Unpickable. Pick Zentaro. Win the game. That character is so broken. Like I don't know. It's just so easy to just face roll myself on the keyboard, and the cores going in. They're all damaged and like they're all dead. Like fries in the bag.
All right,
And Razzus is okay, I guess.
I'm gonna front load all my questions for you. The final one. What happened on Alten City?
Bozo Bunch is looking for scrims where we don't ban Vice. Like, I have gone to play with this merchant guy for 5 scrims now, and we have not played Vice with him a single time. Like, so it's like, oh, guys, Vice is unbanned against us for the first time. Let's see how this goes. Don't pick Vice on Alten City. Good place to start. And also maybe warm up your picks before taking them into nasl. Learned a lot of lessons today. And I think Bozo Bunch is a team of learners, and we will be able to not make these mistakes again.
All right, Gramoa, most recent match, bit of a heater versus EKC, and any thoughts after that win?
I'm glad we won. We really expected to win today because we've known for a while that they would have subs in, and I think if you're in nasl, especially this season, and you get the opportunity to play against a non-starting roster, you're really happy about that. We lost game 2. We misdrafted a little bit, and I also played, I think, particularly poorly. So I think it should have been a 2-0 if it was just a little cleaner. But I'm pretty happy with how we played today. I've been really busy personally as well, so it's a relief to start out 1-0 because it's been hard for me to get my time in on the game.
Yeah, taking a little bit of a trip towards the opening. It's the Yoshi 64, no longer with a second Yoshi in the name, has cooked it up once again. And any thoughts on the Sundubu Strikers portrayal? Anything that you particularly were happy about?
The Sundubu Strikers portrayal in the anime opening that you guys can watch on youtube.com/@bestianslot.
Yeah.
I actually was a little, I don't know the right way to put this. I think it's a little unfortunate that there are two teams that have
Yeah.
Dubu as their mascot,
Yeah, it was a little awkward.
which made figuring out who exactly was being portrayed at what time. I mean, not impossible. Like the Hungry Like Nephew Dubu has a very distinct look, but it felt like, yeah, the double Dubu thing made it so that there was just a little bit too much Dubu to go around, and I think there were maybe yeah, they're stealing our flow. There was maybe some like concerns about overrepresenting the character of Dubu, and so maybe
No such thing.
yeah, that's how I feel personally. I agree. No way you could overrepresent Dubu.
Amen.
But that animation is definitely the best thing that Z Yoshi 64 has ever made. It was so cool.
Right, Vaughn, as the other Dubu of the two Dubus that looked somewhat similar, is there anything from this week that surprised you? Anything that was like,
us
the most
winning.
notable?
Saya, we haven't won a week 1 in like a year and a half. I think the last time we won a week 1 was nasl 3 versus Quest. We lose every week 1. And that was actually, speaking of Dubu, it was the game. Do you remember we picked White Tiger Dubu for Bells? And the story is, for anyone who hasn't heard it, the skin is banned, Twitch chat. So we pinged Saya during point 1, and we said, please don't punish us. We won't use Dubu log. And he said, okay, if Bells doesn't click Dubu primary a single time this game, you won't be punished. And then we 9-0'd Quest. So there's some lore for you guys on that one. But honestly, I was just happy that we came away with a win. And I think, I mean, obviously the elephant in the room, or the bee in the room, is Demons getting absolutely bent over today. 6-0, the first time probably in the team's literal history in the last 2 years. So I'm sure no one was expecting that, except for Wee's Little Bees, WWee's Little Bees. I feel like we're saying this week after week now, where it's like, there's no way they'll win this one, and then they do. So those were the big ones for me. I was I was chuckling as I watched we go crazy on Julie. Like, he put on a bit of a masterclass, which is to be expected with him on the pick. So that's probably my answers.
All right, Barcode. Any other thoughts on this week? Any thoughts looking to the future weeks?
No, not yet. At least I think we still need, a couple more weeks to start making a bit like more accurate insights on how the season's gonna go. I think I'm just like excited that every series outside of the Raw and Weeb game was so close. Like, Bun got a game on Bozo, EKC got a game on Dubu. RTF was super competitive. PPL got their own. So I think it's just like, really exciting to see such a competitive league play out.
All right then. I guess we'll wrap up here. Any shout outs? Starting with you, Barcode.
A shout out Puffy. Joker was talking about it in the anime opening as well. He was like, "Oh my god, there's a finesse reference," and he was so excited about that. But yeah, shout out Puffy. He was rooting us on earlier. Shout out to our subs, Color Craze, Kai Noob, and Fresh actually for warming us up. And also shout out to Fire Maiden and J-Man, who are going to fill out the rest of our roster starting week 2.
Right. Well, Gramella, what about you? Any shout outs?
Yeah, I guess I'll shout out my teammates. We are continuing this nice little run that we've got going the past couple months, so pretty proud of us. Shout out to Weston, Lola Mao, and Eternal Arctic who warmed us up. And then I want to shout out Vaughn, who I think played incredible today, and I think he looks like the best player in the league. And I wanted to get that narrative out there and started early. He's role swapping to goalie, but he is still looking like he's absolutely the best. So yeah, shout out the other guy on the desk.
Oh my goodness, dreamy.
All right, Vaughn. Well, what about you? Any shout outs after that?
I want to shout out Josh for shouting me out because the last time I played goalie in nasl, the narrative was so boring because every week they went, I hope Vaughn's able to keep up with his teammates Bells and Ginger Pop, and we had like the best record and we were crushing people, and every week was like, hopefully this time Vaughn's going to be able to lock it down. And it was the same thing every time, and it drove me bananas. So I'm down to just randomly yap about how I go. That's awesome. So thanks, Josh. That was really cool because I was really proud of how I played today because I put in maybe more work. I know I've probably top 5 players who have put in the most hours into the game in the off season for sure in nasl. No doubt in my mind. I've worked so hard to get good at goalie because I didn't want to let down my teammates. So I'll shout out my ref today, Cliff. It was Cliff's first series he's ever refed. And you know what? It wasn't like 100% smooth, but then again, nothing is in life. And I appreciated that he signed up to do it. So shout out to Cliff. I don't know if he's listening, but and shout out to all the refs. So I wanted to say that. And then I can't think of any others, so I won't drag it on. We'll just leave it there. And we'll just shout out to every single person though, I will say, that is like constantly reply to like my in-house requests or whatever. And still you can like keep them coming. Even if I ghost you, it's just because I like IRL max and then there's too many DMs and then I feel bad and then I never answer them. So like if I ghost you, it's not a you thing, it's a me thing. So shout out to all the people that helped out. That's all.
All right, Drop. Any final shout outs before we go to the post show?
I'm going to keep it nice and short. Shout out to Streak for playing great today. Even when he's been sick for 2 days. He was so sick he couldn't scrim tomorrow. He spent all day playing solo queue instead. God bless. And shout outs to Merchant, who has joined this roster 1 week ago and has already put him. He just feels so great to play with. I'm happy to display the season out with him. I'm glad he was able to show up. And when Breads decided he didn't want to play the season, he was right there.
All right. With that is all for the post show for this first week of the North American Strikers League. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for playing. And stick around for the post show.
Facts.
See you in a bit.